You ain't gotta worry about that, Jizzle. If somebody doing something better than me and they in pocket, they gonna be right where they need to be, right beside me, baby.
You know what that is, rattling?
I'm the one they forgot about. I need some help reminding these motherfuckers.
Boy,
help me. So cold. It's God's work. I ain't got nothing to do with this. It's God's work, man. It's God's work. I ain't got nothing to do with this. Come on. Sing a song. He wants you to be happy. He wants you to be free. I want to dance with you, though. I want to give you some soul. We're going to let this breathe. All the dances, you know what to do. I made this part for you, and you, and you, and you, and you. Say right now, look at here. A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Where you from? Where that at? Where you headed? What is that? What you doing? Feeling that? Get that fucking cake up. Open your mind. That you keep your distance. Unless you wanna get with this. Me and the renegade, like grenades, blowing up mine, dime, boo. Chopping like sumo. Nigga hungry like Cujo. Smoking that Pluto. No ticking time like pan on the rope. Nigga feel beautiful. No park break with a nigga in the neutral. You wanna roll some grass, don't do that. Hey. You ain't trying to pass, don't do that. You gotta drink the mask, don't do that. Finna act ass, don't do that. Say right now, a nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Get back down. Get on up. Get on up. This is what you feels like. So uncut. I'm in vogue. On that climb. Me rockin' Montclair. White chick, long hair. But with a black man, yeah. I shine like this. Luminescent spit. Get bright right quick. This is good as it get. Two top floors of the motherfucking rich. I only like hits. 6 P easy, a nigga never miss. You see this black fist? The nigga come number one like the old Limp. You wanna roll some grass? Don't do that. Hey. You ain't trying to pass? Don't do that. You gotta drink the mask? Don't do that. Finna act ass? Don't do that. Say right now, a nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. You wanna roll? You ain't gotta worry about that, Jizzle. If somebody doing something better than me and they in pocket, they gonna be right where they need to be, right beside me, baby.
You know what that is, rattling?
I'm the one they forgot about. I need some help reminding these motherfuckers.
Boy,
help me. So cold. It's God's work. I ain't got nothing to do with this. It's God's work, man. It's God's work. I ain't got nothing to do with this. Come on. Sing a song. He wants you to be happy. He wants you to be free. I want to dance with you, though. I want to give you some soul. We're going to let this breathe. All the dances, you know what to do. I made this part for you, and you, and you, and you, and you. Say right now, look at here. A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Get back down. Get on up. Get on up. This is what you feels like. So uncut. I'm in vogue. On that climb. Me rockin' Montclair. White chick, long hair. But with a black man, yeah. I shine like this. Luminescent spit. Get bright right quick. This is good as it get. Two top floors of the motherfucking bricks. I only like hits. 6 P.E. see a nigga never miss. You see this black fist. The nigga come number one like the old MP. You wanna roll some grass, don't do that. Hey. You ain't trying to pass, don't do that. You gotta drink the mash, don't do that. Finna act a ass, don't do that. Say what now? A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. You wanna roll? You ain't gotta worry about that, Jizzle. If somebody doing something better than me and they in pocket, they gonna be right where they need to be, right beside me, baby.
You know what that is, rattling?
I'm the one they forgot about. I need some help reminding these motherfuckers.
Boy,
can you help me? So cold. It's God's work. I ain't got nothing to do with this. It's God's work, man. It's God's work. I ain't got nothing to do with this. Come on. Sing a song. He wants you to be happy. He wants you to be free. I want to dance with you, though. I want to give you some soul. We're going to let this breathe. All the dancers, you know what to do. I made this part for you, and you, and you, and you, and you. Say right now, look at here. A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Where you from? Where that at? Where you headed? What is that? What you doing? Feeling that? Get that fucking cake up. Open your mind. That love, confused. Keep your distance. Unless you wanna get with this. Me and the renegade, like grenades, blowing up mine, dime, blue. Chopping like sumo. Nigga hungry like Cujo. Smoking that Pluto. No ticking time like pan on the rope. Nigga feel beautiful. No park break with a nigga in the neutral. You wanna roll some grass, don't do that. Hey. You ain't trying to pass, don't do that. You gotta drink the mash, don't do that. Finna act a ass, don't do that. Say what now? A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Get back down. Get on up. Get on up. This is what you feels like. So uncut. I'm in vogue. On that climb. Me rockin' Montclair. White chick, long hair. But with a black man, yeah. I shine like this. Luminescent spit. Get bright right quick. This is good as it get. Two top floors of the motherfucking bricks. I only like hits. 6 P.E. see a nigga never miss. You see this black fist. The nigga come number one like the old MP. You wanna roll some grass, don't do that. Hey. You ain't trying to pass, don't do that. You gotta drink the mash, don't do that. Finna act a ass, don't do that. Say what now? A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. Huh? A nigga finna get loose. You wanna roll? You ain't gotta worry about that, Jizzle. If somebody doing something better than me and they in pocket, they gonna be right where they need to be, right beside me, baby.
You know what that is, rattling?
I'm the one they forgot about. I need some help reminding these motherfuckers.
Boy,
can you help me? So cold. It's God's work. I ain't got nothing to do with this. It's God's work, man. It's God's work. I ain't got nothing to do with this. Come on. Sing a song. He wants you to be happy. He wants you to be free. I want to dance with you, though. I want to give you some soul. We're going to let this breathe. All the dancers, you know what to do. I made this part for you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you.
Hey, this burns me.
Hey, man, you can hear when the boy popped his lips, man.
Yes.
That boy- All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. It is so good to see you guys, man, today on this nice pop-up show that I got planned for you guys today. So thank you so much for being here and being a part of the show today. All right, let me see here. All right, now, y'all see the title. I already got some haters in the chat already. So what I'm going to do early, since y'all came in early with the smoke, I'm going to give y'all an opportunity to bring the smoke. All right, your cameras, come on up here if you want to come up. Arpain, he's running from me at the moment. I invited Arpain because this is his conversation along with Anissa. So guys, don't run from the conversation. Become a part of the conversation because now I got time. Yeah, I got time. Marriage, politics, and sports, which is our pain. Says, first, let me start by saying the entire premise of this stream is a misnomer of, and the fact that most married boomers are married until death is not because we pampered our wives. He's a liar. All right. Anissa says, but what's wrong with pampering your wife? Is that a crime? All right. If y'all go ahead and get your black asses up here on this panel, I would definitely share that with you. I think once you start something, I think that it becomes a problem when people start to take it and run with it, and the meaning of it is just horrible. I definitely want to say that. The meaning of certain things are just horrible. This happy life, happy wife was the worst thing that has ever happened in human history. From this boomer effect, they said happy wife, happy life because they were simps. They said happy wife, happy life simply because they pampered their women because they knew that women had control over that yang, that cat, that vagina, that wawa, that wet, anything you want to call it, any name you give it. And I've heard boomer women say, you keep running your mouth, you won't get none of this ass. And that boomer man shut his mouth. Women in that day, in that time, in that era, use sex as a weapon. And nobody can tell me different because I was raised around these people. I listened to it, I heard it, I saw it every day of women threatening their husbands. I heard men say to me, son, you ever think about getting married? Yes, sir. He said, man, it's going to be real good before you get married. But when you get married, that shit going to be over, boy. But then they get around their wife. Yes, baby. Yes, baby. They became a bunch of yes men. Sure did. Anissa says, and please, I don't want to hear about your granny and great granny. Hey, Anissa, it's fine. It's fine. But let me tell you something about the past, Anissa, because you don't like to talk about the past because you don't like to talk about the past because most of the time you was giving up the ass. But I'm gonna talk about the bars. When it comes to the grandmothers and all this other stuff that we talk about, the reason that we talk about it because everything that's important comes from the past. Let me say this. Let me say this. When you go buy a car, they don't talk about what you did yesterday. They look at your credit score, which give a history of your past. Before they give you money to invest, they check your past. If you go to buy a house, they run your credit to check your past to see how you were in the past. When you get a job, they do a background check because they want to know what you've done in your past. So you mean to tell me that grandmama and granddaddy and all of them, they don't matter where we came from, don't matter moving forward in marriages? That's why marriages are the way they are right now. That's why we have 50-year-old women still chasing dick. We still have 50-year-old women chasing penis. 60-year-old women talking about they got boyfriends. because they didn't do it like grandmama and them. Grandmama and them did it way better. Grandmama and them had $2 in their pocket, a raggedy dress on with a mud stain across it, and got a husband. And these women today making $60,000 to $100,000 living in the house by themselves with dry pussies. So you mean to tell me we can't talk about the women who outdid y'all? We can't talk about the women that outdid y'all? Huh? They didn't have to go put on no lashes to pull no man. Huh? Half of them had on hair. Half of them had their hair covered, sweating from the brow, and got a husband, just like Ruth did in the great book of the Bible. I guess we ain't gonna talk about the Bible either. So we're gonna leave the Bible out of it too, because the word of God don't stand either, right? What our parents and grandparents did in those successful 60-year marriages, that don't matter. What the Bible did, what the Bible said about marriage, it don't matter. Well, all that matters today is a modern mindset of marriage, and half the people that are talking about the modern mindset of marriage are not married. Right? Anissa keeps saying they married for survival, not love. But Anissa, I got a big show coming up that I'm gonna prove you wrong and make you just not want to be a part of it. You ain't gonna want to talk about it no more. I have several women that I have videoed 2 so far, and I need to get 7, because the number 7 is the number of completion. So until I get the 7th interview, I will not release any type of footage for a show. But I'm going to crush everything that the women say about those women married for survival and not love. And I have several women who have said, who are these? Let me tell you what my aunties, my grandma don't cuss. But shout out to my Aunt Dorothy. Aunt Dorothy said, who are these stupid ass women that said we tried to survive and we didn't love our men? She said, seems like they're trying to make excuses for why they don't have one. I say, Aunt Dorothy, let me put that on tape. Let me record you saying that, Aunt Dorothy. Can I record you saying that, Aunt Dorothy, please? How you gonna put, like y'all say, you can't put all women in one batch, but when it benefits y'all, black women will put all women in one batch. You can't say that about all black women. All black women are not horrible. Well, you can't say that about all black women that were married in the 50s, in the 60s, in the 40s. Because some of them may have married for survival. But what about the other women that didn't marry for that? See, Anissa, see what I'm saying? How it works for one thing, but it don't work for the other? Because when we bring up hoes and we talk about them, y'all say, no, it ain't all women. But then when we say, well, what about the marriages in the 50s? Well, all them bitches married for survival. God damn it. We got to fix it. We got to fix it. All right. Now we got some more haters in here. I got R Payne in the back. Ooh, I can't wait till he come up. Oh, yes, because he's the one started this fire, and only you can prevent forest fires. So I'm going to bring our Payne up in just a minute, but I'm going to bring him up. Ever since he grew his beard out, he's been showing out. But we're going to bring him up in a minute. We'll bring him up in a minute. Guys, all jokes aside, I do love our Payne. That's my guy. All right. So listen, Anissa says, what would have happened to them if they didn't marry in the 20s, 30s, 40s? Anissa, let me say something to you. I don't know if you know anybody from the 20s, 30s, and 40s. I don't know if you know anybody from the era. I still have a lot of grandparents and great-grandparents that are still living. Anissa, those women were raped in front of their men. They were raped, beat in front of their men. They had to, in some cases, had to watch. My great-grandmother said sometimes she had to watch the overseer or the owner of the slave or the owner sexually assault a woman. And guess what? They still stayed married. They stayed married. They stayed married. Right? Most of those women had to watch their husbands get sodomized because half of those white owners were gay. And they would stick something right up the ass of the man to emasculate him in front of his wife. But guess what? She didn't leave him. They stayed married. It's amazing to me how you stand on a plantation. Somebody listen to this. 20 in the 20s, 30s, 40, whatever. You're living on a plantation, separated by oppression, having to pick cotton every day, having to get whooped or raped or sexually assaulted every day, whether male or female, having your children that you just had that are 6 weeks old, 6 months old, taken out of your arms and sold off to somebody you never see them again. How are those families that with all that oppression, How did their marriages still last 60 years? How are they marrying for survival? How is that survival? What, the man was going to buck up at the white man? They were both living at the same plantation. They were both living in the same shacks. He didn't have more than she did. How was he protecting her? Most of those women got sexually assaulted by their owners, and the men had to watch. So how was they marrying men for survival when they all had to survive together on a plantation, not to get whooped or killed or sold off anywhere? It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. But that's neither here nor there. Anissa, I know you're at home watching. I would love for you to get your camera and put that beautiful yellow face on camera with those voluptuous lips and that pretty baby hair pinned to the back in a ponytail, and bring it on up here to the panel. Okay? Bring that pretty face in your beautiful place on the panel, and we'll discuss it. Right. Hey, but you know what, Anissa? I'll talk to you if you come up. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Y'all see the title, Happy Life, Happy Wife, the Boomer's Biggest Mistake. We is a special episode of Flippin' Tables. Flippin' Tables covers a lot of things, guys. We're mainly on Tuesdays, but if something come up, I'll pop up. Shout out to my brother from another mother, lost in translation, as he's healing up from being sick. So shout out to him, man. Much love out to him. Also shout out to Take Heed to the Message as they lay to rest her mother-in-law. Her husband's mother. A shout out to them and prayers to them that there's healing at this time, that there's restoration at this time of their feelings and their emotions. And I just ask that God covers them and be with them in this time of their loss. Okay. All right. Shout out to everybody that's on this network. May God bless them and keep them today as they are out with their families or about to come up on this panel. We thank you guys for that as well. We appreciate you so much. All right. And I thank you guys for that. All right. So I'm going to bring up the man of the hour, the bearded eighth wonder of the world. Yours truly, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up. Put your damn hands together for our pain. All right. Before our opinion says anything, guys, if you want to give to the channel while we're on the show today, you definitely can do that by Cash App. It's strolling at the bottom of the screen. If you want to give a super chat, you can definitely do that in the chat as well. If you want to be a member of this channel, please be a member of the channel. All right. And support the channel as we continue to grow. All right. Now I have Arpain on the in the building today. Arpain, how are you? How are your family? And then you can give your opening synopsis of what you believe this show is about today.
You know what? I was doing pretty good today until you came and called me about this bullshit that you getting ready to talk about. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I was doing just fine. Yeah. You know, and listen, let me ask you a question. We had a show and they said you was going out with your wife.
Yes.
Did they have some shit in the oysters or something? Was there something, you know, that happened that night where they didn't serve you the food the right way, or she refused to pay the bill? What the hell happened? Because now you're here with a vengeance with all this horseshit you talking about.
Nothing happened. I just overheard you over the weekend while I couldn't get to you. I said, you know what? I heard you talking some shit. So I said, you know what? Back at home, I'm going to get his ass. Okay? All right. But you have the floor, sir. You can give your synopsis.
Let me just say this to you.
Yes.
A little bit about your opening is a little inconsistent. You're saying that the baby boomers were simps and they pampered their wives. And then you came back and said the women married these guys for love.
They did.
All right. So if the women married the guys for love, what do you do for a woman who loves you?
Now,
what do you do for the women who love you?
The women who love you.
Reciprocate? How do you reciprocate the love of your wife and the respect from your wife?
Well, we have to define what love is.
No. Okay. How about respect being part of the love part?
Absolutely. So I am to respect my wife, to care for my wife, and to provide for her. But where I go south with the whole thing is when these same women use what you have instilled in them against you. Let me give you an example.
Okay.
I have an uncle, Uncle Mike. What's up? Uncle Mike's wife will not give him no pussy. He gets holiday pussy.
So that's an anecdotal kind of thing.
No. But in return, all year long he's planning trips. They because they're both retired. They planning trips. They're going out of here. He paying for this, paying for that. She's always been a housewife. The kids are grown and gone. He paying for this, paying for that, doing this. She's going live. Oh, look what my hubby gave me. And she won't even let the man touch the pussy unless it's a holiday. Now, that's one thing. Now, we can talk anecdotally, or we could just go online or we can go out here in the street and just ask random people, how many times has a man told you before you got married, hey, bro, you getting it now, but when you get married, that shit gonna stop. How many times have you heard a man say that to another man?
But that's true, but that has nothing to do with generational shit. The Gen Xers are saying the same thing. Millennials are saying the same thing. What the hell? What does that have to do with baby booms?
Well, because you started it. So I have
that's bullshit. That's just bullshit. You started this shit. That's just bullshit.
But I'm gonna get out your way. I'm gonna let you start it off.
First of all, I don't have any opening line other than the fact that I think that baby boomers were the most married in recent years. That they married till death do they part, right? And there's an understanding that baby boomers, at least I do anecdotally, that understand that if you were the woman, and I said this on Jenny's show, I burn my credits. I burn the credits I have with my wife. I burn the shit out of. So I have to replenish them. And that's how our relationship goes. I know I burn them, and she don't have to ask. I know I have to fill up her emotional piggy bank. And that's how I work it. That's not simple. So if a man doesn't understand, that's why you got all these fucking divorces now. Men get married to these chicks. They forget that they used to romance them. They forget they used to seduce them. And Mr. Bennett said something really profound the other day. They forget they used to fucking tongue kiss the hell out of their women before they married. So they don't even do that no more. So you're not doing the shit that made her enamored to you, and now we call that simping and all that kind of stuff. But I don't want to burn this shit. I want you to I want to get into this thing before I kind of lay this shit to rest. Because baby boomers are the best fucking generation that known a man. Period. And if it wasn't for us, we'd still be fucking, having milkmen deliver milk at the goddamn door. We would have no internet. We wouldn't have shit. No space travel. Almost no nothing. So you know what? I don't even know why I'm defending these goddamn baby boomers, man. But you guys put me in a position. I'm not the hero you need. You want, but I'm the hero the motherfuckers need.
You know what, Arpain? So you're gonna sit here on live TV and say that women did not control the households of these men and veered them in the direction that they did.
Yeah, I think that some of them did. I would agree with that. I mean, I don't disagree.
So
but
a lot of men got. So you said a lot of men got castrated by their wives.
No. You're saying that. I didn't say that. That's not a generational thing. Women, do you don't think the Gen Xers are pussies in front of their wives? We haven't seen a more cadre of simps than we have in these recent generations. The men don't even know how to talk to women these days, man. That's why the top 10% are the only ones getting laid. Most men are afraid of women. And tomorrow when we do my show, I'm going to prove it to you in live TV on your channel with 10 guys talking this one badass chick. I mean, these guys are fucking embarrassing. And they ain't no baby boom.
Now let me say this. I'm going to take you back 2,000 years. Can we go back 2,000? Okay. Look at these women who, you remember John the Baptist, how he got decapitated?
Yeah.
He got decapitated because his wife said, I want the head of John the Baptist. Yeah, and if you give me the head of John the Baptist, I'll let you have my daughter. See how manipulative that was? You see it? Yeah. Right. What did John the Baptist do? I mean, what did the king do? What King Nebuchadnezzar?
He did exactly what she said.
Exactly. Instead of being a man and said, I'm not going to take a man's life so you can let me lay down with your daughter. He wasn't a man. He simped out for his wife.
Listen, man, come on. Listen, you're mixing apples and oranges.
Oh, no, no.
Men, let me tell you, men have always done shit for women. And he was okay. Was that king? He wasn't no baby boomer. Men have you go through your Bible because you know your Bible. There's countless accounts of men doing shit for women in the Bible, out the Bible. There's a historical fact
that's
that
a
men
lineage. Just a lineage.
Well, it's not just lineage. It's just it's natural. Men do stupid shit for women. Presidents give up presidencies. Basketball coaches give up multi-million-dollar gigs. Men, young men come in and impregnate whores, and knowing that they're going to lose money. I mean, come on, man. That's men do stupid shit for women. Always. It has nothing to do with baby boomers. I mean, I wish I could say we were exempt, but we're not. My grandfather married a woman who had a baby already in the 1900s.
Okay.
They went on to have 8 more kids. I didn't even know my uncle was by a different man until I was a teenager, because my grandfather adopted him. And he was a great dude. He died at 90-something.
Now, our pain. Yeah, come on. You just listen. You know how many times it's happening right now? 50-year-old men find out that they daddy when they daddy.
Yeah, well, yeah, a lot. I would imagine there's a lot.
And if the men were more focused on being men, then they wouldn't know that their wife is off a little bit when she was fucking and sucking Deacon John down the street. But instead of them paying attention to that, they were paying attention to what dress she wanted, where she wanted to go, what she wanted to do, where she wanted to travel. Let me grovel at your feet. And now, and that reason, you got 7 kids, and 3 out of the 7 don't even belong to you. It's the dude that you shaking hands with down the street buying the milk from that's having sex with your woman.
Well, I wouldn't argue with you that. The only reason why I'm arguing or coming up here and we're not in like complete kumbaya because you put baby boomer in a goddamn title. That's nothing to do with it. That's the only reason why I would argue with you. If you had a baby boomer in the title, we'd be in complete agreement. We'd be both up here, chugging on men all day long. I can't blame this shit on the baby boomers, man. Come on.
Yeah. Now, our pain before you continue. Jay Westmoreland is in the building today. Jay, he's on with us via phone. Jay, what are you coming in hot? What's up going on, my guy? How are you today, brother?
What's up, man? This D-Town, man. I don't know why I be showing my name. But that's my last
What's going on, man?
D-Town. What's up, y'all? Y'all like, man, R-Pain talking this crazy shit again, goddamn. But it's okay.
Talk to him. He need to hear
this. Man, R-Pain, it was y'all fault, bro. It was, bro. Raising kids that wasn't your.
Yes. Oh, he got cut off. They were nothing but the devil.
Yeah, because it's funny, because it's all bullshit. I mean, come on, man. You think that women started stepping out just because we were baby? Okay, so what we're saying is until 1946 and 1965, women were straight and narrow, but that baby boomer generation, the women decided to step out on men and do paternity fraud. Has nothing to do with it. They didn't have no paternity fraud before then. They didn't have no paternity fraud after. Come on, man. It's just you can't blame that on the generation.
Okay, Arp, let me ask you a question. What year? I want you to tell the audience, because some people in the audience may not know. Jay, if you're still in the back, you're muted. I think you maybe muted yourself. But anyway, tell me this, Arpain. What year? Give us the birth year of a boomer. Give us the year range between what the boomers are. You're muted. You're muted.
Baby boomers, 1945, 1946.
Okay, 1945
to 1964.
1964. Now, will you concede that the birth control pill came out in the boomer area? In the era?
No. 1960? Well, hold on. Let me explain it to you. Okay. The pill came out in 60. The baby boomers were 14 years old. Just do the number. They were 14. So the women from the silent generation were the parents of those kids, the silent and greatest generation. So the baby boomer girls were like 14 to 16 years old when the pill came out. And their mothers gave them the pill for precautionary measures. Remember when mothers started putting their daughters on pills when they were going to high school? It wasn't because they were having sex. It was a precautionary measure. But it also gave them the leeway to have sex. So the pill is not a baby boomer thing. We just took it, and the sexual revolution was 60 to 80. So it wasn't a boomer thing. It was the women from the silent generation was fucking the most. Then the baby boomers took it from them, and then the Gen Xers got involved when they became of age, because the Gen Xers was 64, 65. And so by the time 80 came around, they were stroking age at young, and they did it younger. They were latchkey kids, okay? So you could blame that on the baby boomers, but that was the start of when both parents had to work. That's why they became latchkey kids, because the prices of everything started to skyrocket, and both parents started to have to work.
R-Pain, Jay came back with a vengeance. Jay is on the phone line again with us. Jay, you can continue your onslaught on R-Pain. Okay.
Yeah, the wifey had called, so you know how that go. We're trying to see what we're gonna eat tonight. You hear me? But yeah, R-Pain.
Yes, sir.
Y'all did it, man. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but before you go, man, tell me how old you are. Tell me how old you are. What generation
31. 31. I just turned 31.
I'm the last of the 90s. What the hell you talking about?
I'm the last of the 90s. You know what I'm saying? So
go ahead.
But what I was gonna say is I don't know, R-Pain. It just seemed like all that really went down with that generation, far as, just being stepdaddy and want to take care of people's kids and then put your foot down. I don't know. It was just, I don't know, bro. It's like y'all showed us a dream, and then when we became young men, the whole goddamn game that changed up on us. You know what I'm saying, R-Pain? So
I hear what you're saying, but there's gaps in the logic. That's all I'm trying to tell you guys. There's just gaps in it. But I can't argue, because there's been stepdaddies all through black history, from the greatest generation, silent generation, baby boomers. And now, there's a whole bunch of stepdaddies right now on these panels. They ain't no boomers. So, but I hear what you're saying. But I just think that the gaps that you guys conveniently don't talk about is one of the problems. But I hear what you're saying. I mean, I really don't know pushback. Of course, there were stepdads in the baby boomers generation, but they were more respected than the guys are today.
Yeah, that's a fact, bro. But yeah, that's a fact. But they don't respect men no more. See, it's a whole different generation we in. You know what I'm saying, R-Pain? They don't even respect a man no more. You know what I'm saying? They don't even respect a man. Like, it's different.
Yeah, okay, but let me ask you a question. What does that have to do with baby boomers, though? That the women don't respect men now? Why is that the baby boomers' fault?
No. I was more so just saying about the stepdaddy and all that type of shit. I don't blame the women not respecting y'all, because that's just a society thing. That's just a society thing that the Western just want to, they just want to do that right now. So that's just the agenda. That's just like LGBTQ and all that,
Oh my
that's
God.
just an agenda. Yeah, I don't really. Yeah, because when it come all the way down and we turn off these lights, they ain't about to do the jobs we doing. So all that's out the door. You know what I'm saying? I'm just more so saying the emphasis of I can do this by myself. When we say women, I can do this by myself. All I need is my uncle or cousin or the football coach to raise my child. That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean by that. You know what I mean?
And you know what, Mr. J, I want to say something. The people that are agreeing with R-Pain the most are basically the women. This is a point that I'm making. When you pander, they come running. We had Anissa, and now we have the Wife School podcast. She says, and I quote, "Great job, R-Pain. Folks act like we didn't have a war and a Great Depression during those times. What the fuck does that have to do with pandering? Not a goddamn thing.
How am I pandering? How am I pandering?
Not a goddamn thing." Okay. And then she came back with one of the things that black women use against black men when they call them in names, and they try to down them and downplay how men actually feel about this. It says here, the whining men, acting acting like they wouldn't get remarried. Listen, if I was a single man in 2024, I would not either. It would definitely be pump and dump. Because actually, in the world that we're living in today, there is no benefit of being married. If you're single right now, I'm praying for my sons. I'm praying for my nephew. I'm praying for all the young men out here who aspire to be married like their fathers. It is really, really bad. It is horrible. You don't know if a woman is, let's talk about it. Back in the day, in the 60s, come Arpain, you know about it. You had more ass than a toilet seat. Watch this. Back in the day, in the 60s, women had a big old bush down there, didn't it? Then it got to the 80s. Watch this. They got to the, back in there, they had those Amazonian freedoms, right? Back in the 60s, they had a bush down in between their legs. And then they moved on to the landing strip. Then they moved on to being bald in the 2020s. And now it's a dick there. It's people have to understand what I'm saying. What are we talking about here?
Okay, they went from balls to see-through panties. Goddamn, you hear me?
Yeah. And I'm just simply trying to. If White School Podcast wants to come up, the link is at the top of the chat. If you guys want to come on the panel, but I do want to say what really happened. What happened
but see, black man, listen. All this, a lot of shit that you're talking about has nothing to do with baby boomers.
The damn lie.
No,
the
fact that the LBGQ and all these guys, man, are running rampant has nothing to do with baby boomers.
It started with y'all, man.
No. It got unleashed, man. That's a recent kind of thing, man. It got unleashed with Barack Obama. He unleashed it all. And has nothing to do with our generation. Back then, man, black men still shunned. Everybody had the gay cousin that we were cool with because he was the cousin. But we still shunned that whole generation. And nobody was talking about, we used to call them, Annies, right? Back then. And it was very few and far between back then. But they had a whole bunch they had gay guys, but they weren't hanging out with nobody. They were still in the closet. The closet was still closed in the baby boomer generation.
You know what? I'm sitting up here, Arpain, and I have a lady on Facebook, and this is what she just said.
Okay.
She said, shout out to Married Relentless Satisfied, Mrs. She said, women put it down all kinds of ways to get their husbands. And after they marry, all of a sudden, they are tired. Now, this is a woman saying this.
Listen, that has nothing to do with the baby boomer generation. Women do that shit today. They did it before that.
Yeah,
so that's not a generational thing. Women do that shit to dudes. And the thing is that men are stupid enough to accept it.
My God.
So what?
But that's what I'm saying. That's the pushback, Arpain. Today's guy. But what I'm saying, today's guy right now, we're not having none of that shit, Arpain. I'm telling you, bro. Like, we really, really stiff. Now, I understand all this panel stuff. We been on panels and stuff like that. But when I'm talking about in reality, what's really going on in real life, bro, these young men, they are having it, bro. You get what I'm saying? Arpain, really the only reason why y'all was marrying them women back in, because y'all wanted to have sex with them. That's what. Now we getting that shit for free. Arpain,
I agree with that.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Talk to me. No, go ahead. What you about to say?
No, so I agree with that. Most men, because women were a little bit more chaste back then, and the ones you wanted, you had to do a little bit more to marry them. But we got to keep apples and apples. If we're talking about when women get married to a man and they stop giving them sex, that's not a generational thing. That happens throughout history.
Right. But I think it's probably.
But the regular guy let me just say this. The regular guy who's single out there on the prowl, I'm with you then, right? The women are now giving away, for next to nothing. So yeah, you're right. And that's why we have sexual chaos all around the place, because the women don't have no goddamn standards on their box. That's not a baby boomer thing.
Now, Arpain, would you say then what I just said to be true? that women today should just stay single because, like our brother Jay just said here, men, the reason that you say, remember you said, oh, you men don't know how to fill up your wife's box because if you did,
not fill up their box, fill up their bank account.
I'm sorry, their emotional bank accounts, right?
Yeah.
But Jay just came in as a 31-year-old man. He just came in and said, I want to put those two things together, what you said and what he said. You said that's why all these divorces are happening. Well, this young brother just said the reason that these divorces are happening because men ain't putting up with that shit no more. If you're not giving me no pussy, I'm going to go get it somewhere else because
that's a fact.
I'm telling you, here in Dallas, Arpain, the statistics read this because you want to know where you stay. It's 10 women to every one man in Dallas, Texas. And you mean to tell me I'm gonna sit at a house with a woman that's denying me because she didn't go on a date Tuesday night and there's 9 other women with their legs open saying, come fuck this pussy?
No. See, now you're conflating my thing. I don't disagree with what he said. We gotta say before marriage and after marriage, a guy who gets sex regularly, and if he marries a woman that is going to withhold it from him, that's his fault. Because you should vet that shit out of the chick. Most of these guys marry women without even saying, listen, if I marry you, you're going to be my only source of sex. And if you withhold it, here's going to be the consequences. Men don't say that to women.
Hold on, Arpain. Let me say this though. I looked this up because I knew you was going to say that. I'm reading it right now. It says 43% of marriages do not go on a drought of sex until after year 4.
Okay.
So that means if you vet her, she's going to give you 4 years of good pussy. Year number 5, she's going to say, I'm tired. My head hurts. I don't feel like it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Does it give you reasons why the women use this shit as excuse? They use the kids as excuse. They use a certain amount of things. I say that, listen, if I go in and I read that statistic and at 4 year point or some point down the line, my wife is going to try to start to dry up. Isn't it incumbent upon the man to say, listen, you know what? You don't get to dry up. Don't be taking that. Most men just taking a wimp in the fucking corner. You don't get to dry up on me. And you tell them what the consequences are. And even before that, there's some ways. See, at the 4 year point too, nobody's saying this. Men begin to stop doing what they did to turn that chick on. They start doing that shit too. I mean, listen. Every woman has a hot button. You know the fucking buttons to push in your wife to get her going. And a lot of men start to neglect that shit almost probably at the 4 year mark, maybe even sooner.
Now, Jay, before you say anything,
let me say this, Arpain.
Hold on, Jay, before you say anything, I want to get him to say something real quick before you say something. What's up, Kasim? What's going on, my
man? What's up? How you guys doing?
Good,
I'm not at home. I'm out of town, in the business trip, and I just happen to be, listening. So I'm in the hotel room chilling. I'm like, these guys are out here wilding. I think you know what? I gotta agree with Arpain. I think the most important thing that we can do is communicate, not only to our future spouses, but also to the young men. Right? I got 3 boys, man, 28, 26, and 24, and I had a really good conversation with them, and I explained to them, I'm like, listen. If y'all think y'all gonna be having sex like rabbits throughout the duration of the marriage, that shit is not gonna happen. At some point, the sex is going to wane down, and there are gonna be other things within that dynamic that's gonna be a priority, and that's gonna be more important. So now what you have to do is you have to understand and realize, like, listen, what is the best time for it? What is the best frequency and intimacy for us that's going to keep us happy, that's going to keep us healthy? And you're going to have to figure that out, right? It's okay for you guys to do it, twice a week or whatever. Actually, there's a study shown that couples, that are in long-term relationships and marriages, if they have sex once a week, they're just as happy as having sex 3 or 4 times a week, right? So I think you got to get to a point where what's healthy within your relationship dynamic. And then once you find out what that is, you have to be able to problem solve and then go along with that. for the greater good, man. And that's just my take.
Right, and look, and I agree with exactly what you're saying, Kasim, because shit, being with a woman, bro, you doing stuff, you got kids, you got things going on. But I'm pretty sure what we're talking about right now is the sexless marriages, the women that just cutting the pussy off all the way. We ain't even talking about it. She don't even want to sniff the dick no more. You get what I'm saying? She don't even want to lick
Right.
the
I,
tip
I,
no
I, I
more.
get that. But
You
D
know what
Town,
I'm
this is
saying,
the thing though.
Kasim?
But
That's
this
all
is
we
what you got
saying.
D Town, but this is what you have to find out, right? Some of it has to do with her, right? Maybe she has some medical issues, or maybe she has some things going on, because that's what I had to do. That's what I had to figure out. I remember when I was married in my first marriage, I got frustrated because we weren't having as much sex as we used to as younger. And then somebody had to pull me aside, like, listen, Kasim, like, you know what? She's got three boys. She's got three kids that she got to take care of. She has all these things that she has to do, and she's not always in the mood like that. And all I was doing was I was getting frustrated because nobody broke it down to me like that. I was under the assumption that we were going to continue to do what we was doing, like how we were doing when we was young, and I got frustrated with that. And once we got to the nitty gritty, right? She went to the doctors. The doctor told me that, hey, listen, there's some issues that she's having, with her chemical imbalance, and it's not really her fault. She can't help it. And then once I got that information, then I had to be able to get in my mind, like, listen, there are certain ways that we're going to have to move, and it's not going to be like the same. And I had to accept that, right? So I think what the issue is, I think in today's men, is that they don't want to accept how women are, right? And what they do, and how they move, and that's why they get so frustrated. But the important thing is, it's like, okay, once I accept how this woman is and how women are, do I have enough problem solving or foresight to be able to make a plan for myself that no matter how she is, I can still make this thing successful for the betterment of myself and for my family? And I think when men hit that wall where they say, like, oh shit, it's not going like how it was supposed to do. Like, what am I going to do now? Do I have a plan? Can I navigate through this thing and make it work for the greater good? And I believe that most of the men can't, and that's why they're having the frustrations that they have. They're having a hard time accepting female nature for what it is, but they don't have a plan of how to combat it in order to make it work for them.
And look, Kasim, I agree with everything you saying, brother. But this day, like your son's age and stuff like that, we not hearing it. I'm sorry, bro. We just not hearing it.
D
I understand
Town,
happy wife.
D
Look,
Town,
Kasim, look.
fam.
I understand what you're saying, brother. But what we trying to talk about right now is just completely turning off. You get what I'm saying? That's what we saying right now. That's what our pain was saying. A
Yeah,
woman that's completely just turning off on you. I understand we have things. My baby got 3 kids from me. You know what I'm saying? It's been down there 8 months, and I ain't never went that long without no cootie and
Bless you,
she
man.
And
know
why
that.
is that, D Town?
You
Why
get what I'm
is
saying?
that?
Huh?
Why is that?
Why is what?
Why is it that you stopped it before it got too out of control?
No. I'm saying I understand because of the situation that you was just saying with the kids and things like that, and then
Right.
learning a woman, you know what I'm saying, the imbalances and things like that, you know what I'm saying. So I get
Yes.
all that, but what I'm more so saying is right now, Kasim, is for the women that's out there that's trying to completely just shut off sex with these generation of men, we're not doing that no more. Our
but you're
pain
not getting
generation.
married though, brother. You're not even getting married. So we gotta
My
compare
my
apples to
point
apples.
my point exactly, our
But
pain,
So no,
because
no,
we're getting
hold
the
on. Wait,
because
but
look,
before
we're
you,
getting
hey,
the main
hold on for a
thing
second.
out of
Hold
marriage.
on for a
Listen to me,
second.
our
Hold
pain.
on for a
We're
second.
getting the
Then
main
you're gonna
thing out of
argue with
marriage,
hey,
and that's sex, right?
no,
That's
no,
what
no,
young
no.
men want. They want sex,
No,
bro.
wait a minute, brother. If you can hear me, this. Oh, my shit is fun. If you can hear me, right?
I hear you. I hear y'all. G, talk
Okay.
to me.
Listen. If you're talking about sexless marriage, that's different than talking about men of today not having it, because you wouldn't know if you're in a sexless marriage if you're not married. So you there's no guarantees in life. But most men are not getting married now, not because they're worried about their woman turning off sex. They're not getting married because the laws are all fucked up.
Right.
Right?
We
Correct.
know
That's
that.
the
We
most.
know that.
That's the
And
most part.
and
So we got
and
wait a minute. So we got to compare apples to apples. So a single man can't tell nobody about a sexless marriage. He don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's not married.
But our pain, I'm talking from a 31-year-old man that's married. You listen to me.
He's not married. You don't know what the
I'm
fuck
married, our pain. I'm married, bro. Listen to me.
Okay, please, so you in a sexless marriage?
Okay, listen to me. I'm married.
Yeah,
no.
Hold on,
He's
Jay.
not listening. This old nigga not listening. Listen, bro.
Hold on, Jay and Arpain, real quick. I want to greet Freezy is in the building today. Freezy is in the building today. Anissa's in the building on the phone. Trey called in on the phone as well, but Freezy got here. I want to acknowledge my boy Freezy and get his take, and then we'll get back into it. Freezy, what you got on the subject, brother?
Well, this is why a lot of guys are checking out from marriage. It's just too much hard work.
Thank you. Arpain not hearing this shit right now. I mean, this is back in the days, bro. Go ahead, Freezy.
This is the thing, right? Like, I mean, my wife should understand her body. She should know her body. My wife's job is to please me. You understand what I'm saying? I'm a hardworking man. I hustle, I grind. I wake up early in the morning. You know what I'm saying? I wake up when the birds chirping and stuff. I work hard. I'm not trying to figure out why my wife is not fucking me. That's too much work. I didn't sign up for that. And one thing Arpain did say, you do have to choose right. You have to choose right. You have to get to know your woman. That's very important. But once we get married, listen, you know, we's married now, in the words of Seeley. Or whoever, I forgot who said it, whatever. But I'm just saying.
That was Seeley.
And all I'm saying, what I'm saying is that women, the reality of the matter is, women, one thing I always agree with Kevin Samuels, women do control sex, man. A man is not going to be barbaric enough to just hold his woman down and take it. Side chicks never have that problem. Every time you go to your side chick, she ready with a cock wide open and she ready to please. Side chicks exist for a reason. They never have that problem for some reason. They never do. Okay? They know their body. They know what time of the month it is. They know exactly what's going on. I'm not trying. Okay, so I love my wife. I love my wife to death. But I'm not trying to have these intricate conversations about, you know, why she can't fuck right now and what's wrong with your body. No, I'm not trying to do that.
Ask a question, brother?
What's going on?
Can I ask you one question? You know your wife, right? You know your wife, and you know when she's ready and how to get her ready, correct?
I know when I'm ready, and when I'm ready, she need to be ready.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll leave it right there then. All right. I hear you.
We got Anissa. So Anissa came in the building before Trey. So Anissa's in the building. We have a lady in the building. Anissa. She's putting in the chat. Anissa just put in the chat. She said, "This is sad." When Freezy was talking, Anissa, can you allude on what you were saying and who you were responding to when you said sad?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. It's sad when I hear men, especially men that are married, that would say that the marriage is just too hard and it's not your job to figure out your wife. I think that that's ridiculous. And I don't know if these men are speaking from a biblical standpoint, but the Bible says that you're supposed to dwell with her according to knowledge. And speaking as the only woman that called in, there are a lot of things that women go through. What if your wife has just had a baby and the 6 weeks is not up yet and she can't have sex until at least the 6 weeks is up for her own personal health? Are you just gonna say, like, I don't care that you just had a baby, meet my physical needs?
You know, that's a selfish ass nigga.
Wait, can I respond? I think, let me respond.
We're saying that we don't care what happens to the woman. We just want our needs met.
Wait. Let me respond to her because I think she was
what
responding to me.
What if your wife is sick? What if she comes down with cancer or something like that?
I see where you're going with it.
I don't care what you're going through.
Anissa, I see where you're going with it, but see, this is the automatic switch that women turn on when men talk like this, right? You think like I'm not that barbaric where I'm just going to be so insensitive. My wife just had a baby or she's sick or something. No, I'm not talking about that. Women don't have sex just because they don't feel like it most of the time. It's not you painting all these extreme circumstances. Men are very compassionate with their women. Okay, but see what the problem is that men never had. No, hold on, wait. Well, let me finish. This is the problem. This is the problem right here, right? Women do not have the problems with men that men have with women. Men are mostly all the time ready. They ready to have sex. Most of the time, men are just ready to go. Women do not have that problem. They don't understand a man's plight. Then now you want to paint a picture where she on her deathbed and we still want to fuck.
Hey, R-Pain, the woman leg gotta be chopped off for a nigga not to get some pussy. Ain't that some R-Pain? God damn.
I didn't say nothing. I'm not even talking.
Go ahead, Anissa. Then we're gonna get Trey. Go ahead, Anissa.
First of all, I want to give a shout out to R-Pain because I have the ultimate respect for a man that has been married to one woman.
All I mean is that R-Pain said what she wanted to hear.
That has been married to one woman as long as he has. He has all of his children by one woman, and he knows how to treat his woman so that he has had a successful marriage. So I want to say shout out to R-Pain for that.
I appreciate that, sister. I
come up here and you try to spit some knowledge to people who are not in your shoes necessarily. But the second thing that I want to say is, do you understand the difference? I mean, really, I'm not trying to be funny or anything like that. Do you understand that there is a difference between men and women? Do you understand how emotional women are? That if that woman, for whatever reason, is not feeling heard in the relationship, or she's not being treated the way that she wants to be. BMU, don't roll your eyes like that. If there is something going on in that relationship and it has been an issue for her, whatever it is, whether you think it's reasonable or not, it's not about you at this point. Do you men not understand that could impact her wanting to willingly give herself to you? Whether you valid or not.
Who gives a damn? That's not what she signed up for.
Don't say nothing. Listen, I want to say this before anybody says anything. I'm gonna let everybody cook. Shout out to all the women who get up every morning, go to work, bust their ass, come home and still give up the ass. Shout out to that nurse who went viral.
Shout out to them.
Shout out to that nurse that went viral who worked an 17-hour shift at the hospital, got off work and still cooked her husband breakfast and fixed his lunch bag and probably gave him some ass too. She didn't put the camera on that and had everything prepared for that man without complaining. Shout out to all the women who 50 years into marriage, 60 years into marriage, still loving their husbands, caring for their men and nurturing their families still to this day. The shout out to those women. Now y'all can go ahead.
Hey, but hold on, wait.
If you have a woman like that, BMU, if you have a woman like that, why don't you want her to be happy? Why wouldn't you want her to be happy?
This is what I want to say.
Pour into her. Why wouldn't you want to?
This is what I want to say because this is what I want to say because I don't have a lot of time. I want to say this. I want to say this.
Happy wife, happy life.
I want to say this. Not only do women weaponize sex, they weaponize the Bible too. She cherry picked the Bible verse about know your woman according to knowledge. Well, guess what? There's a Bible verse from 1 Corinthians 7 chapter 5 verse. It says, deny ye not one another, except it be with consent for a time, that ye may give yourselves to fasting and praying. And then after that, come together again, that Satan tempt you not for incontinency. So guess what? The only time we not supposed to be fucking is when we fasting and praying. You understand what I'm saying? My wife is not supposed to deny her body to me at all.
Come on, boy.
And this is what I'm saying. And this is a message to all the women. If you're not ready to fuck, don't get married.
Our pain. They want to deny their body, but they want to be denied.
Is that a reasonable thing too?
What was the question? Hold on, Jay. We gotta get Jay. We gotta get Trey in there, and then we come back to you, Jay. Go ahead, Anissa, finish your question, and then we'll get to Trey.
No, I understand exactly what he's saying, but my point is, I think that and just from some of the rhetoric that I hear from some of the men that are on these panels, I could probably definitely see why you might be having problems in this area with your women, because you don't understand the emotional needs of a woman. We are not men. We're not hard like you. There are certain things that we like. There are certain things that we want, and there are certain things that we want from our man. I understand what the scripture says, but you also have to understand the emotional needs of your woman. And that's all I'm saying.
Can I add something there though before we get going?
Right after Trey though. Right after Trey. Go ahead, Trey.
Okay, go ahead, Trey.
I'm gonna go out there with R-Pain.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do the Bible talk. People only cherry pick the Bible and pick and choose what they want to use when it's beneficial to their argument. So I'm not gonna go that route. I would just say this though. You married dudes, y'all gave that up. The moment you decide to get down on one knee and propose to a woman, you essentially told her, I am no longer in control of my sex life, and it's all on you. And then what y'all try to do is y'all try to go use the Bible to guilt her into doing these things that she never really probably signed up to do in the first place. So good job. It might work for some women, but majority of the women, it's not going to work on them. If you want to maintain your leverage and your flexibility when it comes to sex, probably not a good idea to get married. Otherwise, you are no longer in control of your sex life, and she gets to determine when you get it and how often you get it. That's what y'all signed up for. So, cool for y'all married dudes. That's what y'all enjoy. I would never put myself in that situation, and I for damn sure wouldn't be having sex with one woman for the next 30 years. That sounds crazy to me. That sounds like a prison sentence. Body for the next 30 years? No, I'm cool. I'll pass on that.
And before we go to R-Pain, that scripture that Freezy read is profound simply because in those scriptures it does not ever say anything about feelings of what you feel like. It says, do not deprive your husband of sexual intimacy unless you both agree and you're fasting.
Black man, do you follow everything in the Bible? Every single thing?
No,
do you follow
What up? But that's
he cherry picks too.
I'm not cherry picking anything. That's what it says.
But you don't follow it word for word.
You're essentially saying, hey, you're supposed to give me sex whenever I ask for it because the Bible says it. And then I'm asking you, do you do everything the Bible says to do?
No, nobody does.
No, nobody does.
Hold on, but why are we talking about cherry pick? Okay, let me say this because I want to make this clear from a married perspective because I'm married. My wife will not play with no pussy with me. And if you do, and let me say this to me and out there who are married. Okay, this is my scripture. If you play it with a pussy, you will be running like a cat. You will not play with no pussy with me. Listen, in me in my house, you gonna give that. We gonna be fucking. All right. I didn't marry you to sit here and have stalemate dick or dry dick. That's just not gonna. And I think that it gets to a point that at the time the woman starts to deny you or not having sex with you or keeping you away from sex, she has abandoned the marriage and the man has the right to rid himself of that woman.
But man, this is what I want to know. I want to ask all the men. But Trey, this is what I want to know. Go ahead, R-Pain. I'm sorry, R-Pain. Go ahead.
Let me just go next because I'm hearing. Listen, it's funny because I agree with both Trey and Freezy. Trey, if you don't want to get married, if you want to have one leg, you don't get married. So you're right. I agree with you, Freezy, that a woman should give you her sex as part of her obligation to you as a marriage. And like I've said this on panels plenty of times, my wife has never used sex as a weapon or a reward with me. Here's what I do preemptively, right? And I think this is one of the reasons why I never had that problem. I look at my wife as an emotional being and I fill up her bank account. So when it comes time for her to give me sex, I never have no trouble no matter what the situation is. Maybe it's not because of what I do and she's just doing it before her obligation, but I don't even care about that. I just make sure that our relationship is always on a point where I don't have to worry about the things that I hear that you guys talk about. So my wife doesn't deny me.
Okay, wait, R-Pain.
Because wait a minute, the Bible verse doesn't say the one that I'm not even going for the Bible, but that verse you guys read, it doesn't say treat your woman like shit and expect her to do all of this stuff either. It just says it doesn't say treat her nice, doesn't say treat her bad. If you just look at your woman and say, listen, for all the credits I burn by being your husband, I'm gonna make sure I fill up your emotional bank account on a regular basis. And it's not a big thing for me to do that. And so she always
you paying your wife to get sex. You paying your wife to get sex?
You know what I mean? I'm
Wait,
talking
wait,
on a
hold
high.
on, Trey.
I'm talking
Trey,
on a high
let me
level.
say this. Wait, hold on, Arpain. Let me say this.
But if you understand how to be emotionally attached with a woman, it has nothing to do with fucking money, man.
Let me say this. Let me say this, Arpain. Let me say this right quick. Let me say this. Arpain, that's fine. You say you fill up your wife's bank account, and therefore you don't have a difficulty getting sex from your wife. Okay. My wife has sex with me because she cares about her marriage. Period. Point blank.
So that doesn't go against what I just said.
Hold on. Let me finish. My wife has sex with me because she cares about her marriage. She cares about her husband.
Okay.
It's see, y'all try to make it rocket science and like it's a math equation. No, my wife cares about me. My wife cares. It's not that hard to make Freezy bust a fucking nut. It ain't that hard. We making this shit so difficult. It's not difficult.
I'm not making it difficult at all. Because I don't think
my wife cares of me.
Hold on this, Arpain. I want to say something to you. You married a good woman, and that's why your wife is married to you. Now, now what in the reverse of that is, we need to speak now because you married a good woman. She with you. Y'all been together over 3 decades.
Right.
I want to speak to the women out here who are 30, 40, 50, 60, 75 years old, still looking for daddy to come through and marry them. Because they not doing what your wife did, because they were doing what your wife did, they fucking be married.
They just got to wait on somebody to emotionally trick on them, like
exactly.
Arpain is on. Once somebody starts to emotionally trick on them, because a lot of y'all husbands, that's what y'all doing. Y'all emotionally tricking on these women.
Right. But
before we go, Freezy, are you trying to tell me, man, you don't have no emotional connection to your wife other than her obligation to you?
You're missing the point. You're missing
the point. You're missing my point by what you said to how I answered. You missed my point.
No,
so
you missed Arpain. Respectfully, brother, this is the deal. This is why these conversations get lost, right? These conversations get lost, and we give women the wrong message. It's a woman's priority.
I agree.
Listen to what I'm saying. It's a woman's priority to build up the house that she's married under. It's her priority. It's her priority to make sure there's peace in the house. You understand what I'm saying? It's her priority to make sure when I come home, I don't have no stress. It's her priority to make sure it's food on the table. It's her priority to make sure the house is clean. Now, I'm not saying I don't help my wife clean the house sometime, and I'm not saying I don't help my wife prep for food sometime, but it's her priority. You understand what I'm saying? Let me finish. And so this is where things get, let me finish. This is where things get lost. And so when women go to negotiating about giving Freezy peace, we got a damn problem. We have a problem. So, and I want to add this too. You are as valuable as you make yourself. That's women. Women are as valuable as they make themselves. You think if my wife is, listen, my wife, I don't have no problems with my wife, and I treat my wife good. I treat Miss Freezy good. Let me tell you something, because my wife has presented herself to be valuable to Freezy. You understand what I'm saying? Now, if my wife was around here talking about, I don't feel like having sex because I'm stressed, or, I ain't got enough money, or, her value is going to go down. And women have these sob stories. They always have this stuff. My husband cheated on me. Yeah, because you weren't draining his balls. That's why.
Well, Freezy, it sounds like you're arguing with me because I don't disagree with anything you said.
No, I'm not. Hold on. Let me say this. This is how I talk. This is just how I'm not arguing.
Actually, I do know that, but it's cool. I think we're in lockstep, man. But I just think we're saying different words.
Right.
When you said you treat your wife good, that's what I mean.
And before Kasim get back in here,
that's what I mean. Maybe I should have just said that. I treat my wife well.
So this weekend, as you can see on Friday,
you don't have no choice. Otherwise, she's not gonna have sex with you.
Right. And Friday.
I think that was the difference.
My thing is this. So Friday, I didn't do barbershop. I wasn't on Saturday.
And
then I'm back on today. Yeah, right. Now, let me tell you what happened. I came home.
That emotional bank account.
No. Watch this. I came home from work on Friday. My wife said, "You got a show today?" I said, "Baby, you know I got a show every Friday. It's barbershop." She said, "No, you don't." I said, "Why is that?" She said, "I have something planned." She said, "All the stuff already packed up in the car. Let's go." I said, "Where we going?" She said, "Don't worry about that. Just ride." I said, "Okay." Rode out. She had the room. She took me to dinner. The next morning, I got up. She went and got me a damn pedicure. Goddamn. I got my hair cut, lined up. Had breakfast, had dinner that night. Man, what? And then listen, she did that for me. She said, "You seem like you've been doing a lot. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that I loved you and I cared for you." Boom. I said, "Okay, baby, I so appreciate you." Right? So my thing is, how many women are doing that? Because the other night I remember Anissa saying, "Why can't a man just come in and know that his wife wants to go on a date?"
Well, you are so disingenuous. It's just ridiculous.
Listen, I'm just telling you how my weekend went, and listen,
and you know what? And that is good, and that's why I said. And Payne actually said it correct. He takes care of his woman, and his woman takes care of you. There is nothing wrong with what your wife did for you. That is excellent. My thing is, are men doing the same thing for their wives? Because it sounds like you want women to go back to the 30s where they pick cotton from sun up to sundown, and they churn the butter, and they killed the cows and killed the chickens, and they did all of that in a day. It sounds like that's what you want to go back to, because you keep
ma'am. No, ma'am. The point I'll be making when I say that,
you don't want women to have a happy life.
When I say that,
happy wife, you don't want that for women.
Anissa, when I say that, Anissa, I'm saying that those women had more value than the women today, and they're more valuable than y'all today.
They had no choice but to live the life that they lived. They had no choice.
Kasim, go ahead, Kasim.
What were you going to do if you didn't pick that cotton? What were you going to do?
Go ahead, Kasim.
It sounds like to me.
Pick that cotton all day. What's going to happen to those women?
Well, it sounds like to me.
Hang on.
If you didn't kill those cows and those chickens,
what choice do y'all have now? Because y'all dying alone. Old.
No, we're not dying alone. We're not dying alone, but we have a choice. I don't have to pick
you're not
cotton all
married.
day. I don't have to kill my own food. And I don't have to do that. And those women those women still had husbands, and they had no protection.
Anissa, you yapping, but you ain't got no man. Where's your husband?
You couldn't protect them from what? Where's your wife?
Where's your husband, Anissa?
Where's your wife?
Where's your husband?
You're a valuable man.
Hey, look, I got plenty of time to get married. I'm not as old as you are. I got plenty of time.
It doesn't matter, but I have the person that I want. And he doesn't come on YouTube like these men, because you all need help with women.
Where's your husband?
I'm a PhD. That's not where he is.
No, he doesn't exist. He
doesn't need to come up here for advice from men about
he doesn't
have
exist.
To complain about 50-50. He doesn't have to complain about his women
He doesn't exist. You're doing a lot of yapping, but
you men come up here and
hold on, Anissa. We got to get Kasim in here. Hold on. Go ahead, Kasim.
You know, it sounds as though that capable men are getting positive responses from women, right? Freezy's getting a positive response from his woman. I'm getting a positive response from my girl. Our Payne's getting a positive response from his wife. You are getting a positive response from your wife. So there are commonalities in that. We are capable men, and they see that, right? And we understand that, like, as leaders, as long as we're doing our priorities and doing what we're supposed to do as men, and the women see that, they respond to it. So now what I would say is, if women are not seeing that within that man who is the leader, right? Who's going to get the brunt of the results. And for me, any good leader should know and understand the people in his covering, right? Under his control, under his covering. You should know everything there is to know about those individuals, because it is your responsibility in order for them to live the best life as possible and to be the most helpful to you as possible. And I know as a manager in this real world here that I'm dealing with, that I got to go through this conference for a week, I'm going to make sure that I get a chance to know every person that's in my particular department, the ins and out of that person, what they like, what they don't like, to know what their strengths are and what their weaknesses are, right? Because as a leader, I have to use all of those things and put it in my problem solving to make sure that they get the best outcome, not only for themselves, but as a group. And I think a lot of men really can't articulate what they're doing for their wives and for their spouses, because that's exactly what you're doing. You're listening to what your wife is saying, right? Obviously, you want to make sure that she's in the best situation as possible. So whatever she says, you take that in your problem solving and you put that is you add that to the greater good of the relationship, and she benefits from that, right? So I'm just a big believer that women have certain things that they respond to within men, and one of the things they respond to is us being capable. If you're a capable man, she got something to submit to. If you're having these problems with these women, then maybe it's not always on them, because we know they respond to certain traits in men. We know that. That's just my point.
Wait, well, let me say, Trey. I mean, not Trey, but Kasim. Let me say this. You're absolutely right. I'm not saying you should rule your house with an iron fist, right? I understand exactly what you're saying. I know my wife. We're friends. We were friends before we got married. We're very in tune with one another. But it baffles me that, because you mentioned, it's funny you mentioned business. You kind of correlated, relationship with
Leadership.
your wife with, right. I get that. But it's just funny to me, even when you correlate marriage with business, right? Women, the only time women understand they need to handle business is when they need to get up for work. Listen, when a woman is, even if a woman is tired and she don't want to go to work, guess what she gonna do for her boss? She gonna get up and take her ass to work. I don't have to say, baby, why don't you go to work? What's wrong? No, she get up and she take her ass to work. And guess what? In that connotation, that's when they understand they need to handle business. But for some reason, when it come to Freezy, I got to go through all these hula hoops, jump through all these hula hoops just to get her to do basic shit, like have sex. Women don't have this problem when they have to actually handle their own business. When they have to I guarantee you, Anissa is not married, right? And I don't know if she lives alone or not, but if she has a 9-to-5, I guarantee you she gets her ass up and go to work, even when she don't want to.
You want to know why, Freezy?
Why?
Because she knows that 9 to 5 is very pivotal to her survival, and is a priority within that. That job provides her survival and provides her independence. And it has to get to a point where the man is capable enough that he supersedes that. That same respect that she gives to that boss, that survival mode, she gives to her husband. She gives to that man. So I would just say continue to be capable, right? And eventually the tide will turn. But that's why she goes to work. It's important for her survival and for her independence. Obviously, not obviously, but the man may not be at even to that. So obviously, she's going to be selfish and look out for herself and do what's best for her and her interests.
But
Right?
Kasim, listen, Kasim, to me, you're absolutely right. I agree with you. But to me, that's selfish. Because let me tell you something. If you agree to get married, this is the whole thing we're saying, Kasim. If a woman agrees to get married, right? Well, guess what she's told her husband? He is the most important thing in her life. That's what she communicated to her husband once she went to the justice of the peace. That's all I'm saying. But you're absolutely right. If she listen, I understand it's for survival, right? But I just urge women to give these young women the right message. And what Anissa is saying, if a young woman is listening to this, that's the wrong message. They're going to end up not married, old and not married, just like her. And then the older women always say, "Oh, I got somebody in my life." You still going together at 50 years old?
She got a boyfriend. She in her 50s. She got a boyfriend.
That shit don't count. That's a shame. Listen, what I'm saying, listen, it's an honor for a man to ask you to marry him. That's an honor. It's not an honor to be a girlfriend at 50 years old.
Can I respond to that, Freezy? First of all, I have been married before, okay?
What happened? You weren't having sex?
No, I'm not going to get into my personal business on here. But I have been married before. The marriage did not work out. It just so happened that things are the way that they are. But It doesn't mean I don't have a problem attracting the men that I want. I attract the men that are in my age group. I'm not looking for a 30-year-old. I'm not looking for a 40-year-old. I'm not looking for a baby daddy. I'm not looking for any of those things. The men that I want to attract, I have no problem attracting them. And I wasn't 50, Trey. I wasn't 50 when I got divorced. Okay.
Are you not in your 50s now? Are you not in your 50s now?
I have no problem attracting the men that I want to be involved with. And none of the men that I want to be involved with come up here and complain about women the way that you all do. None of them. None of them.
Because you always choose
wait. Did you say none of them as in more than
they don't
one?
have time to come on YouTube and complain
as in more than one? How many dudes you talking to, Anissa?
I told you I have one. What do you mean?
You said none of them as in plural.
I know that
you said none of them as in plural.
Whether they are, I'm talking about whether they are family, the person that I'm dating, my friends, or whatever, and they are all successful men, very successful men. None of them have to come on YouTube and have these conversations because they don't have these problems in their
relationship. Yet somehow you know all these successful men, you can't find one to marry.
Just like you know all those women in DC and you can't get a woman.
Again, Anissa, you keep trying to put me on the same level. Anissa, no, I have plenty of women. I don't want to get married. I don't want to get married.
Just because I'm not currently
I live
married,
a different lifestyle than you live, Anissa. I don't want to be married. Why would I ever
So why are you up here talking about women? Women aren't what they used to be and all of that when you don't even want one.
Which is why I won't get married.
You don't even want one, so why do you even join in?
I didn't say I don't want a woman. I said I don't want to get married. There's a difference.
Well, but I thought this platform was supposed to be about getting men and women together so we could get married and build families and build children and all of that.
No, that
so
shit
you
dead.
want to perpetuate the baby mama, baby daddy thing.
No, that shit's dead.
Can I ask the men a question? Hey Trey, let me ask the men a question. Let's just flip it. If a man was not having sex or was causing sexless marriages as much as women, what would be the number one thing a man would get accused of?
Cheating.
Abuse.
This is the disparaging difference. Women got it. They get all the excuses in the world. They do.
Freezy, they would say that we're abusing them, romantically abusing. The same way they say that we financially abuse them. If you tell a woman that we're not spending money on that because it's too expensive. Oh, he's committing financial abuse now. So they would just find a way to turn it into being a victim and saying, well, he's not having sex with me, so he's abusing me somehow. That's what they would do. They'd figure it out.
So what are your thoughts about Freezy? Freezy, what are your thoughts about this whole thing about what you and Anissa were just talking about being too old to have a boyfriend? Do you think that's something that we're just saying as a shot toward the older people, or do you think that's a reality?
No, I think that's what I said was I meant what I said. That's a shame. See, this is a thing. This is a thing. When women get older, right? When women get older, they should have reached a level in their lives where they're living as an example for younger women. Right? It's not conducive for an older woman to still be out here trying out men. You're still trying out men. That's what you're doing. And I will subscribe to this. If the guy that Anissa has, if this is the one, if this guy is the one, well, go ahead and marry his ass. He don't want to marry you. You're still trying out men.
Freezy, you don't know me, and you have no idea what you're talking about.
Say I don't know them, and all, bro.
You don't know anybody's situation. So how can you make a blanket statement like that?
Your situation. What are you talking about?
So if a woman is single, doesn't she have to get to know someone in order to marry them, or do you just walk up and say, "My name is Anissa, let's get married"?
Hey, black. You don't know when I got married. You don't know when I got divorced. She want to spend the rest of her life trying to get to know a man. You have no idea. You don't have time to be getting to know people.
That's a fact.
You have to get to know someone. You can't just walk up to a stranger and say, "Hi, you want to get married?"
You don't have the time to get to know guys.
I think
you need to move quickly.
Anissa, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. Anissa, how long have you been dating the young man that you've been dating?
I've only been dating him for 3 months, and I told you guys that. I mean, you just don't meet a man and say, "Hi, my name is Anissa. You want to get married? You want to get married? Let's just go get married." It's a process, just like when you all got married in your 20s or 30s or 40s or whatever. There's a process in getting to know someone, and that is where I am. It's not like I have never been in this situation. It's not like I have never, ever been married in my life. I have been. The relationship did not work, so you move on. You don't know how long I was married, and you don't know how long I've been divorced to put myself back out here in the game. But here's the thing. I know what I bring to the table, and I know what my value is. I'm not anybody's baby mama. You know, I don't have all the stuff that you love to throw on Black women, like this is all Black women and all Black women are messed up and screwed up. That's not my reality. But and because of that, I don't have to just pick any man just because I'm in my 50s. And no, let me just grab somebody, you know, because I just need to be married or whatever. So people on YouTube or whatever can be satisfied. I can care less about any of that. I want to have the right person in my life. I want to have the man that God has for me. And if that means I need to take 3 months or 6 months or whatever, then that's what I'm going to do.
So I can ask you a question.
I really could care less about the opinions of people on YouTube that don't know me.
So may I ask you a
If you
question
call
on this
right now, $9.99, God will send you a blessing right now. All you gotta do is pick up that phone, call
hold
dial
on, Jay.
999,
Hold
and
on, Jay. Hold on,
God
Jay.
will give you this blessing.
So let me say this, Jay, real quick. So Anissa, do you think that, and anybody on the panel can answer it, but I want Anissa to answer first. Then we'll get Embrace the Grace in here. Then we'll go back around. Hey, Embrace the Grace. Do you think that it's a red flag? Anissa, this is you. Do you think it's a red flag for a woman to be in her 50s, no kids, and no husband dating?
I don't think that it's a red flag. If the woman has been married before and the marriage didn't work for whatever the reason, I'm not going to get into all my personal, business in front of a bunch of strangers. But if something happened, just like a lot of men get on these panels, you all are divorced, y'all got multiple baby mamas and babies and all of that. Nobody wants that mess either. Okay, let's be clear. So if a woman has been married before, something happened, whatever happened in the marriage, she has moved on from that, and she knows that she's a wife and she wants to be married, and those are the kind of men that she surrounds. I don't have these Pookie and Ray Ray conversations like y'all have. I don't have these 50-50 conversations like y'all have. I don't have any of these conversations with the men that I'm surrounded by. I surround myself with the people that I want to be with. And for those men, some of those men have been divorced. Some things happen. Some of those men, their wives have passed for whatever reason, sickness or whatever. Some of those men actually get divorced. Are you saying that those men aren't worthy to be husbands?
Well, I will say this, because I gotta go right now. And thank y'all for having me.
Absolutely,
I appreciate y'all. I want to say this. I will give you credit for being married before. I want to say that because that is important. You have been married before, and that does deserve credit, right? But it just seems like you still have this ideology of happy wife, happy life, right? A husband should make his wife happy, and in return, she will make him happy. And to me, that is a very immature way of thinking for a woman. And for you to be the age you are, and you still have that mindset, is very disappointing. And
I think that you have it incorrect.
Oh, wait, let me finish. And I this is just my opinion, my humble opinion. Okay. If you still got that mindset, I would not urge you to get married. You might not need some marriage is not for everybody. I'm pretty sure Kasim can attest to that. Pretty sure Arpain can attest to that. Like, I don't say, hey, you need to get married. Marriage is not easy. The principles that need to be adhered to, it's not something that your average everyday person will be willing to follow, especially women, because they're very emotional creatures. You understand what I'm saying? Like, men are more logical. This is why the men up here are talking like this. Women are all over the place. They're very emotional creatures. All I'm saying is that if young women have that, most young women, that's a young woman's mentality. Happy wife, happy life. It really is. And once you reach a level of maturity as a woman, you will understand that's faulty thinking, and all you're gonna do is repeat dysfunctional relationships, and that's a bad message to give to younger women. That's all I'm saying.
And I'll respond to that. That is not the message that I'm giving. My whole thing was, I believe that husbands should pour into their wives, and I believe that wives should also pour into their husbands. I believe that both should be committed and invested to taking care of one another. Oftentimes, what I hear on these panels, I don't hear that. I hear everything that the woman is supposed to do, but I hear very little about men pouring into their wives. That's I understand because I've been there. Okay. So I know my responsibility as a wife. I also know the responsibilities of a husband. You're supposed to be invested into each other and meeting each other's needs and things, of understanding that the woman is a lot more emotional. We're not as logical. We are more emotional, but it's just the way God made us. If you have a problem with that, then you have to take it up with the Lord himself. But we are different. So both are supposed to take care of each other. It is not supposed to be one-sided. And sometimes it sounds very one-sided on these panels. That's all I'm saying, Freezy.
Yeah, and I think what keeps us in check, I think what keeps all of us in check, right? And this is just for all the believers on the panel. What keeps all of us in check, even with your emotions, and even with sometimes my irrational thinking, right? My irrational logic, is the word of God, the tenets that God has handed down to us. If I follow what God say and I do what God say, I'm going to be in line. If you do what God say, if you follow what God say, you don't have to worry about following your emotions. But a lot of people say they follow the word of God, but they really don't. He got it laid out for, he had the instructions laid out for us. And it's in the Bible, there is instructions for a successful marriage. I believe that. I really do.
And how does it say that the husband is to treat the wife in the Bible?
It says, husbands, love your wives. Wives, respect your husbands.
And how is the husband to love his wife?
He is to love her in all things. He is not to, like, he's not going to pedestalize her.
Give me the word, please.
But he's going to love. I'm giving it to you.
What is Ephesians 5? Give me the word.
He's going to love her.
He's going to love as the God loved the church. That's what you want to hear?
Exactly. The husband is to love the wife as God loves the church.
Right.
Look at D-Town. I see you. Wow.
I see you, boy.
Hey, man, it's like,
so,
I ain't new to this. I'm true to this shit, man.
And it's for the wife. And it's for the wife. It says, husband, love their wives as God loves the church.
Christ loved the church, sacrificing everything for her to present her without spot or blemish. It says all of that.
Right. Now, hold on.
At the end of that chapter, it says, then wives, see that you respect your husband. So the Bible denoted twice as many verses to the man, commanding him to love as he did to the woman, saying
Anissa,
that's because you all have the great responsibility.
Anissa, I don't think. Anissa,
so if you want to argue about that, tell me that's not.
Anissa, there's no argument. You don't want to do the Bible with me.
No, is that not what it says, though? I said, how does the word say that the husband is to love the wife? You didn't give me it all.
Yes, no, but then you went on down to what I was going, where it says that respect your husband. What does respect look like? You had everything for what the man's supposed to do. What is respect?
That's what I want to know.
Because when you deny your man, that's disrespect. That's not respect.
I never said that you should. I never said that you should. Exactly. That's where you get way off on these tangents. Like that's what I said, and that women should not be having sex with their husbands. I never ever said that.
Well, thank you for saying that, because when you did,
hold on, Jay. I got it. Let me finish this, because I'm not going off for no tangent. I'm telling you what the word says. Even if you want to go to Proverbs is an entire book of the Bible talking about how
women should not have sex with their husbands.
I never said you said it. So then now you went off on a tangent.
You
said that.
I said that happened on this sexless marriage thing. I didn't even say anything about it.
Anissa, I brought the statistic up because the statistic is real. 75% of men who are in marriages suffer from sexless marriages. That means somebody's out of line in that if they're believers, and 70, let's just say for shits and giggles, they're all believers. That means 75% of women are out of line in their marriages by not sexually satisfying their husband, because the Bible says for women to please her man.
Yeah, but just to break up the monotony, right? So aren't those men out of line with the Bible? Wait a minute, BMU. Aren't those men out of the line with the Bible by allowing that shit as well?
Well, back you can't do to a woman what you did in the Bible days, which you can't do that today. But what I'm saying,
you can divorce them, right? You can divorce them,
right? And that's what I was saying earlier. The Bible also speaks of a man being in a Bible. I mean, being in a marriage with a woman. That's desertion. Anytime a woman is out of line of what the vow she took to that man has every right to leave her. He does not have to be with her, so he can leave. The desertion of a marriage is
economic penalties today. So
yeah, you're not following what God said for you to do as a wife. Your husband has a right to leave you and move on. The Bible also says the man will not be penalized for leaving the woman if the woman deserted the marriage by way of not following what it is to be the wife to the husband. It's right there in the Bible. Just look it up and read it. It's right there.
But guys, we also have to keep in mind that these men are doing certain things. He's talking about a certain type of man. Yeah, he's talking about a certain type of man that does all these, that keeps the word close to his heart. He's talking about a certain type of man that these things that are happening to. I think sometimes they get lost in translation, that a lot of men really don't measure up. And they're wondering why they're getting the results that they're getting from these women is because they just basically don't measure up. So it's not like he's telling every man should get the same thing as equal. No, he's talking about a specific man with specific qualities, with specific virtues.
Yeah,
that man. Right? And I believe a man with those particular virtues that are doing those things, he's going to have far less likely for the women not doing what she's supposed to do on her behalf, what her responsibilities are. I truly believe that because I know female nature. I do know that they respond to certain attributes and certain characteristics that men do. They have a big response to that. I'm well aware of that. Right. So we have to make sure that, we can't assume that men are okay and then they have all this virtuous and they're doing all these things. I don't assume that. I assume that most men have not done the internal work on themselves. Most men don't have conflict resolution skills. Most men don't know how to communicate. Most men don't want to listen to the women that are under their covering, right? And know how to protect, provide, problem solve, and all of that. That's just my belief, So I think at the end of the day, men and women, we are better together. And it's important for us to learn how to talk and communicate and understand one another so we can all get the best outcome, which is what? Which is peace and harmony.
Now
there's a scripture. I need somebody to hit. There's a scripture. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't quote it right now. Forgive me, but maybe Kasim or BMU can help me out. But there's a scripture that describes even if a husband is not in line.
Come on.
Even if a husband is not in line.
Yes. Even if the husband is not in line, is an unbeliever. That's what it says. Even if the husband is an unbeliever.
Well, we're not supposed to be marrying unbelievers, but go ahead.
No, this is what the scripture says. I'll give it to you. You can read it on your study time.
No, you need to tell me. I'm not supposed to marry an unbeliever, so I wouldn't choose an unbeliever. But I know what the scripture says.
Even if the husband is an unbeliever, it is the responsibility of that woman to show God, to show up, right? To show up when that man's out of line, and that man will get back in line based on what that man is already instilling to that woman. So that means, let me give you an example. If I'm with my wife and I'm a God-fearing man, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do, and I get in a season of my life where I just fall the fuck off. In everything that I put into my wife, everything that I've instilled in her and who God is and what God is, and I lost my way. Everything that I put into my wife, it shows up in my wife and brings me back to where I need to be as a man of God. It straightens me back out, right? It puts me back on the path where I'm supposed to be. That's what that scripture is saying. Now, even in Proverbs 31, because Kasim, you put that shit together. I got to clip that. That was amazing how you broke down what the man is supposed to do. That's amazing. And I mean, that is amazing. I love that. And not to counter that, but to add to that, because you said you believe that man and women are supposed to be together. That's what we're supposed to be, and that's why it takes a particular type of man, and it also takes a particular type of woman. When you read that scripture and you broke it down, it also says Proverbs 31. It right down at 10, I believe. It says that a virtuous woman, who can find one? She is more valuable than ruby. She's more so. Who can find one? That first line is what defines what it is. A virtuous woman, who can find one? Meaning, she's gonna be rare. You ain't gonna just find that woman anywhere. You ain't gonna just find her in the club, in the store, at a bookstore, at an art gallery. Oh no. Is a virtuous woman is very hard to find. A good woman is hard to find. And I think Art Payne, I'm gonna flip over to you. I think Art Payne, I think you found that woman, and God bless you, brother. God bless you.
Wait, before you go to Art Payne, BMU, I found the scripture is 1 Peter 3:1. It says, "Wives likewise be submissive to your own husbands, that even if," this is how submissive you're supposed to be to your husband. This is the magnitude at how you're supposed to, how much you're supposed to be, how submissive you're supposed to be to your husband. Be submissive to your own husbands, that even if some do not obey the word, they without a word may be won by the conduct of their wives. A wife's job is to always win over her husband.
Yes, sir. He preaching.
Correct. But you also have to think of it this way, right? That particular man was pouring into his wife, filling her up with spirit, filling her up with kindness, filling her up with adding to her virtue, so she has enough to sustain, right? And part of that virtue is recognizing when her man is not, either his tank is not full or is running empty. She should be able to take that virtue that she got from him and to restore him, right? And I think in relationships we do that, right? Particularly when a man is facing some type of financial, setback, whether he lost his job or whatever the case may be. That is when that woman takes all of that essence that he has poured into her, and she pours it right back into him.
Kasim, but you know as well as I do, most divorces end because of finances. And most divorces are filed by women.
Yes. So, and most of the issue is the root of it is really communication, right?
I agree with that.
That communication that lack of communication brings about certain emotions in the woman. We all know that with women, emotion is law, and she's going to follow that emotion wherever it goes because she wants whatever response it is to be continuous. So the root of that is the communication, right? And being a big communicator and a really good problem solver, right? To be able to talk about these issues. But again, she has to see the work. She has to see you working and striving in order to try to get back to where you were. And that is enough to kind of calm her emotions down. As long as she sees that we're trying to produce and we're being capable, that is what gets her over the hump. But once she starts to see that we've lost our confidence, we lost our edge, right? We're not productive anymore. Now that survival thing kicks in. Now it's like, okay, this man that I once know now my survival is shaky. Now I need to go ahead and provide my own survival. So I really believe that the scripture is talking about a certain man, a certain type of man, and we should not forget that not everyone qualifies to be that man.
And I want to say this. I want to say this. If you're a man like me, well, everybody's supposed to be working out their own salvation.
Correct.
Right. Even if a woman does not have a man that's deeply into the word of God, she should be. She shouldn't allow a man to send her to hell. No, she should work out her own salvation. That scripture that I just read, she should know that scripture. And she should be her man's blessing. The guy that's not obeying at the time, she should be able to be his blessing. Anissa should be able to work out her own salvation. She should study to show her own self-approved, right? But I do want to say this, right? I will say this, and some men will probably call Freezy a simp for saying this, right? Once I made this decision to marry my wife, even if my wife withholds sex from me, I'm not going to cheat on my wife. Now, I know the side chick rhetoric is huge in these spaces, but I don't subscribe to that. I'm the type of man, once I marry you, that's it. And guess what? It goes back to what Art Payne was saying in the beginning. Guess what? Freezy must not have chose as good as he thought he did. You feel what I'm saying?
I didn't say that.
No, when I first came up, you were saying it's the man's fault if he chose a woman, you believe ultimately it's the man's fault if he chose a woman that ends up withholding sex from him.
But I didn't direct that at you though.
No. I didn't say no. I speak in third person. I'm sorry. I know you wasn't directing at me. What I'm saying is that I subscribe to that too. You know, I'm not going to cheat on my wife. You know, I'm just going to have to endure and pray, fast. You know, I do all that kind of good stuff. But that does not eliminate the responsibility of my wife and her punishment that I believe God will hand down on her. My wife fears God. She fears God, and I do too. That's all I would say.
Hey, so let me just go real quick. You said something, BMU, and it's still in this whole realm. When you said about the virtuous woman, they're like gold, rubies, and all that kind of stuff, right? The real issue is not when you say a man that has to find her. One of the problems we have with men today, they wouldn't be able to recognize that woman if they seen her.
Exactly.
That's one of the problems that we have, man. So many guys today look at all women like pork chops and shit, man. If they can't fuck them, they don't have no use for them. And so they ain't even sticking around long enough to see if there's anything underneath the veil.
Exactly.
You know, and so my issue, and I said this before, I'm gonna be real quick, is when I found my wife, I didn't have sex with anybody for at least 9 months. And, you know, and this is part of my reflection because that's what happened. I had girls in the queue, but I knew I wasn't going to marry them. I knew I wasn't going to go nowhere. But when I met my wife, there was something different that day. And the first time I started talking to her at the party, I met her at a party, a terrible party, from my best friend. He introduced me to her. We haven't stopped talking since that day. That day. And our first date, we went from a date to courting. But let me just finish. I was able to recognize her.
You fell right into what we're saying. You had some bitches in your Rolodex.
Yeah, but you still missing my point. I didn't fool with those chicks though.
You had some women in your Rolodex. And when you met this woman, it was something about that woman. Because if you noticed her in the beginning, the Rolodex wouldn't have existed. You seen something in this woman.
I didn't know her. Now, so you take it. You can't take my story and bend it so for your benefit. Okay, I'm trying to tell you that. No, I told you that I didn't have. I could have slept with these women, but I didn't. And I didn't meet my wife. I didn't meet my future wife yet. I was abstinent for those 9 months. And when I saw her, it was just something different, you know, and I think it was for me now that I reflect back, if I was able to recognize her when I saw her, if I was still stroking, I might have missed it. She would have just been another piece, maybe. And a lot of guys miss the blessing because they look at all women as sex. Okay, I got one more fucking thing to say and then I'll shut up. A lot of guys get on me by saying, I've been married for so long, I don't know what's going on. And my problem with that is my wife never stopped being a woman for all the years I've known her. That's one. Two, all the women I've interacted with in my life over those 37 years, superiors in my job, subordinates, peers, everybody, all these women I had to interact with. The one thing I didn't try to do was take them to bed. So that means I had to know almost everything else about these women. I knew their wants, their needs, their pains. They talked to me. So I got a chance to know women from their basic who they are because I wasn't trying to fuck them. Right? So now, to me, if I had to weigh whether I'm stroking everybody or getting to learn, I learned a lot about women just because I only had one that I was sleeping with. And so now that I reflect, I don't have any issue understanding women, even in the modern times. That's why if my wife was gone, I wouldn't be over here soaking, like, you know, having trouble with these women because I think women are still fucking women. They've been that way since the beginning of time. The only thing that's changed is the tools that we use and abuse. But the basic nature is still the same, and that's how I see them. Some people can understand that, and some people don't.
I'm gonna say this.
I get it.
I'm gonna get embracing here. So a man who fuck a lot of women is not able to see what God has for him. Embrace the grace is in the building today.
Yeah.
What's going on? What's going on?
Grace, what do you have to say about this? Because I know you've been back there steaming like a piece of.
Well, first of all, I would like to.
Anything I said.
I would like to say it's not happy wife, happy life. It's not happy spouse, happy house. It's happy king, happy kingdom. Okay? Because happy life, happy wife is too soft. Happy spouse, happy house is too mild. We need to get these women to understand that the man is the head of the household, period.
Nobody denied that.
Period.
Nobody denied it.
But all this back and forth is not indicative of what you're saying. Just the back and forth, the insubordination and the back talking, it's not showing that you're cooperating.
You're up here to be insubordinate too.
I'm back talking you on this.
There's nobody on this panel that's over me. Excuse me.
So why do you come on these panels and you say you don't respect the men on the panel? So then what's the purpose?
I didn't say I did not have respect. I came up.
Yes, you did. You said you don't. The men on this panel, I don't show.
I'm insubordinate to anyone on this panel. There is no one that's over me on this panel.
You don't back talk me, you hear me?
All of these, everybody on this panel is a complete stranger to me. But I don't disrespect any of them. I don't curse them. I don't call them names. I don't do any of those things.
So stop back talking.
I'm just giving a female perspective. I'm sorry.
The thing is that you have to respect men in general and not just your husband. And that's, let me speak. See, you're interrupting me. You're interrupting me now.
Are you married?
Are you interrupting me? Let me finish now. You had your time.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The thing is that most little girls and most young women are not being taught at an early age to respect, value, and appreciate men. That starts from a little girl. And unfortunately, it's not happening because 80% of babies are being born out of wedlock. So there is no father in the household to teach a young lady to respect and appreciate and value men. That's the first thing. Okay? So to say that you're only going to respect your husband, you got to respect men in general, period. I mean, period. Because the men are the leaders of this world. The men are the ones that make this world comfortable for us. The men are the ones that built this infrastructure for us to take our ass to a house, to drive a car, to use the sewer system, to do everything. Men can live without women, but a woman cannot live without a man. And we need to understand that. But the only way these modern women are going to learn this is when the shit hits the fan and we're in a purge situation in martial law. Then you're going to be like, where the men at? Where the men at? I need help. I need toilet paper. I need sanitizer. I mean, when are we going to get it that we need to smile more? Say hello. You know, treat our men better. I can call any man right now and get whatever I want because I've always been respectful. I've always been nice. I know how to respect men. But a lot of and this is not to you, but a lot of women nowadays just don't value men. They're only used as a resource. I'm going to say something that was very sad to me that was told by a man. The only time a man gets flowers is at his funeral. Let that sit. The only time a man gets flowers is at his funeral. Why? Why? When they're the ones that provide and protect and raise our children and do everything. I'm not saying that all men are perfect. A lot of men need a lot of guidance too because they're raised without a father in their household and they're not taught to be leaders. But we're not helping the situation by not knowing our role as a woman. We're so worried about what a man is supposed to do. We teach all women about how you're supposed to treat a man, but we don't take the time to teach women we teach men how we're supposed to treat women, but we don't take the time to teach women how we're supposed to treat a man. And why is that? I mean, make it make sense.
So can I ask a question, BMU? Miss Embrace, or should I just
yes, sir. Whatever you feel comfortable with.
Okay, Miss Embrace. So is it your opinion then that men are not responsible for the behavior of women inside of relationships?
is men are not responsible for the behavior. Yes, they are responsible because they are the leader, and you're supposed to lead and set the gateway of how that woman should be acting. And the reason, and I'll repeat it again, I did it on another show where I'm Black Man Unfiltered. The reason shit has gotten so bad is because too many men have been sitting in the sideline, not setting boundaries, not putting on stipulations, and just allowing women to run rapid and with this bullshit ass behavior. Stop being simps and take the seat at the head of the table like y'all supposed to be. I get it. A lot of men were not taught to be leaders. But if you can YouTube all this other bullshit, you can YouTube on how to be a better man or how to become a leader. Get some, go be a part of a wolf pack. Go surround yourself with other men. Go get mentorship. There's just no excuse. Women too. Go to etiquette school. Go to wife school. We got to do better. And the only way we do better is by researching, reading our Bible, and learning from each other.
So I want to make sure that you understand what you're saying right now. You're saying that men should have standards and boundaries.
Yes.
Why would they need those?
Because women are so lost in the sauce right now.
Absolutely.
Because women don't know their standards and boundaries.
Right. So you're basically saying that men are not responsible for women's behavior because they come into the relationships lost in the sauce, as you put it. So you picked that woman. You cannot blame men for women's behavior. You cannot blame men for women's mindsets, right? You can't blame them for women's culture. You can't do that. Now, I think I kind of understand the point that you're trying to make is that, well, the reason why those kind of women are in relationships is because men tend to stay with those kind of women. And if that's what you're saying, then okay, I'll let you have that. But here's the problem.
Okay.
We just had Black Man Unfiltered read a scripture that said that the virtuous woman was pretty much non-existent. He literally just read a scripture that said that this kind of woman, who can actually find her? Right? So this is saying that at least the majority of them are not going to be this. And we can't expect for men to not be in relationships because that goes against a man's nature. So by default, they will naturally end up with non-virtuous women. Thus, we went right back up to the same spot that you cannot blame men for women's behavior.
But the Bible also said that he shall find a woman raw, and it's his responsibility to cultivate her. It also says that.
What does it say?
Okay. I don't know scriptures like that. I'm sorry. I'm not that deep in it yet. Okay.
Right. So respectfully, that's problematic for you to say that. But I'm glad that you did, right? Because then I'll say the Bible also says, he who findeth a wife
findeth a good thing.
Absolutely. Which means she's already what?
A good thing and a wife.
Right. So that means she doesn't need to be cultivated.
But how many little girls are being raised to be wives now? A woman would rather be a baby mama.
On that. We're not
okay.
Where we're disagreeing at is the same place where I disagree with Kasim at, which is blaming men for women's behavior. Making men the scapegoat for women's behaviors, mindsets, cultures, choices. Right? And then trying to use biblical texts to justify it, to me, which is absolutely absurd. But with everything we just described right now, that's more than enough evidence to suggest why you all are wrong about this. You cannot blame men for this. Men are going to procreate, and they're not always going to do it with virtuous women when your Bible tells you that the majority of women aren't that anyway.
Beans, I'm not blaming men.
Yeah,
what I do know from my personal experience and from interacting with women and things like that and throughout my life, I do know that women respond to certain attributes and certain characteristics of masculinity.
Yeah.
Some men is more, some men is less. But we all know they do respond to certain attributes and characteristics of masculinity. And if I want to have the best chance of getting a woman, I would pretty much focus on those characteristics to be the best that I can be so I can get one and she chooses to stay.
Right. They do that. And then they end up 10 years later on a podcast saying they were young and dumb because they chased what they believed was masculinity, which came in the form of quote unquote bad boys.
right? So this is what I'm saying. Again, is it their fault? Is it their choice, or was it the men? Did they see the masculinity in the man, but then the man didn't stand on his masculinity? Or is it what Sister Embrace is saying, which is they aren't taught to view this masculinity thing that you're talking about realistically anyway? They're seeing the wrong things. Oh, he got a beard, masculinity. Oh, he got dreadlocks, masculinity. He's 6 foot tall, masculinity. He got a six pack, masculinity. Then when they're in the hospital, it's not my fault. Then when they're a single mother, it's not my fault. You
Beans, I'm
cannot
talking about
continue.
I'm talking
Like
about
you can. I'm not
attributes,
telling you
not
what you can and can't
not
do. You can continue to blame men for women's behavior. I'm not going to tell you to stop because it just add more content for me to use to highlight the problem later on my own shows. Right. So thank
Beans.
you.
You just described physical features. You
Hold
didn't
on,
you
hold
didn't
on,
say any
Christine.
attributes.
Christine, hold on.
Wait.
I want to say this before y'all continue. I got to go. I told y'all I couldn't. But listen,
Yeah,
I
got
think
you, bro. Appreciate you, man.
but I thank y'all, man. Salute the BMU, salute the Kasim Beans, our pain, and Anissa, hard headed ass, and Investor Grace. Yeah. All right, man. Love y'all, man. I'll see y'all
All right.
later, man.
All right, man. We got
All right,
brother Clarence on the call. He called in. So he's in the back as well. How you doing, brother Clarence?
Oh,
How you
Jay
doing,
Fur.
man?
Whoa.
I'm all
Yeah,
right.
there he is. There he is. All right.
I'm
What's
His
all
going
head
on?
right.
float like that always?
This dude
Yeah, it
look
does.
like hey, is it BMU? Is it me, or is Trey Fur looking like Zordon right now?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he does.
That's him, man.
Hey,
I
Yo,
want
what
to
the
get
clown one up, man? Forget
right.
it.
I want to get brother Clarence in here real quick. Brother Clarence, can you go ahead and right before beans get through cooking? Can Anissa, thank you for being here. Embrace, thank you for staying here too. Brother Clarence, what are your thoughts? I saw you in the chat. You said that if we vet now when you said that, I was going to say something about it, but they were doing their thing. But I think even if you vet, I think that even statistically speaking now, I wish Dr. Nakumbe was here. Now at year 4 in marriage is when you start to see the things that you didn't see in year 1. And that's statistically speaking, basically saying you can vet a woman all you want. There are certain chemical imbalances in a woman that should be great for 2 or 3 years, and that she have a baby or something happens in chemically imbalancing that woman, and she'll be a completely different woman than what you married. That's fact. That is fact.
Mm-hmm.
So she didn't have an attitude when y'all got married, but after year 3, after that first baby, she got an attitude now. Everything piss off. She mean, and like everything. Her emotions change. So even vetting her, you still could get a different outcome. I just want to throw that out there.
So
all right,
okay. So can I answer?
Yeah.
Okay. So my thing is that we don't know how to vet women anymore. Like we used to know how to do that, and we used to be pretty good, predictors of how she's going to be. Now, are you going to get a woman that's never going to give you a issue to deal with or a challenge? No, that's why they have vows. If it was going to be all good, you wouldn't have to say for better, for worse, for sicker, for poor, for richer, for whatever, right? You wouldn't have to say all that if it was going to be good all the time. But it's not going to be good all the time. It's going to be some challenges in there. Some money going to come up missing. One of these kids going to do something crazy. I mean, it's going to be some challenges up in there. So what we have to do is we have to go back to learning how to look at a woman and look at her character. But see, most of us, I don't know why we don't admit it as men, we get stuck on the physical features of the woman instead of getting digging deeper to see what her character is like, right? And women would do this to us. They would test us to see if we will continue to, ride along with them even in a challenge. They'll put a fictitious challenge in front of you just to see what you're gonna do. But we don't do this as men. What we do is we just say, hey, she good, and you know what? She gonna be worth all the hell that's coming because look at that banging body. And you don't even know the kind of hell that's coming, right? Like you said, most people have hidden desires. Most people have hidden desires. And they can run away from that hidden desire for 5 or 10 years, right? But when that desire meets a low level of discipline plus an opportunity to exhaust that desire, that's when stuff start happening. That's when you find out what's really going, what kind of woman you got. But if you vet properly, okay, you can see that she may have some of these hidden desires, right? You can ask her, hey, have you ever thought about having an open marriage? And she may say, yeah, a little bit. See, you can find out. They don't have to say a lot. They can just say a little bit, and you can recognize it up front. But if we got our eyes closed to what we're supposed to be looking at, which is the character, not only the physical features, yeah, you got to be attracted to them, but it has to come together. The physical features and the character, that's when you got a better person. And even when you got a good woman, there's going to be challenges. I don't care how good a woman you got, there's going to be some challenges in there. So that don't mean you accept because you're dealing with challenges. It just means that there's going to be challenges no matter how good. I don't care how good your marriage is. I don't care how beautiful your wife is. I don't care how submissive she is. There's going to be some challenges in a long-term relationship.
Yes.
That was my point on that, is that the fact that we got to do better as men, as as far as I'm going to just get with this woman because she's fine. Yeah, but
it sounds like double
Beans,
talk, right?
Before you say that, Beans, hold it thought. I just want to say this, and then you could go. There's 10 seconds right there. Pause right there. As of 2020, 2 out of 5 women are on mental medication, meaning psych meds. They're even at a 34%, 34.3% amongst women. So even today, I'm not even going to say that's a blame or anything. But when you have those type of women, you are going to be dealing with different type of imbalances when you have 2 out of 5 women.
Just the wickedness of the world. Just this world is so wicked. On top of that, you have feminism and rap music promoting the division between men and women, especially in the Black community. Of course, you're gonna have challenges. Of course.
Yeah, but back in the day, Brother Clarence, it was shoot him up, shoot him in his back, throw him on the train track. Today, it's put that thing in my mouth, let it touch the back of my throat. So the rap music ain't no different.
But how did it get that way? If we were real men, we would shut that down. You can't go nowhere. You find Jews doing that? You find the Jewish community doing that? Do you find the white community doing that? No, they would shut something like that down. Because of us, and because we have such a distant relationship with God, we won't shut that down. We will look at that as, hey, that brother's just trying to get some money. Even though he's put my mother down, my sister down, he's just trying to get some money. That's cool. Yeah, that's a cool thing. And because the women are being supported in their foolishness, not all women, of course. I'm talking about the women that are promoting the promiscuity and other things in that line. They are being supported by this music and by this feminism. They're being supported by that. And so they don't find out that there's a hook in that until they get to the end of the road, right? Then the women that they get mad at, they call them pick-me's. The ones that had sense enough to say, hey, look, you know what? I want a man in my life. I don't need a man in my life, but I want a man in my life. This is what I want. This is a natural desire that I have. I want to fulfill it. And they go out and they act accordingly, and they call them pick-me's.
Now,
so we
are
upside down and inside out.
But Brother Clarence, are you a Trump supporter?
I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm a person that support. If you support the Black community, yes, I'll support you. If Trump would, I'd support him. If Biden would, I'd support him. But neither one of those two support the Black community. So I don't support either one of them.
I didn't want. I just wanted to ask that because I want to know what party. Let me say it doesn't matter now because I want to just say this. Now, when you say men will shut that down, that means that me, Beans, yourself, Trey, Arpain, Kasim, and myself, we would all have to go march on Washington and call with signs and go to the front door and tell them, send us AOC, send us Maxine Waters, send us those other 2 senators and congressmen in there, because they said the theme song for women is wet ass pussy. They're listening to the music and they're promoting it as well from the Capitol. They're saying that this is women finally being able to express themselves, and we all.
I'm not saying that at all. How have we done with the marching? Marching hasn't gotten us. And white people don't march. They move. They move out. They get networks.
That's who on the record
They get networks together. They get men who are like-minded together, and they move out and do something with their finances. That's how they move. Same thing with the Jewish community. Us, we are all just standalone. Oh well, that's them. That ain't me, right? And so we let this stuff happen. How can you say you the leader, and then your community is busting apart at the seams, and you calling yourself the leader?
Brother Clarence, you just
how are you gonna stop it?
Brother, hold on. That's a good question. But Brother Clarence, you said the Jewish people are doing great. You said the white people are doing great.
I said they will not allow the things that we allow in our community.
They're not allowing it. They're financing it. Who do you think owns the record labels?
There you go. So my point is this: do you think that they would allow you to own record labels that promoted promiscuity in their women?
So how you gonna stop it?
Yeah, how you gonna stop it?
We got to be unified, and we gotta come together with some money. This thing is gonna take some money.
Do what?
We gotta buy our way, buy whoever we gotta buy to stop it, just like they do. They call them lobbyists. But we got to buy whoever we got to buy to stop it. We got to show that we're a unified group and we're willing to spend some money and they make them do it. That's what they do. We want to march.
Yeah, but Brother Clarence, you might be able to do that, but the mindset of the women is still going to be there, fam. But that mindset's still going to be there.
If the vetting is proper enough, the women that want men will have to submit to what the men that are doing well want. And the other women will go by the wayside. They'll be dinosaurs and they'll go by the wayside.
No, they won't. No, Brother Clarence, they're going to be enabling men. They're going to be enabling men that's cool with them being that way, and they're going to gravitate to those men. They won't be alone.
That's what's happening now. Let me finish. What's going to happen is all women want a good man. Most women, I say most women, not all women. Most women want a good man. When it all boils down, they want a good man. When they get tired of playing games, they want a good man. And so my point is that if the good men will just push away the women that want to play games and only take the women they're getting vetted properly and acting in accord to what we want out of a woman, the other women will see that they're being rejected and they will go away.
Here we go.
Hold on. So wait a minute. So this is what I was trying to ask you earlier, right? Because you double talking. You said that the women are going to be challenging for men. They're going to be challenges for men. So you're basically telling men to vet for the right challenges. How do you do that?
I'm saying to vet for the right character.
No, because you're saying this as if women don't lie. Right.
I'm not saying it as if women don't lie. I'm not saying it like that.
Okay, so then you don't have any foolproof way of
children lie. You still love your children.
Don't have any
figure out if they're lying or
not.
Do
you remember how when you was talking, I didn't say nothing? Okay. You're saying this as if there's a foolproof way of vetting, and there isn't one.
That's your understanding. I'm not saying
no,
that.
it's true. It's true.
It's true.
You are saying that because you're just like Kasim and the other lady. You're blaming men, right? You're saying that men. It always comes back to the men, right? Men need to forego their natural instinct to reproduce and be in relationships with women, right? Because they won't be able to. You've already heard the sister say that women aren't being raised properly. She's letting you know that they're coming to the relationships dysfunctional and broken, right? And according to the scripture, a man is not supposed to pick a dysfunctional, broken woman. So you're telling men to forego their nature. You're telling the majority of men that they're going to have to be This is what you're doing without knowing it, probably. You're telling the majority of men they're going to have to be sexless no relationship having men. Because the majority of women don't even qualify for the relationship.
What I'll say to those men, and I said it before, I'll say it again. Women respond to certain attributes of masculinity. Find out what those attributes are, because those attributes are not going to do anything but help you to be a better man and be that.
He's asking men, Brother Clarence, He's asking men to use their masculinity to cure women. This is the silliest. Can I cuss? This is the silliest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Beans, I'm not trying to cure them, fam. Beans, I know they're incurable. I'm not trying to cure them. I'm just trying to get men to get a better option and a better outcome based upon what these women are and what they're doing. I'm not trying to cure them.
No,
No,
you can't. Right? That's not a
I know
viable.
that. I'm not trying to. And the way that I speak, and I'm not telling men to try to cure women. I'm saying, listen, these are the things that they respond to. Overall, the majority, and we all know that.
Right.
Beans a question when he gets finished.
Freezy gave you the example earlier where he said the woman goes to work and she does not conduct herself the same way how she conducts with her man at home. And what you specifically stated, which made all the sense in the world, is that she conducts that way because it's based on her survival.
Correct.
Right. That's not what a relationship is supposed to be about. It's not what a marriage is supposed to be about. It's not supposed to be about your survival. You can survive without a husband. You can survive.
I agree. Yes, they
without
can.
a wife. Therefore, that ain't supposed to be the basis of your relationship. So I should not have to become the reason why you're surviving in order for you to act conducively with me. In order for you to cooperate with me. I shouldn't have to be that. And that's essentially what you were suggesting. And you always
Beans, but by nature, Beans by nature of women, and you know this as well, right? That if you have certain things, they're gonna respond to it. And one of the things is freaking provision. There's no denying that, Beans. Some men provide a lot, some men not so much. But the essence of a man wanting to do that is there, and they're gonna gravitate to that, fam. So now that you know this, it's part of your masculinity. You're going to want to do the best that you can, not only to prove how much of a man you are, but also allowing a woman to choose to stay with you. And that's never going to change. The quicker that men learn to accept that and use that and their best advantage to get the best outcome, the less of these problems and these issues we're going to have with men and women being together.
Totally disagree with that.
You're speaking about it like it's innate, and it's not. But the sister said
no, it's learned. You can learn to do that.
Okay, the sister said she had a question. I don't want to make a hold.
Before you ask that question, Anissa, I know Anissa had a question. I want to get these super chats out the way real quick, guys, because I want to give honor to those who have given. Ms. Polly writes, look at this, a panel of some of my favorite men. The $2 super chat. Thank you so much. All right. And then we got the $50 super chat here from Caesar Price. Right. Make sure you like and subscribe, guys, as you're coming in. Men just wasn't taught how to set boundaries for women in general because women say that it's controlling. We do have to be leaders. Also, we men ignore women, bad behavior because she looks good. It is our fault overall as men. We men reward bad behavior. All right. I'm going to give them a little something like I always do. Give you guys a time to take a deep breath, and we'll be right back after this.
Tryna party all night, DJ play another song. 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 Tryna party all night, DJ play another song.
It's clever, baby. I'm in this bitch with AJ in the club, jumping up and down like it's payday. Party all night, shout out to my nigga, baby. Yeah, that's my DJ, that's my DJ. Nigga, I been rolling like a Mack truck. Bam, 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 throw me back one. Don't step on my shoes, nigga, back up. But you fuck around and get your bitch snatched up. Yeah, they done let me in, they done let me through, yeah. Nigga, it's whatever what you wanna do, yeah. Out of my head, chicken all night long. DJ, run this bitch, I'm tryna, yeah.
I always like that one.
All right, guys. Thank you. Now, Nissa had a question for Beans. Beans, Nissa, what is your question?
Well, I said Beans, but I guess any man can answer it. So going back just a little bit, we know that what the single mother rate is. So we know that these women are having daughters and sons. So Beans, would you say the stats being that they are, and as many men that are being born to single mothers, do you think that the majority of men today have been prepared to be and raised to be husbands, have been prepared and raised to be a covering, to lead, protect, and provide for women. Because I look at a lot of things on YouTube, a lot of different platforms. And when I listen to some of these 20, I'm thankful that I'm not 25 or 30, because when I listen to some of these men, I'm like, wow, like these young guys, it's very eye-opening. So would you say that the majority of men today have been raised and have that instilled in them?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Because you're asking, the question that you're asking is not really the question that you're asking.
I
Right?
stated
The
it just
real
like,
question,
are you ready to cover?
respectfully,
Okay.
the real question that you're asking is, have men been raised to tolerate women? And the answer to that
No, that is not what I said.
I know it's not.
That's
I know it's
that's
not.
not what I said, and you're twisting it. I said, have
Not.
men been
No.
raised in these single mother homes? Do you
Mhm.
think that they have been raised to spiritually cover, to
Mm.
lead, protect, and
Mm.
provide for women today? That has
Yes.
nothing to do with allowing women to do anything. Have you been
I didn't
raised
say
to
that.
lead?
See, that I didn't say allow them to do
Those
anything.
four,
I said
those four
tolerate them.
criteria that I
Right.
gave
Right.
specifically, the
That
four
I answered yes
criteria
to.
that I gave,
Right.
you
That I
said
answered yes to.
all of them. Okay.
Yeah. See, because they know just as much as you've taught them to. If you
Well,
wanted them to know,
I'm
you could
not in
teach
that
them. Right?
category. That's why I asked.
So when I say that, I'm not talking about you.
Okay.
Right. So
I
let's
just
have
want
a
to make sure. That's why I specifically
generalized
said.
conversation. Let's raise the standard and understand how we're communicating.
Right. But no, it was generalized that
And my
women
point
are
is
not
that yes,
raised
they
to
have,
be
right?
wives.
The
So I
problem
just
is
wanted to
that you
see if
don't believe
men
that,
were raised to be husbands.
right? Yes, because what is a husband?
What's your definition?
I answered yes to the question. So you obviously disagree with me. So I'm asking you, what is a husband? See, that's why I want to take it one by one on everything you said. I can show you exactly why I'm saying yes. The problem is that
you think most young men, 25, 30, are spiritually developed to cover a wife?
Yep. Yes.
Yikes.
So now here's the thing.
And they're ready to provide for a wife.
What I'll say, if somebody else
100%.
besides you was asking this question, what they would really be asking me is, are men being raised to tolerate women? And the reason why I say that is because we don't know how to deal with women. We don't understand why y'all think the way that you think and talk the way that you talk and act the way that you act. We don't understand the dysfunction that you bring into the relationship, even though we probably saw it for most of our lives from our own mothers and sisters. And we still don't understand why you're that way, because nobody's really telling them that, right? But the biggest issue that women have right now is now they do. Now they have the resources to understand that it's not their fault, because they've had the coach Greg Adams and they've had the Kevin Samuels and they've had the Manosphere and Red Pill rhetoric to let them know you are not responsible for this woman's behavior.
So can I
She's
ask you
supposed
another
to
question?
come to you healed.
If there is no man in the home, where did these men learn these characteristics from?
Again, what is a husband? See, this is why I'm asking you. So you can either be
No. If these men were not raised by men, where do they learn the characteristics of being a man and a husband? Where do they learn that?
That's what you said. See, now you just said husband again. See, at first you didn't say man. See, you didn't say man.
Answer the
question. You didn't say man, ma'am. So you didn't say man. You said husband at first. See, this is what I'm asking you. I listen very well. You're not going to be able to play this game with me.
I'm not playing a game with you. I asked you direct questions that you're not answering.
Man in there, right?
I asked you direct questions that you won't answer.
Absolutely. You asked me and I said yes. You asked me a yes or no question.
So I'm saying, and I'm asking you again, where did they learn these characteristics?
So that we don't have to be lost in translation, I'm asking you respectfully to tell me what you think a husband is, because I've already answered your question.
I gave you the characteristics. A husband to me is a man who is able to spiritually cover a wife, who is able to lead a wife, who is able to protect a wife, who is able to provide for a wife and family, who is able to cover and direct and raise his children, and create a legacy for them. To me, that is what a husband is. And I simply asked you if you felt that the majority of the men have those qualities today, and if we agree with the statistics that most men have been raised by single mothers. What man taught all of these men those qualities so that all of these men will be fantastic husbands? That was my question. Had nothing to do with tolerating bad behavior. I'm just saying, where did you men learn this from?
Absolutely. So I answered your question, right? Soon as you asked me, I answered your question and said yes, right? You can rephrase it as many times as you want to, right? The problem is that you actually believe that women raise children by themselves. Like y'all actually created this narrative to make you think that they doing it all alone. Meanwhile, statistics show that Black fathers are some of the most involved fathers out of everybody else, right? But then let's just get away from the fathers. What about the older brothers? What about the uncles? What about the cousins? What about the granddads? What about the teachers? What about the coaches? What about
now you're answering the question,
right? What about media?
Now you're answering the question.
Which we've all allowed our children to be raised by for the last 4 decades. TV. I thought Bill Cosby was a family member. We watched him so regularly, right? So this is where they get those ideas from. They read too. A lot of these young cats, they hitting the panels with us now. They read, but that's what I'm saying. It ain't just all you. But the problem that they having is they don't know how to tolerate you. They don't know how to deal with your psychopathy.
So Trey, I think Trey or somebody else disagrees with you. Was that Trey?
I mean, I don't know what the original question was, but it's been a long little nice little ride. I've been riding and my head been moving because I've been trying to just keep up with everything. Bings, what's up, man?
What's good?
BMU, what's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Man, you know I'm here. What's going on
with you? This Friday. Our Pain, what's up, man?
All right, brother.
I'll say this with the love in my heart. Who on the panel is married or has ever been married?
Pretty much everybody.
All right. Thank you, man. So for the young cats that ain't married, don't speak about marriage to me. Just sit back and learn, because your woman is going to be unique to you. And the information that we've been able to give out here these last 10, 11 years, you got to use it to your advantage. And, you know, you don't need to understand the woman. You just need to understand how she feels about you and how she moves around you. And, you know, I heard Brother Clarence say, you know, it's like, you know, we just got to walk in our true destiny and our true spirit. As a man, it is about survival. If you're a man, single man, it's about your survival. So like being said, you must read. You hear what we've been talking about the statistics for the last 4 decades, last 30, 40 years. You must read more, fellas. When you're younger, learn current events, learn all the math, add, subtract, PEMDAS. Look at, you know, everything around you for what it is. And you can start early. Y'all grow up in the same houses as these women. So you shouldn't, you know how women act, behave. You saw your sister do it. You saw your mama, your auntie. So when you're in the dating world, you make sure you're doing what you got to do. And if a woman is not on your plan, then you keep it moving. You're the prize. As long as you stay disciplined, you have to do that. You cannot get around it. And as far as, you know, we talk about Christianity, I hear a lot of conversation. Listen, we are of the hymn. Your connection should be straight to God as a man. And you're going to slip up sometime, but you got to stay faithful and you got to keep putting in the work. We got so many talented young people missing their blessing because they in their early part of their life weren't about other people that, you know, can either help you or not help you.
But Trey, but see, the thing is, and I think this is kind of what the sister was getting at too, right? About how they're being raised. Yes, you're in the household with your mom and your sisters and your aunties and all these other people. But in order for you to have hope, right, you have to believe that when you get out into the world, the woman you get doesn't have to be the way your mom was.
Right.
The woman you get doesn't have to be the way your sisters and aunties.
Right. But Bings, that's what I'm saying. That's like Brother Clarence said, the vetting. the vetting must be important because you know what you see you see what it is in your life. So when you get out as a man, part of your listen, I was a big brother, I was a middle child, I had to navigate by myself. I had my father who get on my ass. When I was around my sisters and cousins, I used to watch how they perform. And thank the Lord that they had enough respect about themselves that they wasn't out there just frivolously. So when I got outside the house, understanding the man that I was, I watched how women move. If she was just hugging up every time I look up, a dude got his little nasty ass hands all on her back and booty, I dismiss her. I don't look at her. I keep it moving. Now she had all the weave and makeup because women really wasn't wearing makeup back in the day. Now it's a new thing. It's messed why everybody's skin is bad. So when she had makeup on, I kept it moving. Okay, I ain't wearing. My mama didn't wear a lot, little lipstick,
respectfully, because I want you to stay right there before you go too far. Right? See, this is because you're making the point right now. Nobody is saying don't vet, right? But now, what percentage of black women wear makeup and weave?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter because you like you don't even like you just said that if you saw the girl with that, you would avoid it, and it wasn't a thing that was so common back then. But
I'm talking. So even today, brothers, if you like a girl that wear that, you got to think about that. If you decide to have a relationship, that costs money. She's going to pay for it, and you're going to pay for it. You can then get into a relationship and say, "Oh, she's taking my money," when she's telling you, "This is part of my makeup. This is part of who I am."
That's not the point. The point is about the mindset, right? So I thought that's what you were getting at when you brought it up, right? Is because now you're saying I'm looking at this woman and I'm vetting her.
Man, you have to look at life as you start into your manhood. You have to think about it. There's so many ways that you have to look at the opportunity, whether you got a skill, a natural God-given talent. Your ass can jump, you can draw, you can paint, you can create.
You're jumping all over the place. That's what I'm saying. Let's just deal with the thing that you just said.
I know you like to bully and everything, but I'm trying to
bullying. I'm asking you respectfully. Let's deal with the thing that you were just talking about because that's what we're talking about.
And you young, it's a whole. That's how messed up it is. I'm trying to prove the point that listen, a woman, she has to respect her man in a marriage. It's a difference between a marriage and a relationship. It's a difference. And if you don't go into a marriage open-hearted and open mind and whatever past you know about each other, and you keep bringing it up on anybody's part, it's going to fail. If you can't get into a situation, say I commit to you, and then she never cooked you a meal in the dating process, she never had her room clean, the guy never had his room clean, and you commit to that,
now you're going right back to blaming the men.
So I don't know. I see the problem, but even as a man, you stay on your focus. You have to stay on your focus. You're going to have some trials and tribulations, but you got to stay on your focus. You can't worry about a woman.
Trey, you just said that a woman. You just said that a wife supposed to respect her husband in a marriage, correct?
Yes, and a man supposed to respect his wife.
If she doesn't, is it the man's fault? Yes or no?
It depends on the situation.
Okay, there's a majority and a minority.
And disrespect, talk loud to you and disrespect you and curse you, and you allow that. That's you.
There's a majority and a minority, right? Some you can say some to anything, like my man.
Have you ever been married though?
Absolutely. We all said yes when you asked that question in the beginning. So stop trying to disqualify me.
Are you willing to get married again? Are you willing to get married again?
Trying to disqualify me because you can't. You can't.
Are you willing to get married again?
What I'm saying is respectfully, I'm asking you a question. Why are you trying to stop me from asking you a question?
Ask the question, Beans. Ask the question.
Right. So you said it depends. Not depends. If the woman don't respect the man in a relationship, is it his fault? Yes or no?
We in the marriage or relationship?
In the marriage.
If a woman is going to disrespect you, she's going to disrespect you prior to the marriage.
Good point.
It's going to happen. She's not going to just all of a sudden do that. You see that shit and you dating her. Does she show up for you every time you call? Does she pick up? Does she bring you? It's all in that.
Right.
You still got to answer the question. You still got to answer the question.
Right. I got it. So it's his fault that she did it.
No, it's not. It's not a man's fault if a woman disrespect him. It's never a man's
that
fault.
simple.
If she go outside cheating on
It's
you,
that simple, right? You can't.
It's her fault.
Right. Thank you. It's that simple. You can't blame a man for a woman's behavior, right?
A woman to love you. Do never.
Hold on, Trey. This is what I'm saying. You can't blame a man for a woman's behavior, right? Check man on that. We move past that. Now let's go back
on money and
because
everything.
thought you were disagreeing, right? So the point is that when she was asking a question about what men can do, right? She said she don't believe that a man can provide. Well, why not? The median income for black men is $52,000. You know what the median age for a black man is? 30. So absolutely they can provide. What was next on the list? Spirituality. How else does he cover you? He can pray for you. You don't think young men can do that? Growing up in the church all their life? Right? So they absolutely can cover you spiritually, right? That's a choice, but they can do it. Right? Absolutely. They don't need to know all of the Bible because we have people on these panels saying things, quoting scriptures out the Bible and don't know where it's at. So that don't got nothing to do with it, right? All of the things that she was asking me, do I think these young men can do? They absolutely can. It's just not enough for the women because they want the lifestyle that Kasim can provide one. And then you're going to have people like that who tell you if you can't provide it, then you're the problem. And you're the reason why the woman is behaving the way that she is behaving.
Oh, well,
that's wrong. Let me hold up for a second because he's talking to me. Because Beans is talking to me. Beans, let me explain something to you, fam. 53 years old. Even if I didn't have all the material possessions that if all that stuff was taken away, I still got my virtues and I still got my character. And if I happen to get with a woman, she gonna choose to stay and follow me anyway. That has nothing to do with it. Yes, it makes it a little bit easier, but my girl Beans, it'll be 17 years that we've been together. With all of these options that she has, with all of these other high value men and men that make way more money than I do, men that have way more status than I do, men that has way more clout and way more weight in society, all of those challenges, right? With all those other men that she faces on a daily basis, she chooses to stay with me. And that says a lot about the type of man I am, the attributes I have, the characteristics, and the capabilities that I have. Okay? So the money is a byproduct of all of that. I had to get that first. And if those material things are taken away from me, I still got all of that, and I can get another woman. I can get more resources. I can get all that stuff. So I don't need all this all this. I don't need all that.
We got you. Aren't you divorced?
Yes.
So what happened? Why did she stop following you?
She stopped following me because at that particular point, I didn't know how to problem solve. I had really bad communication. I had really bad, horrible conflict resolution skills. I really didn't understand and accept the nature of women, and I found it frustrating, and I acted on that, and I was very wrong for doing that. Okay, so I had left that marriage. I had 3 boys under that marriage. Now I'm in a current relationship for 17 years. This current relationship has outlasted my marriage. I have gained more from myself and more experiences that I pass on to my 3 successful boys. That's what matters.
Okay.
So let me tell you what I just heard you say.
Okay.
She was problematic and you didn't know how to deal with it.
Correct.
Then it ain't your damn fault.
That's the point. Beans, wrong. Beans. If I had the mature Beans, fam, I was 26 years old. I didn't have all the life experiences and things like that. However, me being a little bit older, I have those life experiences, right? And sometimes things that have no Beans. We're talking about real life. I'm talking about real life, fam. I'm talking about real life. I was young back then. Right. And then my oldest son got married the same time that I got married at 26. And I gave him some very good information in order for him to be the type of man to be able to sustain the relationship, to sustain his marriage. And he's doing awesome. My 26-year-old just told me the other day, Dad, listen, I'm thinking, Melissa, I'm thinking about marrying her. We had a 3-hour talk. And I told him what particular man that he should be and what attributes he should look in Melissa. My youngest son.
is about to go to Purdue University. And I'm telling him, like, listen, Stephen, these are the type of women that's out here now. These are the type of things that you have to look for. You can find you a really nice wife. I recommend that when you study in your dentistry, pay attention to that woman that's in the library, that girl that's in the library with you, that's down with you, that's studying for you. That might be your particular wife. I think you should find your wife at Purdue University where you guys can grow together. Because you see, but nobody told me that, Beans, when I was growing up in my freaking marriage. But now, now that I'm experienced and I learned from my marriage, I'm giving that information to my boys, and they've been really freaking successful at it.
Okay, so black man, do you hear that he's specifically now using his story to qualify what I said earlier, which is that all of the things that the sister named, the boys can actually do. They just don't know how to deal with women and their BS. Just like you just said, you didn't know how to deal with it. You didn't have proper conflict resolution. The problem is that you shouldn't need it that much. That's the problem, right? Because if your wife is coming to you as a good thing in which you can obtain favor from the Lord from, she won't be that much of a problem. You all can do way more.
Wrong. Beans.
See how my lips was like this while you was talking, right? Wrong. See, you can grow more together. You all keep trying to make it seem like the man is supposed to come top dog, everything solidified, ready to roll, know everything A and B, and the woman can come a blank slate, don't know shit, and the man's supposed to build her up to be the perfect thing. Absolutely not.
Do any one of us say that?
I didn't say that
like that. But hey, man, shout out to Beans, man. Beans could, he could take a straight highway and turn it a bunch of different ways, man. Bro, shout out to Beans, man.
What your problem is that what you don't understand is that when you make the man responsible for the woman's behavior, that is legitimately what you're saying. You're saying that no matter how she comes, she can come with the most toxicity or she can come as a blank slate. It is up to you to get her to a certain point. It's not
no.
That you all don't listen to what's coming out of your own mouths.
No,
that's not what I'm saying.
I know it's not what you're saying. What I'm trying to explain to you is that is the problem with what you're saying. The problem with what you're saying is that it equates to that. Is that everything in the relationship, right, is going to be based upon the man. Instead of saying, no. Woman, you come into this relationship, your best version. I'll come into the relationship, my best versions. Neither one of those versions will be perfect, but we will grow together always. Upholding each other. That is what standing in the gap for each other spiritually is, right? Because
that's not what I'm saying.
The sister asked me, do I think the men are being raised to spiritually cover women? What you think she gonna say if I ask her if the women are being raised to spiritually cover men?
Of course they're not. But that's my point.
What do you think she would say?
I don't know what she would say. I'm telling you what I'm saying. I'm telling you what I'm saying, because a lot of things that I'm saying, you are extrapolating into something to guard up your argument. And what I'm saying
I'm not making it what you said, brother Clarence. I'm saying the problem with it is, right?
Okay,
wait. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Wait, listen to what I'm saying. Brother Clarence, wait, listen to what I'm saying. I'm going to give you an example. Hopefully you get it. So what if I say it's okay to hit a woman, right? Okay. And then somebody say, so you saying a man could smack a woman upside the head with a 2x4? I didn't say that. But what I did say was that it was okay to hit a woman. So you see how it's problematic? Because now people can infer all of these other examples that I'm not saying. That's what I'm saying y'all are doing. You're saying one thing, and that one thing that you're doing encompasses the rest of this stuff. When you make a woman's behavior a man's responsibility.
Listen. What you're saying is, hey, you could drive in a car. Now, I could say, hey, you could drive in a car. You may get in an accident. So everybody just will stop driving cars because they may get in an accident. I can't stop you from extrapolating, or any other person from extrapolating what they're saying. I can't. All I'm going to tell you is the truth. The truth is people change as time goes forward, right? Sometimes they make the right move. Sometimes they make the wrong move. And sometimes
I agree.
Listen, sometimes you're married to that person and they make the wrong move. Sometimes you married to that person, they make the right move.
But Brother Clarence, hold on. But Brother Clarence, you do realize that the statement that you're making right now goes against your argument about men not vetting correctly.
This is critical. You can vet all you want. That's my point is the vetting only gives you better odds. There's no safe place you can stand on.
I'm glad you're saying that now, because that's not what you said in the beginning.
It's not going to get wet. You're going to have challenges. I don't care what you do.
So let me chime in on this about the vetting. BMU started all this bullshit, right? Because he said that 4 years from now, your wife can change your mind after you vet her and all that kind of stuff. That still doesn't stop you from having a vet her. You still got to vet her before you marry. It doesn't matter what happens 4 years from now. You don't know. So that doesn't give you license not to vet her before you marry her.
That's not what's happening, Mr. Payne. Nobody is saying not vet.
Said, though.
Wait, no, Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne. Nobody said don't vet. Nobody said that. The problem is that when you come into...
Wait a minute,
listen, Mr.
wait a
Payne,
second. Let me finish. No, wait a second, man. It's my turn. You got
quick because you're saying something that's wrong.
Wait a minute. He said that and he left the door open because the guys listening to this shit could extrapolate to say that there's no use in vetting because 4 years from now, we got dumb motherfuckers too listening to this shit too. So when you leave it open like that, wait a minute, man. When you leave it open like that, I can guarantee you some guys will think that you don't have to vet because of 4 years from now, your wife is going to change your mind. That doesn't alleviate you from vetting. We should bring that shit up. Why bring that shit up?
Let me say this. If God would give me the ability of his power for 30 minutes, I will line up every man out in front of your house that has been divorced. And I'm going to ask those men, let me finish. I'm going to ask those men, guys who have been divorced, all of you, what caused the divorce and did your wife change from when y'all got married to the point where you got divorced? I guarantee you 98% of those men was said, when I married her, I thought she was related to Jesus. But after year 4, the bitch was the child of Lucifer.
So you guys sit down here and say you didn't say that even if you vet a woman 4 years from now, she could change up. You didn't say that? Did you say that? Yes or no?
That does not equate to
no, wait a minute, man. Did you say that? Yes or no?
Absolutely. It's
so the point I'm making is people can interpret that to mean that why vet a woman because 4 years from now, the bitch could change up on you.
Then they're stupid. And let them interpret it then with their dumb asses. We don't care about them dumb motherfuckers.
So what I'm saying,
let them interpret that dumb shit.
Okay, before you finish yelling at me, okay, let me just say this. What I'm saying is, the fact is, I know BMU is not saying don't vet the woman. I know he's not saying that. I know he's not. Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you crazy? Listen, BMU, I know you're not saying that. Okay, I know, but what I'm trying to say, it could be interpreted. This is what the other brother was saying. And you were saying you interpret what he was saying to give him a lesson, Beans. You interpret his words to say that he was blaming it on them.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, Mr. Payne, it's not interpretation. What I'm saying is this is what it encompasses, right? It encompasses this. When you're saying that it's a man's responsibility, the way that a woman behaves in a relationship, it encompasses anything. That means it don't matter how she comes. That is not an interpretation. That is not an interpretation. That means it don't matter how she come, good or bad, it's on him. That's bullshit, right? That's my point. But wait, but Mr. Payne, because I want you to understand the reason why BMU can say this, right? The reason why it's important for him to say that is because the narrative is the reason why the women are behaving the way that they behave is because the men didn't vet. That is the stupidest shit I ever heard in my life. The reason why they act the way that they act, the reason why they are who they like, they didn't have any psychology before they met you.
Okay, you can interpret it that way.
They came to you a clean slate and you just fucked them up. Come on. Come on, man. Like,
I hear you. I hear you. I'm just saying. Okay, so think up here, and some people think a little bit lower. They might not have got that from what you just said.
Yes.
What you need to understand also, R-Pain,
at this point, we've been around here for too many years,
right.
BMU. Tell them.
Exactly.
We can't be worried about these stupid motherfuckers.
You know what?
R-Pain, let me say this, R-Pain. When it comes to the whole vetting thing, okay, yeah, vet, that's cool. People change, people evolve into other things. That happens, and we have to be mindful of that. Just like You know, like Anissa. Anissa says, you know, a lot of things. She's in the back right now. I know she's back there boiling like eggs on before the because I know she has something that she wanted to say. Let me get the super chat out the way real quick. Caesar Price, $10 super chat. Thank you so much, my brother. He said, imagine if you told all women that they are responsible for men bad behavior no matter what. That's a double standard. Men don't need to be leaders. We just need boundaries regardless. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat, my guy. All right. So, Anissa, you got anything you want to say?
I'm just listening to this.
Are you impressed?
Am I what?
Are you impressed by what you've heard Bean say so far?
No. I understand his opinion.
Now, Anissa, this is for the women, because you're the only woman. You and Embrace the Grace were the only women who stood tall today, and I appreciate you both. I will say this: that Beans does have a point. That, you know, most women will say, "I ain't gonna marry you because you can't handle me." If you're a woman of God or a woman of faith, I should not have to handle you.
You should not.
You should have enough self-control to shut the fuck up, sit the fuck down, don't say nothing. So that's the hood in me. I'm sorry. It's Sunday.
Damn.
You should have
on
enough.
A Sunday?
Yeah, I'm sorry. God, I'm sorry. You have enough respect to say, you know what? I'm going to listen to my husband or do what my husband say. When my husband speaks, I'm going to pay attention and be respectful to my husband, because that's what I've been commanded to do. Regardless if I feel like I'm not getting it or not, I have a role to play. And this is what God wants me to do. I have to do. So when judgment comes, if you're a believer, I have to be judged on how I treated my husband. My husband won't be standing beside me. I'm gonna be judged on my individual stance on how I treated my man. And if so, you have to be willing and able to do for your husband. I think a lot of women, they believe in God, but they don't believe him. I think they believe there's a higher power, but the word don't matter, because the word make you feel some type of way. And you know, and I think that's what we're dealing with in this day and time. The women don't want to do nothing and want the man to do everything, and then the men have to deal with not only the mental illness, because most women have. We just seen 2 out of 5 women got mental illness. But you have to deal with the mental illness. We have to deal with your mood swings. We have to deal with you. And basically, what y'all are saying to me, this is what I'm getting. Beans was on it. Basically, what y'all saying is, hey, put up with it, nigga. I'm gonna come to this motherfucker. I'm gonna cuss you out. I'm gonna talk to you crazy. I'm gonna throw a couple of Bath and Beyond candles at your head, and you gonna deal with it. I remember one time, what Brother Clarence? I remember one time, Brother Clarence, if he's still here. Brother Clarence said that his wife chased him around the house with a fork. He ain't supposed to have dealt with that. He made it through it. God, thank you, Jesus. But what I'm saying today is, 20-year-old dudes today, 19-year-old dudes today, 23-year, they're not putting up with it. If you come at a dude with a fork today and he's 23, he's gonna knock your ass out. The men are completely different today. Back in the day, the men would run from a woman, a hug her to keep her from coming. Today, the men are asking them, please do it. Come on. I'm going to put you to sleep and I'm gonna take you to your mama's house.
Well, BMU, I just want to say I agree with what you're saying in essence. Okay, I mean, I know you love to go way
I love you too,
off the deep end.
I love it.
But I agree with what you say. What you're saying. I don't think any woman needs to be handled. If you're a wife, you should come in with a certain level of respect for the person that you choose. And you should always, first and foremost, you should always, if you're submitted to God, if you love him, and if you conduct yourself as a lady and as a wife, you're going to respond a certain way. So no woman need to be handled. If you have to handle somebody, that woman is probably not ready, to be a wife. So I totally agree. I just want to get to a point where women accept their duty and their responsibility, but also that men accept their duty and their responsibility. I think that's what makes unions beautiful. And again, I think that's why our Payne has been married to one woman as long as he has been. And I respect his knowledge on it, because, whether you guys agree with him or not, obviously what he has done has put him in a successful position. And to be honest, in my life, my circle down here where I live, those are the people that I am surrounded by. So that's what I see on a regular basis. So that's what I believe in. All this far out stuff that some of y'all be talking about, I have no idea what you're talking about, because I don't know a bunch of people that's just out here living all kind of way. The all the baby mamas and the baby daddies and the pookas and the way. That's not my existence. I see a lot of people like our pain, so that's why I feel the way that I feel and I speak the way that I speak about it.
You know what I had a teacher tell me one time? She said, "Look, black man." I said, "Yes, ma'am." She said, "Tell me about this." I said, "I don't know about that. Ain't got nothing to do with me." You know what her response was? She said, "If you don't pay attention to everything in the world that surrounds you, you will forever, Mr. Black Man, be ignorant."
No, it's not that I don't pay attention. I am very aware of what's going on in the world. But what I'm saying is the people that I'm surrounded by, I don't have to deal with some of this stuff, because the people that I'm surrounded by live a life like our pain. They've been married for 30 something years. They've been married to one spouse for all of that time. They had all of their children in marriage. So those are the examples that I have. I was raised in a 2-parent home. I choose men who are raised in 2-parent homes. I have traditional values. So that is the kind of life that I want to live. So that is how I conduct my life. So some of this stuff to me is far-fetched.
I got you, Beans. Just 10 seconds. But our pain married a relative of Jesus. His wife is what the Bible speaks of, the virtuous woman. Who can find one? Beans Jesse alluded a few minutes ago.
And if you're a Christian, those are the type of men. If you are a Christian man, that is the type of woman you should choose. If you are a Christian woman, you should be choosing a Christian man. That is for Christian people, and that is what I believe.
Okay,
I have no business out here getting myself involved with someone that doesn't have those values. What sense would that make? If we're on two separate pages about what it is that we want.
A few minutes ago, you asked me a question on whether or not I thought the young men were being raised to be providers and spiritual coverers and leaders and all of those things. And you're saying that the people you're around and all the men you're around are all these successful Christian guys. So that means all of the young men that you also around are young leaders, spiritual coverers, providers, and protectors, and all of that.
What I'm saying is, in my circle of influence, my family, my friends, the people that I associate with, the people that I respect, the people that I would go to if I needed direction or advice, they have lived a certain life, the life that I want to live. And those are the people that I'm surrounded by. If someone's not living the kind of life that I want to live, if you want to be out here in the streets, chasing women or chasing men, if you want to be out here living your life any kind of way, I'm not following you. I'm not listening to you. So I'm saying the people that I'm surrounded with live a life that is what I want to have for my life. That's what I'm saying.
Right. I didn't ask you what you were saying. I'm asking you if the young men in the circle that you're around, if they are the provider, protector, leader, spiritual coverers that you suggested to me earlier, that you asked about earlier.
What about those men? I'm sorry.
I'm asking you if they are the provider, protector, leader, spiritual coverers that you questioned me about earlier.
The young men that I know, if they're young in like their 20s and 30s, that have been raised, that have been born and raised in these unions that I'm talking about, I would say that yes, they are.
So,
but my question to you was, if I was asking you, the men that have not been raised under that sheltering and that have not been raised by a father, because you all said earlier that the reason why the women are the way that they are is because they're not seeing it and they're not raised to be wives. And my simple question was, these men that are being raised and born to single mothers, you said that you felt confidently that they were absolutely raised to be husbands. Okay. And I'm saying that the young men that I know that are born to the marriages that I'm surrounded by, those men I would say that they are. But I definitely don't think you can say that about the ones that are outside of that, not the majority. I'm not saying none, but I'm not saying the majority. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I can understand why you would say that. If I didn't understand exactly what the question that you was asking me, I probably would have said no too. Right. But the fact of the matter is, I know what that looks like. Right. This is why I don't like it when guys in the manosphere space use the protection thing, right, as a way to say, women, this is why you should be submissive, because we have to protect you, when 99% of niggas never have to fight over their girl. Right.
Beans.
So why even bring that up? Right. It's just not
Beans.
something that happens enough. Right.
Beans. Protection is not just protecting women from things that happen physically. It's the exact system, order, and structures that he imparts in her and within his absence.
You're preaching to the choir.
But
See,
but why did you say that then?
No, I don't say it. That's my point. The guys in the manosphere say it all the time. What if we walking down the street and somebody grab your booty? What if somebody go bang bang in the middle of the night? Who you want to get up to go see about it? They say it, not me. The only reason that I ever give to a woman to be cooperative in a relationship is because you chose to be there. There's no other reason you should need. I don't give a damn how much money he make or don't make. I don't care if he ain't tall, short, skinny, fat, ugly, cute, stank, whatever. You chose to be in a relationship. So why would you want to cause any disdain in your own relationship? Only a toxic woman think that shit makes sense. I'm unhappy, so let me ruin the household for everybody in it. Where's the logic?
That happens a lot.
That's true.
That happens a lot, bro.
That goes back to Clarence's point.
And the Bible says that. The Bible, hold on, Trey. The Bible says that too. A wise woman buildeth her house, but a foolish woman, lost in translation, finish that for me,
tears it down with her own hands.
Absolutely. It's better to dwell in the corner of an attic than what?
On the roof of the inside the house with a quarrelsome woman.
See, this is the Bible telling you it ain't your fault this bitch act like this.
It's in there.
The Bible ain't say if the bitch is quarrelsome, it's your fault. It said you better off in the attic if she act like this, because you understand that it ain't your fault.
I'm not saying I don't think anybody's saying it's your fault how she's acting. It's
Bro,
your fault.
Brother Clarence, I'll provide the clip for you later. I'll email it to you.
Okay.
Your exact words was about the reason why the relationships look the way they look is because men don't vet. That's what you said.
Okay, that's what I said. And is that true or is that not true? Are you
not true? That's not the reason why the relationships look the way they look.
Okay. So you didn't pick the person that you was with that you had problems with. You didn't pick that person.
Yes, and people
Somebody else picked it for you.
Yes, and people lie. It's called Sunday's Best. Wait a
minute.
Do they lie or do they change?
Wait.
If you took
If you took the time to get to know her and to see whether she's lying or not to you before you entered in a long-term relationship, then you would have seen how her pattern of lying, correct?
Right.
Therefore, seeing that pattern, you would have said to yourself, this may be a problem down the road. Maybe I shouldn't pursue a long-term relationship with this woman.
Okay,
is that possible that could happen?
Wait. Let's put that theory to the test. So you would say the same thing to a woman who was being beat on by a man, that it's her fault she's being beat on?
Absolutely. I'm not saying it's her fault that she's being beaten on. I'm saying it's her fault how she respond to it. If she want to respond to it by accepting that and continuing the relationship after she knows she's gonna keep getting beat on, then that's her fault.
No. You see, am I supposed to dumb myself down to pretend like I don't understand how you just changed that?
I didn't change nothing.
You did.
You didn't present. Wait a minute. You presenting what you want to present. I'm presenting what I'm presenting.
Yes, you're presenting you're presenting that a man should have vetted better argument for the man. Why aren't you saying she should have vetted better?
I'm saying the same thing. I said it.
No, you not, nigga. You just said that if she stays in the relationship. You're blaming her if she stays in the relationship.
Calm down, Beans.
I don't have to, because you understand the words.
Let's put our emotions to the side. Let's just think for a second. Okay, I said it in the private chat that a woman has to vet as well. I didn't say, I'm not saying that a woman doesn't have to vet. It's not your fault. If something happens out of the blue, if somebody does something, brings a new pattern into the relationship, that is not your fault, man or woman. That's not your fault.
Okay,
now here's your fault. Here's your fault. How you respond. Now, if you're gonna respond by supporting that behavior, by not taking measures to cut it off, then you unwittingly are enabling that person to continue this behavior with you. That's
What's
your
the measure?
The measure for what in particular?
You just said the measure for responding to that behavior. What's the measure?
Okay. What are you talking about? The woman getting beat on? Is that what you're talking about?
Any one of them you want to use?
Okay, let's take the woman getting beat on. If the woman keeps forgiving this man and allows him to keep beating her up and beating her up and beating her up, well, you can't blame that on the man no more. You have to blame that on the female, because the man is showing you the pattern that he has, and you are continuing to accept it. Same thing with a man. This woman going out and sleeping with your friends, your cousin, your uncle, your brother, and you continuing to take her back.
Yeah.
Then I mean, that's on you.
So Brother Terrence, let me ask you. I understand. Let me ask you.
Listen, Beans. Listen.
I heard you. Hold on. I'm smart, brother. I'm sorry if everybody isn't. Listen. So the dude hits the chick.
Beans the boy.
The dude hits the chick the very first time. Right? You're saying the woman should leave immediately, or should she stay?
She should consider all of the situation, the whole situation, and if she can see that pattern is going to reproduce itself, yes, she should leave.
The only way to see if the pattern is going to reproduce itself is to let him hit her again. That's the only way she'll know.
Yeah, if she survives the first beat down.
Right. You said you're smart. Smart people don't have to let things happen again and again. So if she can see
I'm not hear this. Am I the only one who hear this? What is happening? You just said she has to see if the situation is going to repeat itself again. How else will she know if it's going to repeat unless he hits her again?
I was quiet when you were talking. Remember that?
Absolutely. We're having a conversation right now.
Somebody on the panel told me that earlier. So I just want to bring that back.
Absolutely. We're having a conversation right now. Go ahead.
Okay. We have now.
We're going to go back and forth because it's having a conversation.
But
so we don't have to wait on your long soliloquy.
I needed to remember that you were talking. Okay. Anyway, like I said before, nobody should be getting hit over and over and over and over again. But things can happen, right? A person could go out of their mind because of the stress of the world or whatever, and they can start taking it out on a woman or taking it out on a man, whatever.
Right.
But if you know the person well enough to know this is an outside pattern, and you can see that it's building up and coming again, then that may be, now that's something you have to train yourself to be able to see. You being married to somebody, you got to learn that person for your own safety. You have to learn this person and their habits and their patterns. Because if you don't learn that person, and they could throw a twist at you at any moment and you could get thrown off. So I don't suggest no woman go out there and repeatedly get her butt kicked. The first time it happens, a consequence should come down so severe that if she decides to stay with him, he'd know better than to ever do that again, or just leave. But I don't promote violence in a relationship, not to man to woman, woman to man. No, never.
Got you. BMU, you know what's so crazy about this? It's because you read the statistic earlier saying that the great change in the marriage comes in the 4th year, right?
Yep.
And we all know the average black marriage lasts how long?
3 years.
3?
No, at 5 years.
Okay.
To be fair, 5.5 years. To be fair, right? 5.5 years, according to the statistics, right? He just said that you have to learn people.
Yes.
That is I don't even have to checkmate you. You just checkmate it yourself. That is not a vetting problem.
That's not.
Because you have to learn people. No. According to you. Wait a minute. See how easy it is to want to talk to somebody else talking is easy, right? According to you, right? The person has to vet. Then now, according to you, you have to take time to learn people inside of the marriage.
Listen to me.
That something?
Listen to me. Vetting only improves your odds of having a better character person at your side.
You said that. We heard you.
Only improves your odds. There is no foolproof. There is no foolproof place where you're going to stand and you're going to be, there's never going to be no challenges. I don't care how good of a situation, how good of a woman you got, how good of a man you got. Okay, so don't try to make it sound like I'm trying to say something.
I'm not making it sound like nothing.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you that
like even we heard what you said.
Nobody can hear me because you keep talking over me.
You just started talking over me, nigga. No, are you serious? And I stopped talking and let you get it out.
Okay. I'm not,
because it don't matter.
I know the kind of people you must deal with. I know the kind of people you must deal with. Wait a minute. I know the kind of people you must deal with, but I'm not a nigga. Just to get that straight. I'm not a nigga. I don't consider you a nigga. I don't consider nobody else a nigga on this
Really?
panel.
All this cutting off you've been doing, that's what niggas do.
Right. Okay, BMU, hey man, I am done. I thank you for allowing me to come up here and appreciate you, man. But I don't talk to the crazy. So y'all have a good one, man.
I'm gonna review it. I'm gonna show the world. what you really are. I'm gonna review it. I'm gonna show the world exactly when you said the reason why men have these problems in their relationship is because they don't vet. Those were the words that came out of his mouth. Now he don't want to be held accountable.
Up here, BMU. What's going on?
BMU, am I making that up or is that what he said?
Listen, what happened is y'all got into the argument. You ended up pushing him into a corner and made him realize what he was saying. And then when he tried to do it over again, he tried to backpedal out of it, but you held him accountable.
At all, you can't do that to me.
So listen, this is what happened. This is what we need to do. We got Modern Renaissance Man in the building tonight. We got Hink in the building tonight. We want to get their perspective.
Love you too.
Yeah, boo, Hink. Modern Renaissance Man. Hey, listen. So I want to get Modern Renaissance Man. You were here first. Let's get your perspective on what you've heard so far. Then we'll get Hink in here. All right. Thank you.
No, can y'all hear me pretty good?
Absolutely. Yeah, you good, fam.
Shout out. It's been a while since I've been on anybody panels, probably some months. But let me just go ahead and say this. Beans was cooking earlier though, and it's absolutely 100% true. It's one of the most egregious thing to sit there and think that because you a woman and you have all these issues that you bring this into a relationship and it's up to me to deal with that. That is absolutely ridiculous. How fair is that? How fair is that you sit there and talk about what type of man you want and you end up possibly getting that man, but then yet he got to sit there and deal with crazy you? There is no way. Absolutely no way. So it's something I always like to throw out there whenever I go and talk to these. That's what we've been doing lately. Is we've been going to actually having real talks with real people at real events, right? And one of the things I always throw out there to the folks that I go and talk to, which particularly these, we've been focusing on a lot of Black women because they seem to be the ones that have most of the complaints. I tell them, I say, why is it one of the biggest things I get from a lot of Black women, and it's true in the medical world, why do y'all assume my wife is white? Check it out. I'm going somewhere with this. I'm like, why? I cannot tell you how many people, Black women in particular. Oh, you married? Yeah, yeah, okay. But we seen you around here. I bet your wife white, ain't she? Why would they ask me that? And I asked them, why do you ask me that? Oh, because you seem like the type of dude you wouldn't put up with. There it is. There it is. Right there. You seem like the type of guy and how you carry yourself, you wouldn't put up with what? With real Black women. What do you mean by real Black women? What does that look like? What are we talking about? You know how we are. Oh, you're right. But the thing that you're wrong on is that my wife is not white at all. But what they don't understand, what they're saying is that I wouldn't put up with the so-called type of ratchet that some, not all, Black women come with. So it's sad for them to actually even assume that. So yeah, Beans is absolutely right. There is no way, and that goes both ways too, that no woman should have to put up with a person that's not toxic. I always push this to our young mentees. Before they even think about even getting into a relationship, we need to know how you are mentally, emotionally, spiritually, psychologically before you even enter into this, right? Because to me, I feel like this, and me and my wife, we're going on 23 years this June to be 23 years of being married. The things that we've battled over is stuff that's new to both of us. My wife didn't have to deal with the old me. I didn't have to deal with the old her. We dealing with new stuff that's never been encountered by either one of us. So then we have to talk our way through these things, whatever it may be. So yeah, and that's my take on that. And to me, I know some people may not agree with this, but if you tell me happy wife, happy life, no, that means that some dude miserable. Absolutely not. It's not my job to make my wife overall happy. Things that I do for my wife, it might give her moments of happiness, but that goes away. Things that my wife do for me, it gives me moments of happiness, but that go away. But as far as being a happy individual within our marriage, it's up to her to do the things and find the things that make her happy. It's up to me to do and find the things that make me happy. And together we're happy people, period. It's that it's not hard, but people make it complicated. So that's my take on that. And my mic is muted.
Modern Renaissance. Let me ask you a question, fam. I think that basically what you said is that if your wife is not happy, it is her responsibility. But do you believe, as the man, that it's your job to fix it? That you're the rock, and that you should find ways in order for her to get from one particular state to another? Absolutely not. It all depends on what it is. It all depends on what it is that got my wife unhappy. If it's something, if it's a relationship type thing, then we're gonna work on that. But if it's something my wife ain't happy about because she might be, I just don't know my purpose. Babe, you got to go find that. I mean, find some sisters in the church. But as far as me, it's not my job to delve into that. Now, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people don't understand that. Now, when it comes to things like, again, relationship wise, yeah. But me, I have a lot of things going on. I do things that make me happy, but we don't have to do things together all the time to be a happy couple at all. What she does on her own, she's happy with it. What I do on my own, we're happy with it. When as far as our relationship go, it's off the chain. 23 years in.
Hey, so let me add this real quick. I asked my wife right before this show when BMU, put that blasphemy up here that the baby boomers were in charge of all this shit. I asked my wife. I said, listen, one, that's two questions. One, are you happy? And two, I said, well, and she says, I'm happy. I said, well, what happens when you're unhappy? She said, well, I don't think it's your responsibility for my happiness. Clear blue. She said that shit to me. And I said, that's cool. You're saying all the right stuff. So she knows I do podcasts. So I said, listen, I'm just using you for content right now. So I want to know what she is. She just started laughing. But she was honest. She said, listen, we got our things we do separately and what we do together, and that's fine with me. I said, well, that's good.
I disagree with Modern Renaissance, man. I absolutely will take the toxic girl.
Lord have mercy.
You know what I'm saying? I just want her to know that I'm not the reason why she's toxic. Just don't blame me. You know what I'm saying? Bring the toxicity to me. I'll calm it down, but don't blame me for it. You know?
Absolutely not.
Appreciate
no
it.
way.
Appreciate it. Hank, come on in, man.
Way.
I know what I qualify for.
Welcome to the show, Hank.
What's up, man? How y'all doing tonight?
What's up, my man?
No, I was just sit back listening. A lot's been said, and I definitely understand. But what was the main point of the conversation? Because I know it went all over the place.
Happy life, happy wife, and whether or not a man is responsible for a woman's happiness or their behavior in the conversation, their behavior in the relationship is kind of where we've been at for the last 20, 30 minutes.
I don't believe. I believe adults should be responsible for what adults do. But the part about vetting, I believe a man should vet. I mean, if you're not vetting, you're not paying attention, you're not being aware of what's going on, what's been said, and what's been done. Then if you go into and still do it, then that's on you. You got to take that loss. You got to take that L. You got to take that lesson. If you go in there not doing what you need to do, being aware, paying attention, seeing all the signs, watching how she moves, listening to how she talks, and interacts with family, friends, and loved ones, if you're not paying attention to all that, like that shit won't ever blow back on your ass, yeah, that's on you. If you marry this heifer, you got to take this loss too, because you made a bad decision on putting a ring and blessing that woman with your last name, knowing she act like this, and you ignore the goddamn red flags like it wasn't gonna happen to you. Oh, I feel like I'm better than that. I feel like I'm too good. She'll never do me like it. Bullshit. It's just not your time. And when it was your time, you pissed off, you hate it, you don't like it. No, dog. You knew it was coming. It's only a matter of time. So what you gonna do? You gonna stick with it? You gonna try to figure it out together? Especially if you're married. Now, if you're married, I believe you got to fight this thing out. We got to figure this out. We got to have some good, hard, tough conversations that we should have had from the beginning. But now we got to have them in the middle of this marriage. And it may not go the way you want to, because her ass may not be willing to move off that line. She loved being trifling. She loved being nasty and being an asshole. So what you gonna do? You got to make a decision as a man.
Yep.
Trey, can I ask you a question, fam? Trey, do you believe that in the marriage, right, you can still choose to be together, or would it be more of a duty?
You asking me within a marriage, can you still choose to be
like every day you choose to be together, or is it more of a duty?
I'm gonna use our Payne's favorite words. I think two things can be true at the same time, because once I commit to that covenant of marriage, then it's my duty to honor that through my life. I have learned that within the first 5 years of my marriage. I learned that, like, listen, she accepted me despite my lifestyle before her. I showed her my clean bill of health. She showed me her clean bill of health. And we understood what our mission was. And yeah, it's my duty to be a husband. I like being a husband because I get to show off all my skills that I learned when I was growing. I like that shit. I like walking around, women looking at me and they pretty as hell looking at me. And they tell my wife, yeah, he's cute. Yes, I am. I am that type of guy. Now, would I go out and saying, oh, I'm this? No. I'm an average height guy. and take pride in myself. And the fact that I have a wife that understands her duty and her love for me, shit, that shit's great. I can't complain like some people probably, you go through ups and downs in the marriage. Hell, go out and date. You just got to, like Ming said, you just got to come in with the right mindset, went through the process that you should have saw within them first couple of weeks or months or whatever. And once you get married, if both parties are not committed 100% to the building of the name, of the last name, that's why a deal breaker could be if you come in and she want to take a hyphenated last name. That's a red flag. If you marry her, hey, she easily can separate everything. Her money, her life, her bed, all that shit's gone out of your little house or your apartment because she don't want an apartment. I mean, she don't want to get the house. She'd rather spend $1,500 that can be a mortgage on how to look good for the streets. But, it's my duty and my love for my wife, So, see, I'm 55. I'm trying to do it for the rest of my life. If you don't want to be married, focus on getting your skills set up. Save your money. Stop buying that bullshit out there. Start making that shit in your living room or something. Get together, fellas. Invest together. You got kids, go get them. Teach them how to read better than you. Teach them how to go beyond what you did. That's the greatest gift you can do for yourself. Other than that, shit. Okay, that's my last story.
Appreciate it, Trey.
We got $5. We got a $5 super chat from Caesar Price. He says, "I'm tired of older men telling young men like me we're responsible for women's happiness. Y'all know that's a lie. Women are grown adults." Appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat, sir. Now, I've been watching the show from the background, and there's a few things I want to ask that I noticed in the conversation that we had. One of the things is that we assume that men should be leaders, right? And they should be responsible for the household, right? Correct?
Yes, they should. They should be. Yes, but many of them are not.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. What are we doing as a community of men to prepare those who are not?
Well, I'll speak for myself, right? I happen to be at a particular level in my career where I have the opportunity to look at potential in individuals, and I mainly look at potential in Black men that are brought, before me, or individuals that I see in my department, and I take a particular, I guess, way of grabbing those men and really imparting wisdom, not only about what it is that we do as a company, but also ways in how they can increase their abilities, to increase their competence, to increase their skill sets, so they can move on, from their current position to where they want to be. And there's not very many Black people, in my company. I'm one of the few ones, and I'm one of the ones that really make a difference. So I try to do that. The individuals that I'm out and about in my daily life, if I'm happy to be chilling somewhere and, I see something very interesting, I'll strike up a conversation, with some people. Or when I go back home to Newark, New Jersey, is mainly where I can do the most good, because I was born and raised in Newark. So they know that I was born and raised in Newark, but now I'm doing quite well, here in New York City. And some of that wisdom I impart, in them. And I think that's where it comes from. I know I can't help everybody, but those who I can, I do what I can for.
Let me ask you a question. How do you decide what's baseline? Do you ask them their background, figure out exactly what they know, that type of thing? Because everybody doesn't start at the same level. You have some people who come from certain backgrounds who are at a certain level, and you got some people who have to start from the ground up. How do you make that assessment?
I make that assessment, first of all, by speaking to them, knowing where they came from and who they are part of, but also I'm gauging their willingness, right? I might speak about certain things that I encounter, and I'll ask them particular questions. Like, what? I was presented with this particular proposal here, with this particular problem. How would you handle that? I know you don't know everything, but how do you handle that? And I want to see how they walk through problem solving, right? To see if there's some potential there. Like, hey, what? There's some potential there where this individual can really be a really good asset, right? And then once I do that, I'll say, hey, like, you know what? Let me help you out here. I have this particular program that I got going on here. I would love for you to be a part of it. And I do it from that. But really, it's about competence and then willingness and drive.
Absolutely. Now that we have these gentlemen where they need to be, and they're out vetting women, what do you tell these gentlemen now? They've done the work. They're in a position to take care of a family now. How do we teach them how to vet the proper woman for them?
Well, what I do with our young men.
No, that's for anybody, man. Y'all jump in.
Yeah, that's why I stopped. Anybody, someone else can answer.
Right. So what we do, we actually, this is something that I do on a daily basis with our young folks in our mentorship programs. What we do when they get into those particular positions like that, we have them ask, certain type of questions and pretty much what they go in there for. So for example, one of the things I do is I have them get into this thing where I call like a superiority mindset. And what I mean by that is that we have them go in there without the intentions on trying to become this person's boyfriend or become this person's girlfriend. You are literally going in there to literally learn how to get to know this individual as if there was a friend that's at these after school programs. You get to know them just like that. Take all the feelings of infatuation, all that stuff out the window, and really try to get to know who this person is as an individual, especially if you have intentions on possibly making this person be your mate. So when you put those feelings and emotions, all the butterflies and stuff out the way because they're going on a so-called date, they're able to logically think through the situation and try to get to know this person as an individual, to know what their goals are, what they're looking forward to. Do they want to be married? Do they want kids? Do they not want kids? Or are they career driven? So they can actually kind of narrow it down to if this is going to be the type of individual that I do want to possibly cross over and put my feelings into.
Absolutely. Now that we have those men vetted so they know what to look for, how do we get the women to see the value that these men, the work that they put in to become the men that they are? Because it doesn't matter what he does. It matters whether or not that woman sees the work that he's done. How do we get the women to respect that work?
Well, so first of all, part of vetting, I think modern Renaissance man. I'm sorry, I think he left. It's stop. First of all, what are we looking for? What are we looking for as a man? She's irrelevant. Part of leadership is knowing what we want as a man. Who's first of all, are we looking to get married? Am I a man who's looking to get married? So if I'm a man who's looking to get married, I need to figure out what I want. So Mr. Bennett not up her, but shout out to Mr. Bennett. He got a whole list. I agree with that. You have whatever you're looking for, whatever you're expecting, whatever you want, you have to let it be known. This is what your expectations. If I want kids, I need to be looking for a woman who's willing to have kids. If I want multiple kids, she said, I just want one. No, man. I'm looking about 3 or 4. I can afford it. That won't be a problem. If you need to stay at home while taking care of the kids until the kids get to school age, you can do that. I can provide that. So this is why I want this, because not only I want these things, I can provide and afford these things. All of those things need to be talked about and said with yourself first. You got to know what you want, what to expect. So now you know what type of woman you're going after. If you don't know these from the giddy up, don't go after those women. Don't make them moves after these women, because they're going to try to, what we say, appease you just to get your attention or just to get with you. No, don't tell me that. I don't want to hear. No. I want to hear what you have to say. What's your stance on kids? What's your stance on teaching? What's your stance on disciplining kids? How do you expect to deal with in-laws? Is your family one of those who are overbearing and overly involved in your life situations? Or are they more standoffish, allow you to handle it? All of those things need to be had. You need to know if you can deal with that or if you can't. Because all of those you got to present to, because all of those things are going to possibly come up during a relationship, during a vetting, during a dating period, all of that things. So you got to know, is this what I'm willing to do? Is this the type of woman I want? And this is the type of woman she's going to have to be. So
I think even in agreeing with him somewhat, I think that step needs to come back a few more years just to a younger generation, 16, 17. Because unfortunately, we see by the numbers, a lot of us, whether we having children or not, shit, we out there. They out there doing some egregious shit. By the time they get 21, they done had the whole damn experience, male or female. They out there like porno stars. It's too much of that too soon. And I think, as far as a man, you have to look at yourself from day one. Once your scrotum sack drop and you realize, maybe dad's around or not, because the numbers say what it is. If you're born of that type of situation, then you really have to, and I think you should connect to guys that are pretty much doing things within their own lives to help their own lives. Meaning, if I'm a 14, 15, or a 14, 15-year-old boy, and you're a good guy, then you got to sit down and talk to them about the responsibilities of sex. Wear a condom. Can't tell them not to have sex. Hell, as shit, wake them up, tap them on the shoulder, like, what we doing today? Wear a condom. Show them the video of your breakout on your shit. Show the video of that, like, you can take a chance or not. If you want to have children, save that for marriage. Do not have a child out of wedlock. You have to teach them that. The women going to have to teach the little girls. Even some fathers can teach the little girl a little better about it. Show her what it is to be out here. Because the women, they're going to show them how to be in the same uniform. They're going to buy them with their little titties out. Everybody got their ass and titties out on the women's side. Especially the ones that are pretty much single. They trying to be seen too soon. The young girls and even the young women, they oversex. They done had too much of that exchange of bodily fluids too young. Women, y'all have to teach them to preserve their body. Their golden ticket is their body. Y'all go. The golden ticket is the body. And if you a smart girl and you go get your college degree, great. But that doesn't mean that you're a prize to the men. You can flaunt that to the women. Yes, girl, I did it. Yeah, girl, you got your degree. But some of your friends who didn't may not like you. The men, that doesn't make you the winner to the men. Men, same thing. You've been getting slapped around. Focus on self. Exercise, run, read, eat healthier. Fucking get a college degree, get a trade, become a doctor, lawyer. All of this. It's my last little story. And this is to the men and the ladies. If you were on an island, ladies, and it was one man, it was 12 women, and it was 12 of you all, your friends or whoever, and it was one guy, and he was built 6'6", and he had 4 or 5 sixes going on, and it was 12 of y'all, and it was one of him. Would you all cooperate to get with him? Would you fight amongst each other, compete amongst each other to get with that guy? He got all the physical features you want. He can provide you with the lifestyle of soft girl era, luxury, and everything. Would you be fit? Would you try to stay fit, or would you go over and eat up all the fruit on the alley? Would you submit to him if he called you and he wanted to talk to you? If he said, "Hey, Saprita," would you smile at him? Would you do that, or would you just have an attitude, "Don't talk to me"?
He wouldn't have
I'll
to
say
talk
all
to
that because of this. In America right now, for every one black man is 12 black women. Why the hell are y'all worrying about these damn women? Why are y'all chasing them? Now, if you doing your thing, they're going to run up on you. You pick and choose. You can't be like the rappers and the people all in Hollywood and pointing them out. No, they going to come up to you. They're going to be quiet. You talk to them, what you looking at. You got to look at the real things. You get off to herself and you have a conversation. Is she looking around and smacking her lips, all that, man? If that's what you want, you dive into it, you take what you get. Other than that, you can be $100,000 guy just putting in the work. From 18 to fucking 24. From 18 to fucking 45. Get out here, do your shit, and the world will be yours at 50. I'm trying to tell you. Sit around, keep crying about what the women ain't doing. Sit around, keep talking about dudes that had their heart broke. Shit. You shouldn't be listening to a dude 40 and you 25. You should go be out here picking up cars for a living, stacking your money. If a woman don't show up, move on. She ain't on time at the restaurant, pull off, get in your car and leave. She should be waiting for you outside because you that man.
Mm-hmm. Hey, BMU, let me ask you a question real quick on this topic, because he mentioned 12 to 1. Mm-hmm. Now, Isaiah was a prophet, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1 talks about 7 women cleaving to one man, looking for legitimacy. That's a prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
It's right there. It's right there in the good book that you guys like to quote. So, and are we going in that direction? We always talk about all women want one man. I mean, a small percentage of men.
Pain, here's the issue. The issue is that what being said earlier, men know how to take care of women. You know what I'm saying? It's just the fact that nobody talks about what it takes to take care of that man. Nobody is saying, hey, nobody's solving for that end of the equation. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Everybody wants to focus on one side of the problem, but nobody is asking for the equal and opposite side of the equation. And my whole thing is this. I think it's because men are cowards.
Okay, so did I say something wrong though? Because that's not what I said.
No. I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying, in gist, what I'm listening to the conversation, it's the fact that men are cowards because they're afraid to ask what they want.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They're afraid to ask what they want, and that's my whole thing right here. I ask men all the time. For those of you who have children, let me ask you a question: do you have authority over your kids, and can you enact discipline over your kids?
Yeah,
of course.
Yes.
Let me ask you the same question about your wife.
Yeah, I can.
Absolutely.
And I do. Yeah.
Y'all was a little slow. Gentlemen, I'm gonna be honest with you. Y'all was a little slow.
Yeah, but what kind of? I mean, but if you're talking about
if you had to think about it,
I hear what you're saying.
If you had to think about it,
yes, right.
Okay, I don't want you to put on for the book now for the
You know what's crazy about that loss of translation? Because it's for the same reason, right? What do we always hear kids get told by their parents, right? As long as you under my roof, right? The reason why you're supposed to listen to me is because I provide you your life. This is the same thing we saying about women, right? This is why I said the way men talk about women is like they either children or pets, right? We don't talk about them like they're billionaire, network owning, you know what I'm saying, human beings.
Lost in Translation was just about to put the seasoning in the gumbo.
The reason why I say that. Go ahead, black man.
No, because you were saying you asked the question. Can you ask it again? Because you did it so slick. I'm starting to wonder if you're a lawyer or something. Listen, because you did it so slick. Can you ask the question again?
I asked the question. I said, gentlemen, I said, do you have responsibility over your children? And can you enact discipline?
Yes.
And everybody said yes, without question.
Come on.
Then I asked him, I said, what about your wife? I got about 5-6 seconds worth of crickets.
Yeah, because they know it's
not but I in all transparency, in all honesty, it's been a while since the last time I had to discipline, her. And that's when I had to think like, wow, I can't remember the last time I had to discipline her. Obviously, there's been some small corrections that I had to make, but it's not as egregious with my children. And I think that's where I had to kind of this small little hiccup on that.
Right. Let me ask you a question. In the event that you do have to enact some type of discipline, how do you talk to your wife? How do you explain your grievance with her?
Brother Loss.
I go. I'm not gonna go all the time. First, somebody else go.
I'll go. I'll go.
So I ain't never seen our pain this quiet in my life.
I know, right?
She's blink twice if she's standing right there.
Now I'm trying to chill, let everybody else talk, and you're getting this. I already told you how I check my wife. I don't know how many examples I can give you. I gave you a lot of examples. I wait for
Oh, poor baby.
To talk. Hey man, don't be putting Kevin on my ass, god damn it.
Come on, man. You got the flow, sir.
No, listen, all I'm just trying to say is, kind of what Kasim said. I mean, checking my wife is not like checking a kid, because my wife is never that kind of infantile. Right. So when she says some things that's out of bounds, I correct her on the spot. And that's it. That's the only kind of discipline, if you call that discipline, I had to do with my wife.
Right.
So it's her verbal stuff, like, my kids are my priority. She said it a couple of times. I said, no, these are our kids. Don't be talking about they're your kids. They're ours. Our relationship is more important than your relationship with the kid. Our relationships is the most important thing.
And that's a whole nother show, Arpain. Because we're gonna do a show called The Giver of Life. A lot of women think since they're the incubators, that gives them the right to have full authority over their children. When we are simply the givers of life. But we're talking about that's a whole nother show.
Yeah, but that's the kind of discipline. That's the kind of thing.
Now here's the thing. The reason why I asked that is because I think gentlemen need to learn how to handle conflict appropriately. I'm gonna tell you why I say that. It's because far too many times I've heard women say, I left because my husband was abusive. It's time to cut that out. It really is. We can't continue to allow them to use that narrative as an excuse. You see what I'm saying? That's the reason why I asked the question, how are we training young men how to be husbands? What exactly are we teaching them? Are we teaching them more than just to be producers? Are we teaching them more than just to be protectors and providers? Are we teaching them to be ministers? You see what I'm saying? To minister to your wife. Are we teaching them to be teachers to the children and to their family? Those are the things that we need to really teach our young men how to do. And also teach them how to believe in themselves. You know what I mean? Because sometimes your wife ain't going to have it in her to hold you up and pull you up by your bootstraps. Sometimes you got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You see what I'm saying? Because sometimes your woman don't want to see you cry. Sometimes you got to get in your closet and be like, hey, I got this. Between me and the Lord, I got this. You see what I'm saying? And in the event that you do have to say, hey, look, I need your help, there should be no hesitation because you've done the work. And my whole thing is this, that is the piece of the puzzle that I think a lot of men are missing. We're going to have to make sure that we figure out a way how to handle our women appropriately. You see what I'm saying? And not put our hands on them.
We do this thing with our young mentors. We do this thing with them where we actually teach them that very thing because that's something that doesn't get taught, and that's actually how to fight in a relationship. And we don't even like to use the word necessarily fight. We try to throw things in there like saying how to have a constructive conversation when y'all get into what you call an argument. So when you ask that question, one of the things that I do is that one of the things I learned to do is that when something like that comes up, for one, I'm making sure there's nobody else around. I'm going to pull you off to the side, and I usually always do it when the mood is always good. Babe, come here, let me talk to you for a second. Hey, the other day, and y'all think I'm joking when I say this, I have a journal. Okay. So if something goes down and it kind of hit me the wrong way, let me show you. Okay. Hey, babe, come here for a second. Hey, let me look. Yesterday, you said this right there. That kind of pissed me off a little bit when you said that. And the reason why is because Now you either don't get using what my wife, because she's so sweet, she'll, oh, I didn't even know. Well, I'm just letting you know, just for like futuristically speaking, don't do that. And like what y'all mentioned earlier, when it come to like the kids, for example, if there was something that came up with our kids and I'm like, nope, it's not happening. Mommy told me I can't. My wife coming, yeah, I told them they could. It don't matter what you or them said. I told them no. Well, I see. Wait, stop, babe. Hey, going off in your room, because what it end up happening, they'll end up learning. If dad don't do it, I probably can run to mom. And mom, see, babe, nope. Go to your room right now. Bye, babe. Come here, let me talk. When we do this right here, don't do that in front of them because this is what they're gonna do. And she'll, oh, I didn't even think of it that way.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So what I do is I teach our young men and women that when those situations come up, you have to learn to actually battle in it. That the arguing, the going back and forth, they're trying to figure it out. That's supposed to happen. And what you end up finding out, if people are not taught that and learn that, that's one of the easy one. That's why it's so easy for them to get out of it. And one of the things, I'm just being real, from the ones that me and my wife counsel right now, their biggest thing, and it's mostly women, they'll say he was abusive, but their abusive is, well, the way he talked, or they say he's very combative. And we have to literally tell them from a man's standpoint, what you see as being combative is not really combative. For example, now I'll just shut up after this. I got two sons that are grown right now. One moved out, been about 8 months. He's moved out right now, right? Got his own thing going, doing great. The other one is here in college. He gonna stack up his money. So when I find my wife, I'll move and do whatever, blah, blah, blah. But as my sons got older, when me and my sons would talk, you see this. No, it's not yet. No, it's not because of that. My wife like, dang, what are y'all doing? And we all look at her like, what are you talking about? We not even arguing. Like, what are you doing? My wife's, well, it sounds like y'all all over there just, no, this is how men do. So what I would say is that a lot of times women can misinterpret that when we actually talking to y'all as if we're being really aggressive and really, and when we're not, that's just us. So
let me say this real quick before we move forward. You know, one thing I'm tired of? I'm tired of this thing that we have today that's very infectious. And we're talking about the provider conversation. And this is still on the call. Anissa has an issue with all these men being providers, and I believe I want to ask her definition of what a provider is, because she's a believer of faith, and I'm under the understanding that in the Bible all those women worked alongside their husbands, with their husbands, for their husbands. And if you're a believer of the faith, I don't understand why there's an argument that you got to get your it's Sunday. You have to get your dark colored gluteus maximus up and go to work. I don't understand it. I don't understand why we have a problem with it. So if Anissa, for just a moment, Anissa, if you could just come out of the casket for just a second and address the audience, that would be very helpful for me to understand. Please.
Well, I'm not in the casket. I'm under the hairdryer, actually, but I'm still listening to you guys. But it was in response to Almanize said, in the vast majority of relationships, both people work. So what is all this provider talk? And I responded, I responded to Almanize. I said, the men are saying that they are the providers. And then she said, the stats don't support that. And I said, I'm keeping my mouth closed. I didn't start the conversation.
I understand. This is for both of you. My thing is this.
I didn't start it.
Who said, I want you to go biblically and show me when it says provider, did it only particularly point out finances?
No, I don't believe that provision is just for finances. I don't believe that.
Of course not.
No, you don't.
I mean, you provide protection, you provide the spiritual covering, you provide a lot of things. You provide safety, and a major part of your responsibility as a man is to provide finances for the woman. I believe that. But it's not the only thing that you provide.
So a woman go lost in translation. A woman worketh with her hands, and she finds a field and buys it, and everything that she grows from that field, she tends that field and gives it to her husband, and her husband delegates that money along with the money he made, which makes her work. Lost in translation. Can you help me here? Because it's Sunday and I'm trying to be
holy.
Holy.
Here's my whole thing, man. I think a lot of times women take advantage of this whole provider thing. They really do, for their benefit. I'm just gonna be honest. It sounds good to the fellas because it makes them seem like they're Superman. You can put your cape on or whatever. But I don't understand. If y'all ever paid attention, you ever seen a farmer back in the day used to hook up two oxen? He didn't hook up an oxen and a jackass. He hooked up two equally equipped oxen and they pulled together. And that's how you get it done. The problem is we got some people who want to get hooked up to the machine. They want to get the glory for the machine, but they don't want to pull. You know what I'm saying? They want to tell all their friends how they be out there with their man, but they really don't be helping for real. You know how I know? Because usually men die before their woman does. And it's usually because he's worn out. And that's the main reason why men leave here earlier than most women, because most men provide their women with a soft life. I'm just being honest.
Facts.
So this is my problem.
Beans, come on, Beans. Let me pour some sugar in your coffee before you say that. I need you to have this. Last week, Anissa so beautifully said, yeah, but a man should ride. A man is a leader. He's a leader. And I say, we're supposed to help each other. We do. I say, so if he needs you to mow the yard, you mowing the yard? I'm not mowing no yard.
Yeah, I remember that conversation.
Work.
Let me ask you this. Hold on a second.
I never have. I'm just saying it's something I've never done. I don't enjoy. I'm not cutting the grass.
Anissa, earlier, you said that men should be leaders, right?
Absolutely.
And men should lead, right?
They should.
And you believe in your leader, right?
I do.
I see where you're going.
If he asks you to cut the grass, what are you going to do?
I am not cutting the grass.
Oh, you don't need to be married.
Wait. Now this is not the way. Real quick.
Would not have his wife.
Is this the same woman that was talking about the church women and stuff earlier?
Hold on a second. Let me put the cherry on top.
Payne says in his 30-something years of marriage, he has never,
Anissa, we're not listen.
Asked his wife.
Listen, Anissa, listen. I'm not the other fellas. I'm not going to allow you to deflect. Let's get back to what we talked about earlier.
I answered your question. I answered your
question.
question.
No. I wasn't finished yet.
I
wasn't finished yet because you gave me your response, and now it's my time to retort. Okay. Now, earlier, you said that the man should be the leader, right?
I did.
What good is a leader if the followers don't execute?
I am not cutting grass, Lost. I don't care how you put it. I don't.
That's
care
not the question I asked.
I don't care what you say.
Remove the grass.
Okay.
Anissa, remove the grass. Okay. Because we got an issue there. My issue is this: what good is a leader if the followers don't follow? That is the crux of the problem that we have today. We have a whole bunch of men who are assuming the position of leadership, and we have a whole bunch of women who refuse to follow. So that leads me to believe that the issue is not with the men. It's with the women.
Nope, you're wrong. See, you're wrong. See, the problem is these men lack masculinity and they lack the finances and they lack what it takes for the woman to respond to it. Lost in translation. See, you don't understand, man. You wrong. Okay.
So they have to liquefy.
They not leading right. They not proper leaders. They don't know how to lead these women into following.
Checkmate.
But Checkmate. I'm going to say this, and all the women that I know that are married in my family, that have been married as long as Payne or longer, none of them have ever cut the grass. I've never seen a woman with a husband cut grass.
My wife does.
That's your wife. I'm saying I have
never seen a woman at all.
Anissa, hold on, Anissa. Hold on,
I haven't seen it. Not the women in my family. All women, all marriages are different because none of the women in my family have cut grass.
Anissa, with all due respect,
I haven't seen it, Lost. I'm not lying. I'm just being honest.
I understand. Listen, I believe you. With all due respect,
their husbands take care of that.
Listen, with all due respect, your neighborhood is not the world. I'm gonna let you.
Oh my God! I am going by my experience.
Listen, I'm gonna let you in a little secret, okay?
Now this is your woman to cut grass.
Let me finish, Anissa. Let me finish.
I'm not saying this wrong.
Now you gave your little anecdotal evidence. I'm gonna provide you with mine.
Okay.
Now on the weekends, I like to go dream building. Okay, I go into neighborhoods of homes over $1 million because that's where I want to be someday. So what I do is I peruse the neighborhood to case out to see where I would like to purchase a home. Okay. Constantly, I go outside and I see women cutting the grass.
White women, probably.
White women, yes, they have on their little short shorts. And the kids are out there. She's watching the kids. They're having a good time, jumping and having a good time in the port. And this is not just one instance. I'm talking about all across the whole entire neighborhood. Yeah. You know why? Because they want to stay fit for their husbands, and they say, you know what? If I'm going to stay fit for my husband, I'm going to make sure I put it to use. I'm not just going to be pushing a stroller. I'm going to get something done to take something off the plate for him. I think that those type of women who are unselfish should be wives. I've said it again. I'll say it 1,000 times. Women who are selfish should not be wives, because those are the type of women who don't know how to reciprocate. And I will tell you all day long, you do not pour into something that does not pour back into you.
Well, I will respond to that. Some women enjoy yard work. You know, some women love to garden and they love to do all that. And it's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, in my experience, my parents, my mother and father, I never saw my mother cut the grass. My aunts that have been married and are still married, I have never seen them push the lawnmower. That is something that typically, in what I have seen, the women typically take care of the household, the inside, and all of that, and the men take care of the outside. Now, again, the men enjoy it. They want their yard to look a certain way. They want their grass to look a certain way, and that's something that they enjoy doing. If you enjoy doing that, it's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I'm
gonna let you in a little
my experience. The women did not cut the grass. They took care of the inside. They took care of the house. That's all I'm saying. So if I can use the grass, you can say I'm unfit. You can say whatever you want to say, but that's my.
No, we're not going to say you're unfit.
If I can't talk about my grandmother and great grandmother, you can't talk about your mama and your daddy.
I'm gonna say it, but I ain't gonna say it because she won't cut the grass.
Well, here's the thing.
Wait, but I got a question real quick. Did she mention earlier? Didn't Anissa? I might be mistaken, but did I hear you earlier say you don't cut grass because you never knew how to use a lawnmower?
I have never cut grass. Like I didn't.
I mean, You
Because
did
my
say
mother, I just told you, my mother never cut the grass because
right.
my father did not let her. I did not
Understood.
grow up cutting grass either.
Understood. But did you? I'm
So
just
that's
saying.
not
Did you?
something that I did.
But you did mention that you said you don't cut grass. You said because you don't know how to use a lawnmower.
I said I don't push a lawnmower.
Okay, I thought I heard you say because you don't know
Let
how
me
to.
ask you,
Anissa,
can you
I
push a
mean,
broom?
I've never
Anissa,
caught one up
Can you push a
Anissa,
broom?
because
Anissa,
I've
you
never
and
cut
Los,
grass. How would I know how to use it? I've never.
Can you
Anissa,
push a
Right.
broom?
yeah,
What
can you
about a
push
leaf
one?
blower?
Absolutely.
Vacuum cleaner.
What about a leaf blower?
Absolutely.
Can you handle that?
On the inside of my home, yes, I can
A
do
leaf
that.
blower inside your
Self-propel
home?
ones with the hook on it.
Come on, man.
I'm trolling. I'm messing.
I have answered y'all's question. I'm sorry
You
you don't
have.
like it.
That don't mean that the answers make sense.
Anissa, the
You
reason,
have. I give you that. Thank
You
you.
don't have to like it. I'm just
Anissa,
saying that's
the
the one
reason,
thing
the
I'm not
reason,
gonna do.
Oh, you
listen,
If
just
you
hold
want
on.
to hold it against me, hold it against me.
I
No,
get it. I get it. Lit. See, look, let me stand in the gap for you, Anissa. She's
You don't
old,
have to.
right? So because she's old, she is clinging to these outdated ideas, and we have to be willing to give people grace, right? When they find it difficult to accept new ideas, we have to be willing to accept that, right? So my mom was the same way too until she owned a house. Right? And she wanted the yard to be cut a certain way, and she got
Here's
out
the
there and did
thing.
it. But then here's the thing though. Hold
I
on.
own two
Here's the thing
homes.
though, Anissa. Here's the
I own
thing though,
two
right?
homes.
Because if you remember, while you was talking, I ain't say nothing, right? So here's the thing though, LIT. Guess what? When my mama wanted my stepdad to cut the grass, guess what she went and did? Because he's older. He like 81 now, right? So this is probably about 8 years ago. You know what she did? She went and bought him a sit-down mower. Right? I want you to cut the grass, but I know you're older, so I'm not going to ask you to walk around and push this mower, but I'll buy you a sit-down mower. Right? That's what she went and did. See, my mom had to realize that she had to step into the future. She couldn't hold on to these old ideas because, respectfully, she's different from Anissa and a lot of these other modern women where she actually prioritizes marriage, right? So because she prioritizes marriage, it's whatever it takes for the marriage. You see what I'm saying? Period, point blank. Now in the beginning, it wasn't like that. She had to go through 4 marriages before she got to that point. But she realized at some point I have to prioritize the marriage. Okay, cool. So I can't have these outdated expectations. You the man, so you got to mow the lawn. Well, not necessarily. Right? Because I got a different husband. I don't got a 40-year-old husband. I got a 70-year-old husband. He can't push this lawnmower like that. Let me go by the sit down. Now he can't even ride the sit down, right? Because his memory is starting to go a little bit, right? Function's starting to go a little bit. So she had to get rid of that. Now, guess what? Now I got to pay this guy to come every week or every 2 weeks, little about $40, whatever it is, to take care of the lawn. Not let me go ahead and beat you down. We divorced because you can't take care of the lawn no more. You see what I'm saying? That's what's wrong with the modern woman is that they just have not reached that point yet where they understand my relationship is not about money. Right? And it's not about me trying to hold you and constrain you to every idea that was once applicable to the husband.
Oh God!
Everybody's
All of this for
situation is
cutting
not
grass.
that.
No. Here's the thing, Anissa. The reason why
No. It's not about the cutting of the grass. It's not about the cutting of the grass. It's not about the cutting of the grass.
She missed it.
I'm just saying that is. I'm
Yeah,
just
it's not
saying
about the
that
cutting of the grass.
is the example that I have had in my family. The men took care of those things.
We heard you. We heard
not
you.
have
We
to
heard
do
you.
that. And when they got to the age where they couldn't do it, they were professional men. They just paid $40 and had somebody cut the yard. It's just not that big a
Absolutely.
deal.
So let's reach. So I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, Anissa. So let us ask you this question now, Anissa. If your leader, your husband, your leader, who you said you willing to follow, if he said you pay for the grass to get cut, would you pay for the grass to get cut?
Baby, I got plenty of 40s. I will pay for somebody to cut that grass.
See, there you go.
$40 is not gonna make a dent for me. Okay, I will pay $40 and have that grass cut.
There you go. You had to ask for the right question.
Go ahead.
Just talking. God damn.
Well, I got
most of these people don't these women won't cut grass. Even these younger women, they not cutting no goddamn grass. First of all, they not cooking. What makes you think they gonna cut your goddamn grass?
Goddamn right. Goddamn right.
The heifers are not cooking. So you think she gonna get out there and cut yards? No, they not cooking shit. They not cutting shit. They not gonna do anything for you motherfuckers. If that's the type of woman you got. Now look, me, I don't have no problem. My woman's not gonna cut grass, but guess what I'm not doing? I'm not cleaning a goddamn thing in the goddamn house. So she knows everything in the house. She got to cook, she got to clean, she got to dust, she got to do all vacuum, she got to do all that shit. I'm not doing none of that shit.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair.
I'm not doing none of that. But
absolutely.
Am I gonna get out there and cut that grass? Yeah. But I don't call it cut grass. That's you motherfuckers don't know what nothing done about. My lawn is manicured. Fuck y'all. I don't know what y'all talking about.
Keeping that lawn together.
Weed eater and an edger. I mean, god damn.
This nigga named his lawn.
Yeah.
My name Caroline.
Yeah, don't expect these young women to get out there and cut no yard. They not. I don't care if you down in the back or whatever. They not getting out there. They gonna look at you like you're I'll tell you pay somebody. All right, you selfish.
So look,
that's what we're gonna do.
Now look, Hank, I'm not gonna make an argument against what you're saying. I think that he was using it as an example, right? To show that sometimes the followers don't follow correctly, right? You're giving me pushback. You're not being what the leader needs in the moment, right? But to that point, the lady who lived next door to my mom, guess what? She take care of her lawn, all of it. She do it all. She manicures her own lawn. She trims all hedges. She be out there with them big ass shears. I be hoping she don't cut her fingers off. She does it all on her own,
bro.
Right?
You know
her husband is in a wheelchair. You know what I'm saying? So she.
I said if you enjoy doing that, if you enjoy cutting the grass and gardening and planting flowers, so if you enjoy that, go ahead and do it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong.
But think about wait, listen, this is what I was trying to say to Brother Clarence earlier. Think about what you're implying. You're implying that she should only do it if she enjoys it. That's crazy.
Some women,
you're not suggesting that the man should do it if he enjoys it. You're only suggesting that the woman should do it if she enjoys it.
But generally, in my experience, like Hank said, he's gonna cut the grass because that's his yard.
You outdated Negroes don't.
We're not trying to be on your time beans. We're not trying to do what you do. We're not trying to do that.
Lady, y'all own homes.
The men that I know don't want their wives on the grass.
Yeah, it's ugly. So we
men I know don't want their wives doing that. They don't.
Listen, y'all women own homes. Right now, in a specific age of single people, women are buying more homes than men.
Exactly. Somebody cutting their grass.
So what are you talking about?
Lost in
I have
translation.
2 homes. I have 2 homes, and I don't cut the grass at either one of them. I don't cut the grass at either one of them.
Lost in translation is absolutely correct. When I leave the house on a Saturday, midday, and I'm driving down the road, the black people, I know where they live. They're my neighbors. The husband's out. He's sweating. He's cutting. He's doing his thing. But them Hispanic women and old Julia down on the corner, while her husband's mowing, she's tying off the plants and cutting the little limbs, and over there got this just.
Oh God!
I mean, they just working their ass. She's bending over, standing up. She's doing a little touch up paint by the door. I mean, they're out there working together.
Oh God!
And I just don't see it amongst us niggas. And let me tell you something. Even my wife had the head double, so I almost talked her tongue because my wife does the same thing. I can be out in the backyard with the yard. My boys are old enough; they can do the whole yard by themselves. Right? I taught them well, and they'll do the yard, and I'll go to the front. And my wife will be out there, have my daughters out there putting the plants, digging up all the weeds around. I say, "Damn, well, look at my wife! God damn it!" So I don't want to hear, women ain't, if you're married, I'm going back to what Lost in Translation said, and I'm gonna let him take that back over the boat. If you're married and your husband actually do anything. If that man is doing everything, he actually do anything, he shouldn't hear nothing from you. If he say, "Baby, I tweaked my back today," and our budget, I already done the budget for this month. We ain't paying no yard man. I need you to go out there and knock that front yard out for me. Anissa should have on her yoga gear in her Nikes. Overalls.
Overalls on God.
out there more in the damn yard. It shouldn't be no pushback.
No.
BMU, how old are your sons?
My son, my oldest son is 16. My son after him is 13, and then my baby boy is 11.
So wouldn't those be the next people in line to go cut the grass?
No, but they ain't in your house.
I knew she was going to say that.
No, I'm asking about.
They ain't in your house. Go ahead, black man. Keep going.
I already answered you. I don't cut the grass.
Anissa, let me ask you a question, darling.
What if your husband say? What if your husband say? I don't do them lashes. I don't do that weave. I don't
do those either. I don't do it either.
I don't know. I'm saying
now you
I don't do
starting to be
weave.
all right. Now put your number in the back.
I don't do weave. I'm natural. I have my own hair.
Then. Okay,
I'm just saying I have not seen that in my family. I didn't grow up doing it. My daddy didn't make me do it. You know, he didn't make me cut the grass and all of that. I'm sorry.
Anissa,
I'm sorry. I want y'all women outside in the hot sun.
Hold on a second. Anissa, let me talk. Anissa, let me talk. Let's say, for instance, you do. Anissa, let's see. You do everything you're supposed to do in the house, right? Your husband do everything on the outside, right? Okay. God forbid something happened to you, you get sick. Your husband turns to you and says, "Hey, I don't cook, so you're gonna have to starve until you get better." Damn it. Accept that? You're gonna accept that because he don't cook. That's not what he does in his family. He's never seen the men in his family cook for any of the women. So you have to starve until you get better.
You cooking?
You're gonna accept that?
You cooking?
I think I said earlier, I would not cut the grass, but I would pay somebody to cut the grass.
What if you pay somebody to come in and cook for you? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Of course it is.
Hey, baby, you don't give me head like I want to. Can I have the girl next door come do it? I think she's very good at it.
Well, you don't pay them bills like I want to, so I gotta get that.
No. That ain't what he said. That ain't what he said.
Bills like I like. Is that what we're gonna say? Is that where we're gonna take all of this? Come on.
You was doing so well. You had a clear-cut checkmate with to pay somebody to do the lawn, and then you threw the W away with the dumbass you don't pay the bill shit. Like that's
and what type of way how he pay the bills that you would like it? But is it certain payment he want to do, or is it certain app you want to use to pay the bills? Like,
oh guys, come on!
You use the credit card instead of a check.
I'm kidding with you guys. I'm kidding with you guys. I'm kidding.
I know.
I'm just kidding. I don't cut grass, but I would absolutely have no problem paying a yard man to cut the grass.
Okay, but
as long as you get it done,
Anissa. But say for
instance, as long as you get it done, why does it matter how it gets done? Why
not to me. It matters to them, not to me, baby. Look, it matters to them, not to me. I'm the one asking you to call me. They don't want
like he said his woman takes care of everything. And see, I'm a homemaker. I love taking care of everything on the
nobody's damn homemaker.
My home is beautiful. It is immaculate. You're going to be taken care of. You're going to be well fed. When you come home, it's going to be peaceful. It's going to be quiet. It's going to be the way that you like it.
Listen, I doubt it if it's going to be quiet.
Of the outside,
you've been rattling all night long.
And edge it and do the shrubs. You can do along with him.
Wait a minute, I missed that
one. Scrubs.
Oh, I just said squirting. Wait a minute.
And he's going to take care of the outside because Hank said he's not doing anything on the inside. That's what he wants his woman to do.
Keep reverting to the people that make you
what I side with.
I have a question, Anissa.
This woman definitely.
You finally had a birthday. You've gotten your AARP card, and you can't mount that thing like you used to, right? It's just, you're a starfish in the bed now. And your husband said, "Hey, babe, you're not able to provide me with that stroke you used to do when you used to look at me and pull back on it. Your hip went out. So I'm gonna pay somebody to come in because I know you can't do it. So I'm gonna pay somebody to come in to do it for me. Are you okay with that?"
Boom, bing, boom, 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 boom.
Anissa, are you still there? Unmute yourself. She's still there? Damn. I asked the mic drop question of the night.
Look,
That's
they don't want you.
stupid. It's a stupid question.
Okay, I agree.
Stupid. You just being silly for being silly sake. That's all.
Hey,
Y'all can talk.
Well, give us a stupid answer. Give us a stupid answer.
How much you weigh?
Hold on, Beans. If you can't throw that pussy from the free throw line like you used to, is it okay for your husband to draft another shooter?
Okay. Conversely, if your ED gets the best of you and I'm no longer satisfied, can I go get somebody else?
Can you answer a question without a question, please, man?
Yeah, don't answer a question
Can
with
you
a
answer a
question.
question without a question,
You answer
man?
our question first, and we'll answer yours. Go.
No.
Why? He don't want to do starfish pussy?
Because it ain't gonna be good. I wouldn't want to have to cheat on you if you're not putting it down like you used to. So we'll have to figure something
Well,
out.
y'all will never know because you ain't doing nothing.
But you know what?
We know that's why they do what they do.
And you in your 50s,
We know.
right?
We know it ain't the
you
same.
in your 50s, right?
We know when it ain't the
And
same.
we just looked at the statistic that shows 10 women to every one man. If he look at you and say, baby, I don't care if you go have sex with another man, your pussy's a half a century old. It's 9 other women out here in their 30s that I could go fuck.
But how used is that 30? Y'all now you all talk all the time how used these 30-year-old pussies are. You all say that all the time. They are
That's
used
a great rebuttal.
They got a bunch of kids.
Great rebuttal.
Y'all say that all the time.
But you know what? Listen, Anissa,
they only catching up with their ancestors.
Anissa, that used cat got a muffle on it.
They only
I don't know what that is. But supposedly y'all don't want that. So make up your mind.
Wait,
Y'all
Anissa, you bought what, 230, 240?
But now you say you want it. I'm confused. I'm just confused.
No, Anissa, that was a great. Wait, let it land. Anissa, let it land. That was a great rebuttal. You got to let it land. Don't keep repeating it because you're going to dilute it. That was actually a great rebuttal. So don't keep repeating yourself. And let it land. Now, here's the thing. How much you weigh? About 230?
No, I do not.
Are you under 200?
Yes, I am.
Oh, that's cool. I don't want to know more.
Okay, and
I'll let me when you get over 200.
I wasn't checking for you either. So that's
I'll let
fine.
me when you get over 200.
No, that's okay.
See, but Anissa,
soon as you hit 201, let me know.
Anissa, I want to say this.
Won't happen.
This for you two, Beans. What we're running into, Hink, and this for you two, and everybody on the panel. Shit, fuck it. What we're running into today is that women, Anissa, you are a very attractive woman. I will say that your mouth is full of disease that I've never seen before. But you are a beautiful woman, but
is she?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
She ain't on cam then. Damn.
Yeah, she's on camera. She don't get on the camera. But yeah, Anissa's a very attractive woman, right? And what Anissa doesn't understand is she's speaking only for herself. She talks about her circle, the people she's around, the beautiful people that she's around, the husbands, the wives. She's around all the people that got the best dick, best doctors, best nurses, best bus drivers. She's around all of them. Just fuck them all. So right. So
that's the best.
Right, just the best of everything. And this has the best of everything. But what we're dealing with in the real world, because you're living in a fantasy. You're at Disneyland, right? I want to take you to the gutter. What we're dealing with today is 50-year-old women who portray them.
Don't try to get me to go down with you.
No, ma'am. What I'm saying
Go
is,
ahead.
You're the president of the sisterhood, and these are the women that you're representing, and these are the women that men are having to deal with today.
Call me Bucky, niggas lucky that I'm innocent. If I didn't have no morals, I'd be menacing. How about nigga rapping conscious but he ignorant? How he from the hood but still gon' go legitimate? How he fuck a bunch of bitches but they still respect the women? He still rolling this another, he just got the windows tinted. Homie stabbed me in the back and that can never be forgiven. In my prime, been.
Those are the women that
what's supposed to do with that shit? What the hell was that?
I don't know. BMU goes down into the trenches to find that kind of shit.
Damn it, man.
He really does.
Kasim, are you okay?
No, man. We got to do better.
Hey, my boy Kasim said he left this woman when she gained 5 pounds. He said, "Fuck you, now get out of here."
I'm a PhD.
Oh my God. Who can see your face, bro? Your face, bro. Oh shit, I'm over here in tears, bro. Oh my God. But that's what we're looking at now. Those are the women who Anissa speaks for. The ones who are looking for the doctors and the lawyers. And I remember Kevin Samuel said this a long time ago. He said, not so far as the men, he said, have you ever seen, he asked this lady that called in, have you ever seen a 400-pound woman get out of a Lamborghini at a 5-star restaurant? That was a question.
I'm sorry. Were you talking to me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What'd you say?
Have you ever seen a doctor, the bishop, the prophet, Kevin Samuel said, have you ever seen a 400-pound woman get out of a Lamborghini at a 5-star restaurant?
Well, I don't consider him any of those things that you said. The answer is no. I have never.
That's because it's impossible.
Just like it is for that woman to get a man. Now, somebody gonna go over there during tax time. Somebody gonna go over there during tax time, and get that thing and get that check. I heard a woman on the panel the other day say she ain't never heard of that before. Men dating women just for they income tax.
Oh yes, it's men like that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
As well, it should be.
Yeah. Now, if Take Heed was here, she'd say
Take
this.
a picture, write it down. I don't give a fuck. You hear me? Do what it do.
Ain't no Take Heed, cuss.
I didn't know that either.
Oh no, you kidding me? Oh my God.
Take Heed. Now we'll say this to Anissa as well. We were talking about that. This is for you two, Beans, and Kasim, stay right there because I need to see your face. This is also one of those videos that our Payne, I think this is one of his cousins. And he sent us one of his third cousins.
They said big bag bitch, get to the bag. They said big bag bitch, you want a snack? Well, this big bag bitch, she got the stack. So put big bag bitch clothes on the rack. Ooh, on the macaroni. Move and shake it for me. Ooh, we shaking it quick and the brands are phony. Ooh, the brands are phony. Ooh, they need a Tony. They need an Emmy, Oscar, Grammy, cause the shit's baloney. The way they be faking like they're making all the sizes. If you ain't got at least a 4X, you ain't trying. Ooh, so give it to us, baby. Give us a guy. Give it to us when we step on the spot. Ooh, plus sizes. They said big bag bitch, get to.
If you ain't got a 4X, you ain't time.
Kasim, she said, if you don't have a 4X, you're not trying.
I know, I heard that.
Who you came to see? Cornbread.
Anissa, how do you feel about what she said?
You know, I don't agree with any of that.
You don't? Okay.
No.
So she cut the grass.
Yeah, I think she'll cut the grass.
She might have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, I'm gonna say this because I don't appreciate the disrespect.
Beans, hold on, Beans.
Oh, whose part, Beans? Oh, whose part?
On all y'all part. On all y'all part, because
Beans, hold on, Beans, before you say that. Because I ain't left the fellas out. And Anissa sent us a video, and I know she didn't want me to show y'all this, but Anissa sent us a video of the dude she talked to now. Here he is.
3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I can flip a dollar to $1 million. I don't like to brag.
Listen, man.
Y'all know BMU is a lie. He's the biggest.
I'm not.
The biggest liar.
Oh shit! I can't
get you from Circle of Life.
The BMU got all the videos, all the clips, right?
Go ahead, bro.
Y'all got to stop this though, okay? Because for one, y'all had me start judging all these different people that's making all these different songs. And I started realizing they can only represent what they are and who they are. You know what I'm saying? They can't. They would sound worse to get on the song and try to rap like they skinny. They would sound worse to try to get on the song and rap like they're Christians when they really hoes, right? So I'm at the point now where I'm kind of just like, you know what? Let me let you do you, right? And I'm gonna try my best not to be too judgmental because they played this one clip. And I mean, this little heifer was talking about blowing dicks and all kind of shit, bro.
Oh, I got her. Is she right here? To my this one?
No.
Oh Lord.
Nah, it was some little rapping ass
about
girl.
cutting the grass.
Kasim, you okay?
Talking about using niggas for their money, all kind of stuff. And I know look, let's do this because I know you blame the boomers for something, right?
Oh shit!
Well, Generation X is gonna
How you have nappy leg hair?
Generation X is gonna have to take this one on the chin. Remember back when Dolores Tucker and all those people was protesting against rap music, right? And how they thought it was problematic and what it would be being used for. And us in our rebellious nature was like, you just hating and you don't want us to say what we want to say and you trying to silence us, right? And now we see what it is. Right. And I think that's what we doing now is that we looking at these younger people with hindsight. And we saying, yo, this is detrimental to your people and blase skippy, you know, and it is. And I know it is, and it's messed up, you know what I'm saying? But man, we gotta let these hoes be hoes though. Like we have to try to control it. Right. I think that's the best thing for us to do. And I know this ain't the subject. I'm sorry, but I've been wanting to say this for a long time. We got to try to like control it as much as we possibly can with our own kids, our own community, our own households and stuff like that. Because trying to stifle them is going to be problematic. If we shut up one group, then that's right. That's enough ammunition for them to be able to say, well, we need to shut up this group too, and this group too. And what's that? That's why I don't BMU. That's why I don't like the thing about telling white people they can't say the N-word. Right? If you gonna punch them in their mouth, then punch them in their mouth, but don't tell them they can't say it. Because now you're giving them ammunition to bring that back at another time and use it against us to say, well, we can and can't say.
Yeah, but Beans, but the first thing we have to do is, don't we have to have some level of acceptance? That we just have to accept this is just how they are before we can even make those changes that can try to contain it?
No, I'm saying contain it individually. So you contain it in your household. I contain it in my household. It's certain things that you can do. Don't show it on your platforms, right? Things like that. Like it's certain things that we can do on an individual basis and then on a business level as Black people to kind of try to contain the negative rhetoric that is used to highlight us. We understand that whenever a Black person does something, for some odd reason, it is a representation of all Black people.
Yes,
right? And that's unfair. You know what I'm saying? That's unfair. So, but because we know that, then it's like, yo, we can't stop what these people send out into the world. We can't stop these people from saying what they want to say either, though. We can't. All we can do is minimize it amongst ourselves and say, well, we're not gonna push it. We're not gonna tolerate it. We ain't gonna highlight it unless it's to scold it. You know what I'm saying? But that's because I just be thinking about that, man. When I hear people talk about, I can't remember who it was. I was watching somebody else's show yesterday on BMU, and they brought this up because I brought it up once before on my show about how when they go to other YouTube channels, these people say what they want to say. They not over there saying unalive. Dumb shit like that. They not over there saying delete it. They saying what the fuck they want to say. But for some reason over here, It's like the message has been spread around to all the black channels over here. Bro, you got to say unalive. Don't say the A word. Don't say the S word. Don't say the E word. Don't say the M word, right? And that's what I'm saying. If we allow for that constriction to happen in one area, then we just open it up for them to push it on us in other areas. And I think that's why it's problematic to try to silence them, even though I am going to acknowledge it looks horrible. These young girls, 17 years old, rapping about living these whole lifestyles.
Yeah. I'll say this before we got a super chat over here. Thank you, Bob Kitt, for the $100 super chat. Thank you, Ty, for introducing me to these men. We got Information Man in the building tonight. Thank you so much, Information Man, for the $4 super chat. I appreciate you, man. We're going to take a quick break, give y'all a little something, and we'll be right back after this. All right, thank y'all for that. I appreciate it. That's Bishop Good Joint. If you want to see him again, go ahead and send that super chat by the Cash App.
I still thought he was online. Still thought he was online. God.
They're doing electric glide. You know what I'm saying? All up and down the aisle.
Got some footwork, don't it? I seen the Beans trying to steal some of that footwork. That boy got some footwork.
He looked like what we look like as kids mimicking. You know what I'm saying? The Holy Ghost is. That's crazy.
All you need to get you one of them gray beards, man, and hook it up and get you one of them Mr. Robes. You're gonna be in there, man.
Man, he looking down at them feet like, you know what we talking about? That boy got some good footwork, boy. I would have been passed out in that church watching that man do that.
He thought he was at the frat house, baby. Still online, pledging.
Hey, somebody the other day in the chat said he was a Q dog. So I said, oh yeah, I don't put it past him. With that footwork like that, he'll Q for sure.
Yeah, he making me feel like I'm missing out on my calling, man. I think I'm supposed to be one of those guys too. You know, on the preacher side of the game. It's gonna be. I can't do it, bro, because I know I'm
Beans. You cannot do it, Beans, because you're spiritually bipolar. Let me tell you what that means.
That's a fact.
What you're gonna do is
put Beans on. Hey, we can put him on praise and worship team. You know what I'm saying? He can do that.
Beans gonna say, give it honor to God this morning. Put your hands together for God this morning. Put your hands together for God this morning. If you go ahead, get your Bibles, turn to your neighbor and say, it's about to get hot in here. Go to Psalms 23, and it reads as says, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pasture. Because you bitches don't understand. Lay down by the water. Listen, lay down by the water, you dumb motherfucker. You niggas. You stupid motherfucker. And
that's what I say.
It's just gonna go left. It's gonna go left, and just nobody gonna get nothing out of it. So,
yeah. Me, answer yes or no. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Do you take him and you change it? Yes or no?
Do you dumb motherfuckers love Jesus or not? Fucking say yes or no.
Yes or no?
You going to hell. You going to hell. You going to hell.
It probably happens just that fast, too.
And then he'll calm back down. Hey, Sister Johnson, did you just lose your husband? We so feel so bad that you lost your husband. Hey, call me afterwards. I'm gonna come over and talk.
Pass the collection plate. Somebody pass the collection plate.
Don't pass the collection plate, because they're gonna pass the collection plate. They're gonna give it to Beans. He's gonna say, "Y'all think this a fucking enough to pay the rent?" I ain't got shit.
B's gonna be unplug the organ. They don't deserve no music.
You're stupid.
Unplug it.
The organ
Turn off
is
the guitar.
hilarious.
Oh my
Turn
God.
off the guitars.
Well, y'all stupid, boy. And guess what?
Yeah,
His associate pastor would be Hink. Yeah. Oh, if I knew y'all hoes was gonna put this in the offering, I would have left y'all hoes at the altar. Leave them hoes at the altar. All you spiritual helpers. Oh my God. Oh Lord, but man, thank y'all for coming tonight, bro. We had a great conversation, man. Anissa, thank you so much for bringing your toxic ass in here and giving us all. Man, don't let this be your last time, bro. Man, I really appreciate the conversation, bro. Thank you for being here tonight, man. You took out your time to come over, and I appreciate it, brother. We on every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, we on every day.
Are you normally on this time of night? Because normally I'm normally with my girl, but for this weekend I'm here at a conference. So I'm at this hotel they put me. That's why the lights is all bad. But I'll probably be joining on like after work and after hours or whatever. I'll come on some more panels.
Yeah, we have barbershop on Friday night. On Saturday we have candid conversations with a housewife with Miss Jenny, and then we have vining things, but it's more of a sale thing. So I don't know. It's not really a panel on that one. And then on Sunday, we have the Gray Area, which is on right now. It's streaming right now. But on Tuesday is our big show. We have Flippin' Tables on Tuesday. This is an extension of that. On Tuesday, when it really goes down. And this week, the subject this week is just wipe it off. Just wipe him off. You'll be okay. We heard a woman say that if a woman have sex with a lot of men, all she got to do is just take a shower and she be okay. So we're going to address that. Yeah, she'll address that to me. So I'm gonna put it out there. And then on Monday, tomorrow, we got Mr. Payne on this network tomorrow at 6:00 Central Standard Time. He'll have his panel on tomorrow. What's the name of your show tomorrow? Oh yeah, are successful black women intimidating to black men? That fucking simp ass shit. That he'll be talking about. I love you, Payne. But we have that tomorrow, man. And on Wednesday we have What We Know Wednesday with JT. And he'll be cooking on Wednesday. So yeah, every day, man. Just Kasim just hit us up, man. We on every day, and especially Tuesday will be good, man. If you want to come over, and matter of fact, send me an email too, so I can get your contact information, so I can send you the links.
What time Tuesday?
We're on 8:30 Central.
Oh yeah, I could do that. I'll do that Tuesday. Tuesday I can do that.
Okay, yeah, and send me an email at blackmenunfiltered@gmail.com, and then I'll respond back to you.
All right,
appreciate it, man. We got
be good, man.
You too, brother. Pookie Hybrid $4.99. Why dude head floating at the bottom? Everybody been asking that all the day, bro. My son asked me that. My son said, "Dad, you got a ghost on your show?" I said, "No, that's Trey, man. That's Trey Furry, bro. He just floating at the bottom." My 11-year-old was like, "Damn." I took them to go see Kong today. Now, if y'all like movies, go see that Kong and Godzilla. That shit was amazing. It was. Kong and Godzilla tore some shit up. So go see that. My son enjoyed it. And but that's it, man. I'll see you guys later, man. Beans, don't let this be your last. I ain't seen you since Moses threw the tablets off the mountain. So make sure you come back over here and holler at you. Well, I hit your ass up on Instagram. You in Instagram jail or something?
No.
Shit, I hit your ass on Instagram. Do it go through? I'm gonna send you one after this.
I thought I sent you some on Instagram too, because every other Saturday we do we're doing Fight Club alum show. And so yeah, man. This Saturday coming up, it'll be the next one. So
yeah, we was at the genesis of the Fight Club, wasn't we?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We was at the genesis of that shit.
Make sure you pull up this Saturday, man, for the Fight Club alum show.
Okay.
All right. I'm not sure yet. The first week we talked about capitalism. And then this past week we talked about Trump.
Okay.
And I think
he's gonna win, dude.
Yeah, it looks there. Yeah. That's why the conversation, like it's Fight Club alum, right? But we're not doing what it turned into. We doing what it was in the beginning, which is having the super dope conversations. But that's what the conversation was. What should we be looking forward to? What should we be addressing? If we could come together and say, this is what we want done, what should that look like? Because I'm with you. It look like it's over with at this point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, before you go though, PMU, I'd like to promote my show better than he did. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You know, it's just badass.
Hold on. Before you go into the Odyssey, go ahead and promote your show because I know you're not gonna go as long as our pain. Go ahead, my brother.
Go ahead, man.
Who, me?
You ain't never lied
Oh,
about
man,
that
listen.
bullshit.
Oh, he.
So I do a show on Mondays, man, at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central. Sports. I talk about the basement sports, and then on Wednesday, I talk about that grown man conversation, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central.
All right, man. I appreciate you, Hink, my boy. All right, and then Lost in Translation. Go ahead and get yours out the way.
Yeah, man. Y'all can find me here on Sundays. You know what I'm saying? Black Man Unfiltered, also on my channel as well. You can also find me on Monday on Humble Dash channel. That's where I be at most of the time. And then on Tuesday, I'm on my own over here with Black Man Unfiltered on Flipping Tables.
Yes, sir.
And of course, on Fridays, we'll be at the barbershop as always. That's how you can find me.
Absolutely. All right, Trey Ferd, you got anything, any common words before we let Noah start speaking off the mountain, Sinai?
Oh man, yeah, just like everyone else, man. I'm just on BMUs on Wednesdays, man. The 1-in-1 sports shows, man. We talk everything between sports and after sports, and just what it is. Come out and check us out. I mean,
absolutely.
We all in a unique space. This is just something to say. It's my unique. We're in a unique space, man. Everybody's getting to a place in history that we've never been before. So, if you want the results for yourself, just put in the work now. Don't wait for the next 20 years crying about the results you get when you didn't put in the work. Put in that damn work.
I didn't want to set a huge fire, but somebody did say, because I know Hink is a big sports guy too. Somebody say that KC is almost as better shooter as Steph Curry. I heard that today on a sports show.
Who?
Exactly.
Oh yeah. Oh, you know what? I did want to say that too. Congratulations to Don Staley, but I do feel bad for Caitlin, man.
You too.
I was rooting for
whoa. Who they played today?
Yeah, it's over with.
They played tonight.
Who won?
South Carolina.
Damn. See, Caitlin got all that fucking way, bro. And man,
yeah.
Hey, what's that?
I like those kids, man. Don Staley made those kids. They were honest.
What's that big old pretty girl that played for South Carolina with that big old red hair?
I don't know they team like that.
Ain't nothing pretty about PMU.
Things. I'm talking about the girl that was her and Angel Reese was going at it. Oh fuck!
Center, you talking about the 6'6" center?
No, she real the bright skinned chick.
She's about 6'6" center.
That's her. She ugly.
She's 6'7". Yeah,
she's a nice, cute little girl, man.
Nosebleed section, some shit. I don't know. But yeah, Caitlin got sent home. Damn.
Man. Like a basketball.
She took it like a champ though. But
I seen Caitlin put on her little dress. I was like, Lord help her, Jesus. Put your jeans back on, baby.
Right.
God.
She can shoot that thing though, bro.
Oh, she knocked it. So before we leave, what do y'all think about that comment that she's almost a better shooter than Steph Curry?
She's not. Well, that's not entertaining. She's not. Stop. Why were you going down this road, man?
Yeah, they said, hey, this is an opportunity for the WNBA because I'm telling you, I got floor seats for me and my daughters, and it was $12 a seat. So this is an opportunity. If Caitlin go ahead and go to the WNBA, and you got Reese there, and to create their rivalry, and people are going to see it, they're going to fill those stadiums, and they can make them. This now is the time. Don't fucking play with it. You're gonna miss an opportunity because Ice Cube already offered her $5 million to come play for the Big Three. So
she should do both.
You should do both for sure.
You specifically said almost, so I give it to her. Almost.
But think about it, the WNBA, her salary next year for the WNBA will be $76,000.
She get paid more money at school.
Yep.
Well, she's gonna have a lot of endorsements though, so she'll have
a lot of endorsements. But anyway, R-Pain, tell us about your show on tomorrow.
Hey, listen, I had a good time with Miss Jenny yesterday, man. That was pretty good.
Yeah, it was good.
That was hilarious.
So tomorrow, really, it's just this serious finance sister that comes out and does that stupid pop balloon game. But the real crux of the show is the men's reaction to her. And the intimidation factor she had with some of these guys is pretty hilarious. So it'd be nice to chop that up as we go through the thing. And so so it's one of my fun pieces. And so that tomorrow at 7, that should be pretty good. So whoever comes up on the panel, we could kind of chop it up, look at this man's reaction, this man's reaction, this man's reaction, and say, wow, is she really intimidating these guys or not? You know, so it might be something to talk about. So it should be fun because some of it is kind of funny.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to say this, man. They called me today from my beautiful corporate job in a 76-story fucking building. I was supposed to go to work tomorrow. They called me today and said this. I'm gonna share this with y'all. Then we're gonna get out of here. Let me see. Let me show them. Go right to it and tell y'all what it said. They says here. Where is that? Because I don't want to. Oh, there it is. It says here on tomorrow, April the 8th. Do not, on any circumstances, come to the corporate office for work. Texas counties have issued a disaster declaration ahead of the eclipse. Okay. So I went and looked at the news. They said they're expecting, because, you know, Texas is in the center of the shit. So in Texas, you're going to be able to see the full fucking thing in Texas tomorrow. So they said they're looking up to 500,000 people to be downtown, just downtown. So it's going to be a fucking shit show tomorrow here in Texas. Traffic going to be a motherfucker. So I'm not going nowhere tomorrow. I'm gonna sit my ass right here.
It's like that all over the country, man.
Oh, so that means you can send me the link on time.
Man, fuck you, man. See,
they're gonna be partying everywhere,
man. But man, thank y'all, man. I really appreciate y'all, man. Please come and support our pain tomorrow, man. He's gonna have a really, really good show tomorrow. The link will be in the chat tomorrow. So when the show starts, if you want to come up, go ahead and come up because he's gonna be talking about some simp shit.
Fun,
that's all everybody
have some fun for a change.
And Beans, man, I love to have you back on them on those barbershop conversations, you and Hink, because Hink used to come in that motherfucker hot, boy, volcano hot. But thank y'all, man. I appreciate it. And before we go, I want to show y'all I do have some background singers that are gonna start singing in the show. I want you to just introduce them to you. We call them Jesus Big Toe. Here they go.
God damn.
All right. A couple of them say they've been at Bean's house. So I want shit. Wow. The first one says she know Trey Furry personally, so I don't know about that. I ain't asked no question.
I'm gonna hide behind the mountain.
Yeah, you know why she knows Trey Furry, because that float head. He's giving that float head.
She said
she's going a boundless head, man.
Chilly winds don't blow.
All right, guys. Man, I appreciate y'all, man. We'll see y'all on tomorrow. Peace.
Later.